car's on track. Focus. Yes, so I turn it off. Alright.
sit down.
We've got 18 karts on track for this one, another 6-minute qualifying session. So just got my head around where the track changes are. So down off the end of the back straight, turn 11. They make a longer run up to the extended version of turn 12. So instead of making that first turn, they go a little bit longer downhill, drop down and back up. So that's a longer run to turn number 13. And from here in race commentary over the back side of the circuit, so that combination of 6, 7, 8 and 9, they actually go short. So they're effectively missing 9 and going around. If you see the coverage, you see our flag point 3. And that's actually the corner that they're taking. So that's a shorter run to there rather than going longer down into what we know is turn 9 here at Ipswich Kart Club. So again, all weekend we do have live stream coverage on the Ipswich Kart Club YouTube channel. So tell your friends at home if they want to see any racing. I've seen a few interstaters down there in the pits. A few Kiwis I haven't seen for a little while as well. Must catch up with Roddy Balboan all the way up from Sydney. With RJ, good to see them. Last time I saw Roddy, well, racing himself, he was back in New Zealand at the Hamilton Kart Club when he was just a youngster, which was pretty cool. All right, DD2 tag qualifying. First sort of flyer, we've got Geordie Slater in the 73, currently fastest. The tag 125s. First of the DD2s will be Scotty Cleveland in P4, but very, very early in this session. So our second qualifying session this morning here at the Ipswich Kart Club, IKC, the Ipswich Race of Champions, IROC, day 1 Saturday. Beautiful sunny conditions. It was a little bit cooler this morning. I think the forecast for Ipswich was around that sort of 23, 24 mark. Little bit of light cloud around us, but certainly absolutely ideal conditions here this morning. Mark Tulloch goes fastest with a 48.202, first of the tag 125 runners. Adam Wood's gone fastest in P5 and DD2. These 6-minute sessions fly. We're already 3.5 minutes into it, so only 2.5 minutes left to go in this session to try and get a representative lap. Qualifying very, very important with this style of format, with heats setting the grids off qualifying, and then the results from those heats setting the grid for the pre-final, results from pre-final setting the grid for the final here later on tomorrow. So nearly 250 entries this weekend, which is massive for effectively what is a club event. It is round 5 of the track championship here at IKC. And for the X30s and KA2, I think it is a round of what Scott was telling me, the Pineapple Series. So Geordie Slater, still fastest, improves to a 47.340. Mark Tulloch, 47.387. Adam Wood, P3 in first of the DD2s at a 47.663. Brent Redding's just jumped up into P4 and third of the Tag 125s at a 47.668. So Geordie Slater by 0.04 over Mark Tulloch for the pole in Tag 125. I like that new combination coming off the back straight with that longer run to the left-hander. We'll call that corner 12A. And you've got to get it, so on the approach, you've got to get it sorted, because if you run it too long, you're going to be out over the curb and through the grass. Really not a nice place to be if you do mess that corner up. So good to see the club mixing up the track layouts for some of these rounds. Always entertaining. I got the opportunity about 18 months ago to do Newcastle. I've been doing a little bit of an endurance karting down south with a few of our jet sprinting mates, and got to do Newcastle in reverse. That was way cool. But on the absolute wow factor, my favourite track that I've run at so far has to be Canberra. The Canberra kart circuit is absolutely fantastic. This place is not too far away. It's very, very technical. It is very, very fast. To the point you've almost got to be conceding not to be as good in a couple of places as others to maximise your lap. So the checkered flag is out on the flag stand to conclude qualifying for Tag DD2. Mark Tulloch with a 47.183, which he set pretty much on his last lap. Lap 6, Geordie Slater with a 47.30, just a tenth in that. Brent Redding in third of the Tag 125s at a 47.591. And Adam Wood, first of the DD2s at a 47.663. Next to the DD2s will be Scott Cleveland, 47.921. And Angus Mathers at a 48.18 down in P14, with the mixed grid for Tag 125 and DD2 qualifying, topped by the number 9 of Mark Tulloch. Next qualifying session up will be Cadet 12. So next out on track, our qualifying session for Cadet 12, ages 10 to 12. These smaller cadet style karts and a massive, massive field. Over 30, and they've just about filled half the racetrack on the outlap. I see a young Mr. Balboa out there in the B&B Graphics 75. So Roddy's actually running through the infield at the moment. Oh, moment there down through turn number 6. We've had a spin and all sorts of evading action to try and avoid, and I think it's stopped too. So, oh no, it hasn't, mate. He's kept it running. He's just trying to look for a break in the traffic. I think it was the 31. Joseph Pilot. That was a really awkward moment because he was sitting near the front of the field. And there was a bit of avoiding action going on from those behind. So this is a massive lineup for Cadet 12 qualifying. And this should be very, very competitive. This is just about the track limit stuff with how many entries we've got in Cadet 12. So fastest early is Felix Sim in the number 6 at a 52.818. Luke Robinson in the 68 at a 53.27. Oscar Ray in third in the 11 at a 53.48. So for those of you watching the live stream, Cadet 12, ages from 10 to 12 years of age. Pretty sure these are the mini ROC engines. So Felix Sim, kart number 6, 51.99. Luke Robinson, 52.29. OJ Walton, 52.43. Harlan Bell, 52.48. Lincoln Ferris, 52.488. Some of the drivers in the mid-pack just trying to look for a clean piece of racetrack because there's a fair amount of battling going on, which is going to hurt the lap times. You want to be sort of chasing someone down or trying to keep some clear air and not be running over someone else running around you. So at the moment, Felix Sim's doing the best job at a 51.897, improves by another 10th. Luke Robinson, Harlan Bell, Frankie Majorik, Michi Morita, RJ Balboa back in the 18th position. So Felix Sim is fastest, and we've got 2 minutes left to go in this session. So quick fire qualifying. 6 minutes, you're pretty much going to get 5-6 laps max. You need to get the job done. And with these smaller karts, it takes a little bit more to get the tyres up to temperature. So the teams just might have a little bit more air temp in early to generate that tyre temp, because over a 6-lap run, not a lot of time to really get into it. Felix Sim improves again to a 51.871. Luke Robinson, 52.065. Harlan Bell, 52.128. Ricardo Johnston, 52.207. OJ Walton, 52.225. Your top 5 with just over a minute left to go in Cadet 12 qualifying. Just watching a big conga line over the back with 6 karts nose to tail, line astern. As you can see here on the live stream coverage, absolutely beautiful morning here in Ipswich. At the Willowbank Motorsport Complex, about 10 to 12 minutes, not even that actually, out of the back of Ipswich Yamanto on the highway. We've got Queensland Raceway just down the road here. We've got Willowbank Drag Strip right next door. We've got the Ipswich City Dirt Club next door to us down here as well. There's an off-road track down beyond that, and there's a wonderful, wonderful motorsport complex. Pretty busy weekend in here with 250 entries here at IKC, and next door at Willowbank, they've actually got the Ipswich Caravan and RV show. I drove past and went, man, there's a lot of people camping here for the karts. No, it's actually a caravan show. So that's on here this weekend as well. So traffic management's going to be fun getting out of here tonight. All right, checkered flag is out on the stand, and we are about to conclude our qualifying session for Cadet 12. Ipswich Race of Champions, round 5 of the track championship. Felix Sim will top the timesheets. He set that lap a couple of laps ago on lap 4 at a 51.871. So lap time wise, it just sort of fell off towards the end. Luke Robinson at a 52.065. So Felix had them covered by nearly 2/10. Frankie Mioric in third at a 52.115. Harlan Bell in fourth with a 52.128. Ricardo Johnston P5 at a 52.207, and OJ Walton completes your top 6 with a 52.225. Massive field for Cadet 12. That racing is going to be frantic a little bit later on today. Our next qualifying session to come up will be KA3 Junior Heavy. voice on the light trim time. I just asked Scott just to listen to it and see what the volume is like, but it's not going. I hate talking to myself.
Attention in the pits, can I please have tag restricted light on the outside? Tag restricted light, can you please make your way to the outside for quality? No switch positions, so just go wherever you like.
So into our next qualifying session. And this will be KA3 Junior Heavy. KA3 Junior Heavy, our fourth qualifying session this morning. Again, another quick fire 6-minute run. Looks like we've got 22 in the field. Baxter at first on track in the 77. Ethan goes fastest. We're looking at the fastest lap. Looks like there's a little bit of an anomaly going on there because it's taken 2 laps and totaled them up. But currently he is fastest from Braxton Davis, Joel Neaton, Josh Williams, Alec Bernard and Eddie Cleto. Shubby Thompson into P7. Something came up on my Facebook last night with a story of Shubby Thompson. Really cool to see. Spent a little bit of time up in Townsville myself. My daughter actually lives up there. I reckon it's one of the best street supercar races on the calendar. So accessible, really cool racetrack. Very, very cool part of the world. When I say cool, it's not cool, it's hot. Right, so Ethan Baxter just got slotted back to second. For some reason, I've got total time. I don't have a fastest time here at the moment. I don't know why. KA3 Junior Heavy. Is certainly at the head of that. Ethan Baxter completes another lap there now. Got on 2 minutes left to go in KA3 Junior Heavy. So I haven't had an awful lot to do with the KA3 category. As I said earlier on, I've done 2 Rotax Nationals rounds here and there's no KA3s in that. So these are 100cc air-cooled Miami Big RPM. That distinctive air-cooled 100 sound. KA2s, which are coming out a little bit later on, are the 125 water-cooled vortex engines. McPherson is at the top of the timesheets, but okay, I think that's just corrected. So 56.01 for Bentley McPherson. The timing's having a little bit of a glitch here because I've got a combined total time, but Bentley McPherson's the only one with a time, with about 30 seconds left to go in the session. That's all right. I look forward to the racing. That'll be a little bit easier to call a little bit later on when we get into that territory. So KA3 Junior Heavy. And the checkered flag is out to conclude KA3 Junior Heavy qualifying. We'll get this timing system back up and sorted. So our next qualifying session will be tag restricted light. Tag restricted light for our next qualifying session. That concludes KA3 Junior Heavy. And I'm not 100% sure it's qualifying order because laps, so we'll see if that sorts itself out for the next qualifying session because it's the first time it's done that this morning. So we do have one over the backside of the circuit at 7, so that'll be a recovery needed as the rest of the field come across the line to conclude KA3 Junior Heavy qualifying. 63 just going through there, Jake Jennings. Next qualifying session will be tag restricted light. running in restricted, guys, which I'm pretty sure is an intake restriction. It's the restricted version of these engines to try and balance up. I know I've got a Rotax actually race down the road at the Kart Club. Beautiful John Target built FR125 with the latest barrel and everything on it. And up against the X30s, I find that the X30s have a little bit more bottom end. Water-cooled 125cc, electric start, around that 30 horsepower mark. I think the Rotax rev limiter is around the 14 mark, and the X30s up into the 16,000 RPM mark, but in restricted form I'm not too sure if that changes or not. A good field of 22 out there for tag restricted light. Mark Hilly at a 50, no, Kaylin Mullins goes fastest with a 49.275 on their second lap. So we should see in the next couple of laps those times continuing to come down. Just coming up to the halfway mark in the qualifying session for tag restricted light. Kaylin Mullins is the pace setter at 49.275. Mark Kelly 49.307. Paige Keys 49.448. Charlie White P4 at 49.518. Jackson Duong in the number 13 at a 49.5. Very competitive. 2.5 minutes left to go in the session. Hilly goes to the top of the time charts, 48.928 from Mullins, Lammers, Horwell, Field, Wilson. See if I can get the names I recognise in there. He's in the bottom. Not Scott. He's definitely in the I know there's a lot of people on both sides of the Tasman becoming big NASCAR fans in the last couple of years. I know my diecast collection's got bigger, trust me. And karting's one thing Shane didn't do an awful lot of. He did some, and he was very, very quick when he was a youngster. But it's not something he did an awful lot of. So Jordan Manzino goes fastest at 48.608 with about a minute 20 left to go in the session. Joel Lammers 48.687, so just 0.077. Restricted. So Jordan Manzano, Joel Lammers, Cooper Field, Jack Dorsal, Charlie White, Kaylin Mullins, your top 6 in a field of 22. Under a minute left to go in the qualifying session, so pretty much everyone's done their best lap on lap 5, so the tyre continues to get better. You would expect everyone to be on brand new rubber going into qualifying. Those in the points chase around number 5, so Lammers 48.641, so that gap's nearly out to 2/10. Checkered flag's going to make an appearance in about 5 seconds. Checkered flag out on the flag stand on the main front straight. And that will conclude tag restricted light qualifying. Let's wait for these last few to come home. And we've had a couple jump up into the 6. Jackson Duong in the 13. Last gasp effort. Manzano improved to a 4.9. Mark Hill, 8.6. Very close. Joel Lammers in 3rd. Jackson Duong in 4th. He just got pipped for 4th by Charlie White on his last lap at a 48.585. So the top 7 covered by a 10th. Jordan Manzano, Mark Hilly, Joel Lammers, Charlie White, Jackson Duong, Cooper Field in your top 6 for tag restricted light qualifying. Up next, we have KA3 Senior. actually come back downhill with that extension part of the track. So a different configuration as we have just over a minute and a half left to go in KA3 senior qualifying. This will be super, super competitive. Cooper Fish goes fastest at a 48.568. Toby Spinks 96.48.613. Jetsaragi P3 in the 38 at a 48.616. Max Walton 48.625 back to P4. Jai Flynn 5th. Brody Whitmore in 6th for KA3 senior qualifying. So Cooper Fish doing the job at the moment. We're just on a minute left to go in the session. Fish improves again to a 48.365. They're all improving their lap times like we saw in the earlier senior tag restricted qualifying session. Max Walton back to P5. Improved, but he's got 2/10 to try and make up to get to the lead and be number one in qualifying. So Cooper Fish, just over 30 seconds left to go in the session. 6-minute qualifying sessions for all of the classes. Up next will be tag restricted medium. K3 So Cooper Fish again improves to a 48.365. Jai Flynn, Brody Whitmore, Jetsaragi, Max Walton, Toby Spinks. Walton improves to a 48.48, but he's just over a tenth down on Cooper. Checkered flag is out. So there's that shorter run to turn number 9, past our flag point 3 on the live stream coverage. That one. Cooper Fish, Jai Flynn, Brody Whitmore, Jetsaragi, Max Walton, Toby Spinks. And that is how they will finish for KA3 senior qualifying. Cooper Fish in the number 91 on pole for heat number 1 of KA3 senior. Up next, KA3 junior light. at turn number 6. Another big lineup here for this class. Again, like the previous session, 100cc air-cooled AEST. It's the just about rotated in the energy. Number 72 on the brakes into turn number 6 on the out lap. So 6-minute qualifying session for KA3 Junior Light. Over 25 entries in this class. So many different chassis manufacturers represented across these big fields. I don't think we've had a field. We've had maybe a couple under 20, but only a couple, if that. Everything else has been over sort of 22, 25 plus. Down there. The run onto that straight pretty much sets up your whole lap. One of the biggest passing opportunities here at Ipswich. A couple of different places and opportunities now with this different configuration the club decided to go with here this weekend. Going longer to turn 12 and shorter to turn 9 with a couple of those little... You can change the track configuration here. Oh, we got one going around. Oh, that's an awkward spot off the exit of turn number 8. I think it was the 7 of Archie Reynolds. Gets back on track now. The dust off the exit of the curve, facing the wrong direction. 2.5 minutes into the session. Knox Black in the 33 goes fastest at a 49.085. Harper May into second in the 62 at a 49.250. Monty Jamison, 49.250. In fact, gets bumped back. Josh Williams jumps up into second with a 49.098. 1/100th of a second difference between Black and Williams. So 33 Knox Black, 9 Josh Williams, 62 Harper May, 34 Monty Jamison, 22 Butler. Top 6 at the moment. 49.085 is the fastest race. 5.23 Knox Black. Knox is in the lineup going past me there, running the Barrel ART number 33 chassis. Chrome red looking stunning on that car. So Ethan Turnbull's just gone fastest at a in the 72 at a 48.886. Josh Williams eclipses that with a 48.332. So these times are starting to tumble. 3 of them have been at the top so far. With 2 minutes left to go in this session. I don't think this is over yet. So Ethan Turnbull in the 72 had a little moment under brakes into 8 on the out lap, but he is now second. Josh Williams has gone to the top at a 48.332. Turnbull at the head of the queue, goes across the line, doesn't improve. Knox Black P3, Monty Jamison 4, Aston Mills 5, Jack Jensen up into 6th now. 10th of a second covering the top 6. Nearly 30 entries in this class. They are spread right around IKC. Josh Williams, Ethan Turnbull, Knox Black. Knox Black 1, 2 and 3. Williams with nearly 3/10 on the field. With just over a minute left to go in this 6-minute qualifying session. These heat races are going to be frantic with these big fields a little bit later on. Knox Black goes fastest, 48.005. Now, I'm just watching Knox, and he's parked right up and behind the 34 of Monty Jamison, who's P3. So, obviously wasn't holding him up because he did his best lap in traffic. 48.005 for Knox Black. Josh Williams doesn't improve, stays in P2, the 48.332, Monty Jamison third, Harper May up to fourth, Ethan Turnbull back to fifth, Aston Mills now sixth. As the 33 goes down the inside. Don't know if it's going to hurt the lap or not, but Knox Black's got really good speed, especially in traffic. Does he improve? No. 48.005 is still the benchmark. Turnbull second, Williams third, Jack Jensen fourth. Up into fourth goes the 97 of Jensen. Aston Mills fifth, Harper May sixth. Checkered flag is out to end the session. Some of these drivers on a last lap. Can they knock off Knox Black in the Birrell ART 33? Second in the queue down the back straight here. Chasing down the 72 of Ethan Turnbull. So that's first and second in quali. Oh, just a little drop off there. It's definitely hurt the lap for Knox Black, but he's got pole at the moment. Does he? He should have. No one behind them was able to improve. Jack Jensen did on the last lap because Turnbull's gone back to fourth and Aston Mills jumped him as well. So Knox Black, Jack Jensen, Aston Mills, Ethan Turnbull, Josh Williams, AJ Leggett up to sixth right at the conclusion of qualifying for KA3 Junior Light. Knox Black with a 48.005 will be the top qualifier for heat number one for KA3 Junior Light a little bit later on this morning. Next up, it will be tag restricted medium. The eighth of our classes out on track. 12 classes this weekend. I think we said 13. I don't know where I got that from. 12 classes here this weekend. This is the 6-minute qualifying session for tag restricted medium. So again, we should see a combination of the X30 IAMEs. Some of the Rotax, the AFR 125s out there as well. Not too sure if there's any of the Vortex 125s. There probably should be. I'm not 100% sure, but definitely combination of the IAM X30s and Rotax that I can see. It's a little bit harder to identify the difference between the Vortex and an X30 from up here. But so we've got 13 in this field. It's probably the smallest field that we've got all weekend. I was saying earlier on that we sort of didn't have too many fields lower than 20. Well, we do have this one. But this is tag restricted medium. 6-minute qualifying session. Again, remember to tell folks that can't be here this weekend that we do have the live stream coverage being played on the Ipswich Kart Club YouTube channel. And after a couple of weekends ago, and I've been doing commentary with the High-Tech Super Series, not last season, but I guarantee this is a lot better than the Super Series coverage over the QR a couple of weeks ago. Around the track, fixed cameras. Just see how beautiful the conditions are this morning here at IKC. And that shot on screen at the moment just highlighting that corner we don't normally use here at IKC, so it shortens up that run to the normal turn 9. So Jai Buckley in the number 4, currently fastest at a 49.736. Hugo Q's Sales. If I get any of these names wrong, tell me, or tell Cleveland and he can text me. Jet Schumacher has just jumped up into the 2nd position in the 96. Jai Buckley's got 2 tenths on everyone else at the moment. So Jai Buckley, Jet Schumacher, Hugo, Aidan Tunnicliffe, Liam Turnbull, Scott Jordan, your top 6, with just on 3 minutes left to go in this qualifying session for tag restricted medium. Up next, we've got X30, and they'll be running part of the Pineapple Series. So Jai Buckley, 49.703. Hugo in the 27 goes to P2 at a 49.948. We'll go with Quiz Sales. Jet Schumacher, that's not a hard one to pronounce. 49.983. Liam Turnbull, Thomas Key, Aidan Tunnicliffe, top 6. Tag 125 restricted medium, 125 water cooled, electric start. In restricted configuration, I'm not 100% sure how much power that takes out of them. In standard configuration, I know an FO125 Rotax is around the 30 horsepower mark. It's coming up to a minute and a half left to go in the session. Jai Buckley still fastest at a 49.513. He's put 3.5 tenths on Jet Schumacher. So Jai Buckley, very, very fast. See if I can pick up Jai on track and see exactly where he is. He might be out front, just heading down the back straight there. Just looking for that single number on the side pod. Yeah, it is Jai. Just coming off the final corner now. So Buckley improves again to a 49.4. Hugo in the 27 goes P2 at a 49.77. Jet Schumacher back to 3rd at a 49.8. Liam Turnbull jumps up to 4th with a 50.038. So just 3 drivers in the 49 second bracket at the moment, with 30 seconds left to go in this qualifying session for tag restricted medium. Round 5 of the track championship as the 88 Cameron Hope. There's a moment down into turn number 6. Gathers it back up, but that's ruined that lap. Buckley goes through. Doesn't improve on that 49.4, but he's got 3 tenths on everybody else. The 27 of Hugo Quiz Sales goes through to consolidate 2nd, improves to a 49.668. A 688, sorry, 2 tenths. Down on Buckley. Jet Schumacher improves to 2nd with a 49.686. Checkered flag is out. Buckley, I think, on one last flyer. He's in control by 2 tenths right now. The 88 continues to slow down here on the front, straight in front of the flag stand. Cameron Hope with some issues on that last lap in qualifying for tag restricted medium. Here's Buckley, and he's rolled out of it. Hugo not able to improve on that last lap run either. So Jai Buckley, Jet Schumacher in the 96, Hugo Quesales in the 27, Lem Turnbull 4th in the 15, Aidan Tunnicliffe 5th in the 18, and 46 Thomas Kay in the 6th position to conclude qualifying for tag restricted medium. Jai Buckley in the 4 will start off the pole for heat number 1, with X30 to come out next, part of the Pineapple Series. Straight back into it with our next qualifying session. Just 3 left to go after this one. This is the X30 class. Track Championship and the Pineapple Series, which I think is a 3-round series as part of everything going on. So, just let me change my timing, which you will see up on the live stream coverage anyway. So we've got 15 in X30. So the IAME X30 125, unrestricted. So full blown. Fastest at the moment, Chad Rissman, 47.42. Ryan Hughes, 47.69. Isaac McNeil, 47.73. Tyson McGill, 47.91. Jai Flynn, Jay Keys, your top 6 in X13 qualifying session. So after this we've got Cadet P, Cadet 9 and KA Junior, and then we're into the first of our heats at around 10 AM. So we're pretty much maybe 5 or 6 minutes behind the schedule at the moment. Lost a little bit of time just with one of the entry names getting a little bit mixed up across the classes, but we got that sorted. 2.5 minutes left to go in this X30 qualifying session. Jai Flynn, 47.31. Brody Whitmore is the number one. Second at a 47.318. 8/10,000ths of a second between first and second. Jai Flynn and Brody Whitmore. Just try and pick up Brody with the distinctive number ones on board. First cart coming through here will be the 71. Dominic Penman, who's currently 15th. One going through, looks like one of the Energy chassis with the green number plate. Brody Whitmore, national champion. I love that run, 4, 5 and 6. It's so aggressive and so physical. And you've got to get the thing stopped and turned at the left-hander into 6, which sets up the run to 7. You don't have any time to think about getting the kart set to 7 and that change of direction. It's just so very, very physical through there. Slightly different with that shorter run to 9 and then up to turn 10, the all-important run out of 10 that sets up the run on the straight and the passing opportunity under brakes down into turn number 11. Brody Whitmore's gone fastest at a 46.908. Jai Flynn second at a 46.95. Caden Thompson up to third with a 46.96. Jace Matthews fourth with a 47.07. So just 3 in the 46s. Tyson McGill, Chad Rissman, your top 6. With just on 50 seconds left to go in this qualifying session for the X30 class. 15 karts out there. Brody Whitmore currently fastest by just 0.04 for 100ths of a second. 0.04 depending on which way you want to hear it. I'm old school, so I'll go in the hundredths and tens, thousandths and tenths. Whitmore 46.908. Chad Rissman up to second on that lap with a 46.942. 0.03, 3/100. So he got very, very close. Jai Flynn back to third. Caden Thompson, Ryan Hughes, Jace Matthews. Checkered flag is on the flag stand, so everyone will get the checkered flag this lap. Last opportunity. Can anyone knock off the current number one? So Whitmore's back there in, whereabouts is he in the queue? He's fairly deep back there in the field on track. Or Whitmore, yeah, he improves to a 46.68. 46.68. Caden Thompson jumps up to second on the last lap with a 46.85. Isaac McNeil third with a 46.910. Chad Rissman and Jai Flynn also in the 46s, fourth and fifth, and sixth was Ryan Hughes. So a last gasp effort, and Brody Whitmore extends that advantage out to 0.17, so just under 2 tenths ahead of Caden Thompson, who had a flyer on the last lap. Brody Whitmore in kart number one will be off the pole for heat number one of the X30 class. Up next, we have the youngest of our drivers here this weekend, Cadet P. Fabian. Okay, next out on track we've got not necessarily the youngest of our classes, but across the Cadet 9s and 12s, yes they are. But we have a bit of a mix-up of ages here. These are some of the young drivers that have just started off in karting, so they've still got their P plates on the karts. So they range from 7 to 12 years of age. Once they get off their Ps, they can then move into the Cadet 9 or the Cadet 12 classes. So notably a name caught my eye here, and the number 5 machine, and I understand that is Fabian's young fella. Now, Fabian and I go a long way back in New Zealand. I'm pretty sure I did commentate Fabian when he was racing midget karts back in New Zealand back in the day. So, try and catch up with Fabian a little bit later on. But yeah, very cool. So, all of these karts you'll see on the live stream coverage have a P plate on the back of them. So, they're being assessed as well each time they race. And when the officials are happy that they can progress, they will then move into the Cadet 9 and the Cadet 12 class, depending on their ages. So a 6-minute qualifying session. Spielmeyer is currently fastest in 54.313, Noah Fine 54.598. Elias Algozi, 54.667. Carter Coulthard in 4th at the moment at a 54.93. I wonder if Grandad Ricky Coulthard's watching on from New Zealand. If you are, Ricky. Hello, Ricky. Used to build our engines. Very good photographer, I understand Ricky Coulthard is now. All right, enough of my reminiscing. Still the 76 out in front. 52.648. So I still say we've got one spinning off on the run between 2 and 3, right off the outside of the circuit. And he's not alone because I've definitely done that here before. Completely and ran out of talent out of turn number 2, thinking I was going fast, and then went out on the grass and ended up facing the wrong direction. Greatest way to get your kids into the sport first and foremost, and teach them how to drive. So when they do get older and they go into road cars, they've already explored the boundaries of adhesiveness, and if they fall off, it can tend to hurt. And yeah, so for getting into road cars, it's the greatest thing to get your kids into. Racing at club level, you can start from as young as 7 years of age. And you can race till God only knows. I'm 55 and I'm still racing badly. So great to see these youngsters out there. It's still, I'm going to get this name wrong, so if I do pronounce it wrong, someone can help me correct me. I'll go with Jaeger Spielmeyer. I like Jaeger. I'm 100% sure. 76 currently fastest at a 52.648. Elias Algozi, 54.080. Noah Fine, 54.15. Maya Sorensen, 54.36. Carter Coulthard, 54.56. So there's only 2 tenths. Oh, no, it's a little bit more than that, because the 76 out in front's got 1.4 seconds on everyone else at the moment. But that next group of 3 or 4 are actually very, very close. So one of the other cool things about IKC is the track runs a lot more often than many of the racetracks around the country. So you can come out here and test during the day. They have night tests, practice, lots of practice sessions. You can come out and spend time with your kids and teach them how to drive. There's a lot of drivers out there doing driver training and that as well as part of it. And the best way to get your kids to learn how to drive, absolutely categorically, there is no better thing. Getting towards the end of qualifying here for Cadet P, our P platers. 30 seconds left to go in the session. Still the 76. Spielmeyer out in front, 52.6. Just going past us now. Looking very, very comfortable. Like, not moving around in the kart a lot. You tend to see with the new kids a lot of head movement and shoulder movement. But I've got to say, the 76 looking very, very calm and calculated out in front. And he's got just over 1.1 seconds now. Elias Algozi's improved to second with a 53.75. Carter Coulthard improves up to P3 with a 54.109 on that last lap as the checkered flag comes out on track. So 76, 95, 5, 52, 88 and 13. Max Simpson will complete the top 6 of the 10 in this field of our newbies. That will conclude Cadet P-Platers qualifying. Cadet 9 will be up next. So this is one of the classes where these youngsters are looking to graduate to, and then KA2 Junior qualifying to round out our qualifying sessions here this morning at IKC for the IROC meeting. Round 5 of the Track Championship, Ipswich Race of Champions, Day 1 here on Saturday. I'm Jamie McCarthy. The Stig, getting called in at last notice by Scotty Cleveland to come in and help out this weekend, because Scott Howard was moving house. Like, Scott, seriously. Of all the weekends to move house, it had to be this one. So good to see Scotty's actually getting behind the mic and helping out. So he should be back on deck tomorrow. I'll see if I can work out if I can get back tomorrow or not. We got a lot going on at home and other things at the moment. We're so busy at work, it's not funny. William Yarwood can contest to that. He's one of my customers with his drag challenge car. Hey, Will, from Project X. So next up it will be Cadet 9 qualifying. At 10 a.m. Too far away from that. So a massive field. We saw the Cadet 12s out earlier on. They were 30 plus. We are looking to be very, very similar here. We're close to 30, if not 30 entries in Cadet 9. It's up to the age of 9 years old. These drivers have graduated out of our P-plate class. And this is one of the coolest things across the growth of the sport in Australia, is how many new young drivers are coming through the ranks all around the country. I've seen it with various race meetings around the country, the Australian titles and all that. The strength here of our younger classes at Ipswich especially, and the growth of the sport around Australia. Australia Karting doing an amazing job. You've got TV coverage, you've got live stream coverage. We've got live stream coverage here this weekend for a club event, which, previous days really unheard of. So really outstanding effort from everyone here at IKC over many, many years. And that was one of the other things I noticed when I walked in here this morning. The facilities, absolutely stunning. One of the best facilities in Australia, and I've been around a few over the last couple of years now. Lithgow, Dubbo, Tamworth, Canberra, Newcastle. I raced at Eastern Creek a couple of weeks ago, which was pretty cool, very, very demanding. But as a facility with the amenities and everything on, like the new toilet blocks here, are just outstanding. They've definitely been an addition since I was last here for the Rotax Nationals. We've got one just going off deep end down the bottom at turn number 11 off the end of the back straight. Was that, I think it was the 47. Just coming through now. Young Walker, I don't know the first name because I haven't got it on the scoring. But we are Just coming up 3 minutes into the session. Timing's dropped off the live stream, but that's all right. We're just coming up 3 minutes, halfway mark. Emerson Mills, currently fastest in the 18 at a 53.497. Grayson McPhee second at 53.545. Wojtek Kopinski 53.728. Vinny Misson, Dan Sewell and Harry Lack, your top 6. This is a massive, massive field. The cadet classes here are so very, very strong, and that's awesome to see. So Emerson Mills is the pace setter for Cadet 9. Kart number 18, just see if I can pick him up down here in front of us, and he's should be in that first group. No, going through. I'm just trying to pick up the 18. The black, pink and blue just going past us there on the run down to turn number 2 now. And it's still Mills fastest by a tenth over Leo Milligan's just jumped up into second. Harry Lack into P3. Cooper Heffernan now fourth. Grayson McPhee. And Matika Tremaine up into P6. So Emerson Mills 53.37. Leo Milligan 53.48. So just a tenth in it. All the drivers running the little Vortex mini rocks. Again, a heap of different chassis manufacturers, a couple of Paralins going through there. Some beautifully presented carts. The Tony kart going through here, of course, very, very distinctive green, white and red. Just over a minute left to go in the session. So just drops a wheel off down there on the run to turn 6. Grayson McPhee goes fastest into the 52s with a 52.986. Emerson Mills 53.017. Got a couple getting together. There might have been a spinner down there out of turn number 9, the new turn 9, because there's a big group of about 12 or 13 karts all banging on each other as they try and regroup. I think someone's got a NASA panel down by the looks of it. So Grayson McPhee, 52.986. Emerson Mills, 53.017. Mills goes through now, not able to improve. Harry Lack, 53.067. Lots of traffic out there for some of these drivers. A couple of little incidents. We had another one going around on the outlap at the beginning of this one. We've seen that 3 or 4 times so far this morning on the outlaps. It is definitely warming up. Temperature scheduled to be around that sort of 23, 24 mark out here. It does tend to get a little bit warmer out here at Willowbank, so we might be getting to sort of 25. But a beautiful, beautiful end of winter, start of spring day here at IKC as the checkered flag is out on the flag stand. Can anyone improve? Grayson McPhee first. Emerson Mills. Oh, Leo Milligan punches in a 52.984 on the last lap by 2/1000ths of a second over Grayson McPhee. Emerson Mills gets slotted back to third. So Leo Milligan, 52.984. Grayson McPhee, 52.986. That's how close it was. 2/1000ths of a second. 0.002 for first and second. 25 Leo Milligan. Top qualifies in Cadet 9 from Grayson McPhee, Emerson Mills, Harry Lack, Cooper Heffernan and Matika Tremaine. Next qualifying session up will be our final qualifier, and that'll be KA2. he's on Porsche duties today, so they might be up Mount Cotton, maybe doing some Porsche stuff. So Fabian's not here at the moment, but Ricky's definitely watching on New Zealand. So, hey, good to hear, Ricky. Fantastic for the message. Thank you for that. Yeah, exciting to see young Carter. I'm pretty sure I commentated Fabian when he was in midgets. The old Iron Horse lawnmower engines. Yes, that's how old Fabian Coulthard is, folks. All right, KA2 Junior. Vortex 125 water cools. These sound quite different. So another great lineup of definitely 28 on the scoring. Just get my scoring back up here in race control. And I've lost all my scoring, so I'm going to have to rely on the live stream coverage. That screen changed back over, but yeah, KA2 Junior. Oscar Hennick, quickest so far, but we're very, very early into this run. Don't know if the 57 could get too many onboard cameras on that card. Forgive me for names at the moment because my commentary screen has gone haywire and I'm only getting 5 at a time. And I've only got initials on the live stream coverage. So we've got Riley Harrison at a 47.309 fastest at the moment. From Levi Dussel. Go back to Hennick, back to third now. So Harrison is your top qualifier right now, still with just under 3 minutes left to go in the KA2 qualifying session. KA2 Junior. So again, these are a water cool 125cc. Sound quite different to some of the other water cools out there. Is out there as well. Ryan Webster, Archer Bailey, AJ Leggett, Johnny Wright. Still Harrison fastest at a 46.97. So I think we've got 11 out there for this one. Watts goes fastest with a 46.69. To Horse tops that with a 46.64. Number 6 going to the top of the time sheets. With just over a minute and a half left to go in this session. So Vincent to Horst, Xander Watts, Riley Harrison. Go back to Hennick, Bailey and Dorsal, your top 6. 46.64 is the benchmark from the number 6 of De Horst. What chassis are they running? Looking for the 6. A little bit hard to see with some of the different colours and that on it. One of the smaller drivers and amongst some of the taller juniors. The 11 of Dorsal goes fastest with a 46.610. Harrison jumps to Horst into second at a 46.621. Very, very tight qualifying session here. Into this one, I'll get my timing back up and running. It was that actually lost connection, so it's just defaulted back to the original setup. I'll get that changed over. So 30 seconds left to go in the session. Still the 11, 24.57, first, second and third, covered by just 0.12 of a second. Should have the checkered flag not too far away here. In fact, it is coming out on the flag stand right now. So last chance effort for these drivers to try and go quicker than a 46.61. Let's have a look and see if this changes on the last lap run. Watts up to second with a 46.52. So it'll be Dorsal, Watts, Harrison, Tehorst, Bailey, Hennick, your top six. In KA2, junior qualifying up next will be into the first of our heats, heat number 1 for tag restricted masters. Racing to go, and heat number 1 for tag 125 restricted masters. Line up based off qualifying, so it's our qualifying over and done with. We're into the first of our heats. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And we are back on time, baby. 10 a.m. start for our first heat for tag restricted masters. Pretty much one out lap, and then they'll get formed up and lined up and get gone. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. If you've joined us on our live stream, welcome to coverage of round 5 of the track championship here at Ipswich. The Ipswich Race of Champions, IROC. Beautiful sunny day. It's at 10 o'clock. It's probably early 20-degree temperature-wise. Pretty much perfect conditions. A little bit of light patchy cloud above us. Big lineup here of tag restricted masters. This will be our first one today. So we've got 2 rounds of heats today. And there'll be a little lunch break in between that, depending on time, of around half an hour. Well, we've got a little bit of quiet for those here at the venue. If you want people to tune into the live stream page, Ipswich Kart Club YouTube channel for the live stream. All right, 2x2, looking to go racing here. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Got the 22 off the pole, Regan Payne. No, not happy with the start. They're going to go around one more time. So Payne off the pole, they'll reform back up again. Something wasn't quite right, the starter felt. So they didn't go around that time. I know they laid down the law at driver's briefing this morning about starts. So the pole sitter sets the pace. 2x2, and they go on the green with the alley track system over the top of the front straight here at Ipswich. All the crews down here on the fence looking on, watching some of their charges. If anything, they get a little bit more time to form up out of that longer run to turn 12 with a slightly changed track configuration. This time we go green. Lights are out. To turn number 2 with this big lineup of tag 125 restricted masters. 39 out in front. Aaron Rab Jones. Certainly there or thereabouts through the whole qualifying session. I thought I heard someone free rev. Someone stopped at the back and dropped a chain, I would say, and just pulled off to the outside of the circuit off the exit of turn number 8. Rab Jones is your race leader down into turn number 11. This is where the track changes. They go a little bit longer on this run. Downhill. Oh, off track back there in third. I think that was the 28 of Gavin Soward. It was the 35, sorry, of Gav Whitmore. So Aaron Rab Jones is your race leader. That's a cool rearward shot there as they head out of 8 on the run down to 9. So this is the shorter run to 9. This is the little link in between the circuit on the run up to turn number 10. So usually they go down past that tyre stack to the longer version of turn 9, the normal version of turn 9. But we've changed a couple of corners this weekend for round 5 of the track championship. Rab Jones is your race leader from the 22 of Regan Payne. Payne got the initial start. Back in third is the 35 of Gav Whitmore, who had a little wheel off on the previous lap. Fastest lap, Regan Payne at a 50.20. I've lost all the scoring here again up here. So I'm relying on my stream coverage here at the moment. There's still Rab Jones out in front. I think it's a Praga chassis. Definitely a Praga. Chased by the Tony Kart, another Praga in third. Then we go back to Soward, Lusty and Rudy Farkas in the number 2 machine. Back to the 5 of Steve Johns. 8th is the 55 of Scott Campbell. We go back to 9th, the 14, Justin Voigt. And completing the 10, kart number 3, and that is Mick Robinson. So far in heat number 1, we got a couple off down there at turn number 9, just by flag point 3. Can't see through the flag stand to see exactly who it is, but there's definitely 2 off there. One's managed to get back up and running. I think they both got back up and running. So it's still Rab Jones from Pine, Whitmore, Soward, Lusty. The number 2 of Rudy. Back there in the 6th position. Rab Jones now starting to get a little bit of a gap. Back to some of the other battles. 3rd, 4th and 5th. Whitmore, Soward and Lusty. The number 2 just off the back of them. As Rab Jones starts extending his race lead, he's out to nearly 7 tenths over Payne in 2nd. The Praga chassis leads the Tony Kart. Another Praga in 3rd. Still a fair way to go in this one. Aaron Rab Jones, kart number 39, controlling things out in front. Fastest lap of the race at a 49.7. Lots of battles right through this field. 22 plus in the entry. Rab Jones continues to extend out to 0.8 of a second now over Payne in 2nd. Whitmore's a couple of seconds back in 3rd. So they've dropped off that 2nd group headed by Whitmore, Soward and Lusty. Rab Jones still with the fastest lap of the race at a 49.7, out to 0.9 of a second now. So Rab Jones continues to drive away from Payne. And they're both extending by about a tenth a lap over the 3rd place Whitmore and the number 35 Praga. Just on 4.5 minutes left to go, plus 1 lap. Just looking at the totem there on the left, Robinson in the 3 was obviously one of those involved because he's dropped right back to 20th and lost 10 positions. So Robinson was up there inside the 10, so that might have been one of the karts that was in that issue at turn number 9 a few laps ago. Rab Jones continues to extend now out to nearly 1.2 seconds. Easily the fastest on track. Payne's not giving up though. Still Whitmore, Soward, Lusty, 4th, 5th and 6th. Rudy Farkas in the number 2, 6th position. Pretty lonely 6th at the moment. And then behind him he's got Johns, Campbell, Thompson and Barnett to complete your 10 for heat number 1 of Tag 125 Restricted Masters. Round 5 of the track championship here at AKC, Ipswich Kart Club. Rab Jones's thing is just on rails. Just little or no upper body movement. Just looks very, very smooth. Out to 1.4 second lead now. 49.6. He's improved again by a tenth, so he's got good pace. With 3 minutes left to go in this first race. Next up it'll be Tag DD2. Again, with this class, you got a combination of the X30s, restricted, and FR125 road taxes. That gap to Rab Jones and Payne's just stabilised now out to 1.4 seconds. Here's Rab Jones coming down off the final corner. So he's running one of the FR125 road taxes. Payne in the IAME. Another road tax in 3rd with Whitmore. So I've never seen the 2 different engines sort of running together in restricted form. So very, very competitive. Just Rab Jones's thing at the moment is just on the rails. He's out to nearly 1.7 seconds now. So he's just extending by a tenth a lap, doing it very, very comfortably. And in turn, Payne is extending over 3rd by about that same tenth a lap. Back to the 3rd place, 35 of Gav Whitmore. So inside the last 2 minutes for this one, fields spread out a little bit more now towards the end of the first heat for Tag Restricted Masters. 125cc water cooled, electric start. Running the restrictors. I need to find out a little bit more information about those at lunchtime to find out exactly how they work and how much power they do take away from. I know the FO125 is around the 30 horsepower mark. I know that because I've got one. So just watching the 3 go past here at race control of Robinson's back up to 14th. So he's made up a few positions, but he's got the NASA panel flapping around on the front of the 3. So obviously there was some contact down there at 9 earlier on, and he was involved in that. Inside the last minute, so I'll be looking for the last lap sign on the Alley Tracks digital screen over the top of the racetrack down here in front of race control and our flag point. Start finish line. It's not too far away. So the race leader, just trying to pick up where he is actually. Where is Rab Jones? Starting to get into a little bit of lap traffic actually, just down the end of the back straight into turn 11. Clears the 7, I think that's Linus Brown. So Rab Jones, I'd say last lap. Oh, he just, I think within about a second, got the last lap board. So last lap now for Aaron Rab Jones in the number 39 Praga. He's extended out to 1.8 seconds, so he can conserve now. Doesn't need to go stupid. Needs to keep this tyre set underneath the kart for the rest of the afternoon and weekend. Payne settling into second. Whitmore, Soward, Lusty. That top 5 has not changed. The top 6 hasn't changed with Rudy Farkas back there in the 6th position in the 2. So Rab Jones doing it comfortably in heat number 1 for tag restricted Masters. Cruises over the line for the win. Payne in second. And it'll be the 35 of Whitmore third. Soward in fourth in the 28. Lusty in fifth in the 23. Rudy Farkas in the 2. Go back to the 55 of Scott Campbell. 73, Jeff Thompson. 27, Nigel Barnett. And the 5 of Steve Johns to complete your 10 for heat number 1. Tag 125 restricted Masters. I will get my scoring back up here in commentary. Next up, it will be heat number 1 for tag and DD2 senior. race. Tag DD2. I now have my scoring back up. So we're good. The hardest thing about coming in and doing this late, as I said, Scotty Cleveland messaged me at about 10 o'clock on Thursday night going, help, is having not being involved with this week to week, not knowing too many of the drivers, and with some of the scoring that we've done with the TV coverage in the past, they only ever give you the first initial of the names. So if you don't know the name, you're stuck. So I've usually got a hard copy of the drivers list in front of me as a backup record. So with the MyLap scoring that does have the full name, obviously the total with the coverage of the live stream, there's not much full names. So because I don't know most of the drivers, I'm struggling with that. So we've got timing back up. Tag DD2, so we've got a combination of the tag 125s and the DD2 Rotaxes, which are the 2-speed Rotax 125 water cooled. They're cool pieces of kit with the 2-speed gear change on them. I think all the rest of the Tag 125s, not sure if they're all Rotaxes or if they're a combination, but I think they might. I'll have a look when they come past the first time. But this is our first heat for Tag DD2. Again, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. 73 Geordie Slater. And the 9 of Mark Tulloch off the front row. Yep, definitely all Rotaxes. So your Tag 125 class. Oh, there's contact near the front. 39, Josh Dagg. Now, Josh was in the first 2 rows, so there was a little bit of contact there at about the second row. The DD2s come through now, so there's 5 of them. Now running a little bit further back in the field to give them some separation between the Tag 125 Rotax FR125s and the DD2. 2-speed 125s. So Scotty Cleveland slots into the second position in the number 14. So the FR125 Rotax is out in front. So they work their way out of turn number 11 for the first time. And it's the 9 of Mark Tulloch with the early race lead. Chased by the 58 of Brent Redding. You hear at the track, and even on the coverage, you can hear the note difference between these and certainly say the vortexes in the 125s later on in the day. Totally different pitch and sound. These FR125s are restricted by a range of jets and needles in the carburetors. This has been the platform for the Rotax World Championships over many, many years. This is the latest incarnation of the engine. I understand they had the latest barrel release last year, which I've actually got on my dirt cart next door. It's a pretty cool piece of kit. It's probably the best engine I've ever had in my life. So Tulloch still your race leader. Very, very smooth on that run from 6 to 7. Little run to 8. And right here is this track change for the weekend for the 5th round of the track championship. There are a couple there getting very, very close, rubbing wheels out of turn number 9. The shortened turn 9. Normally that runs a little bit longer, and you're actually slightly uphill and a lot more camber at the normal turn 9 than the now shortened turn 9. And where we are here is the shorter run, the longer run through into turn 12. So normally they turn left a lot earlier than that with that crossover. They've gone longer this weekend for a reconfigured track here at Ipswich Kart Club. It's cool to be able to do that. They can run it in reverse as well. I haven't done this place in reverse, but it's challenging enough going the right way around this. So many corners. You've got that big back straight to have a little bit of a brake on, but the rest of it pretty much you're just about in a corner the full time. A little short run here on the front straight up into turn number 1, which is that big fast sweeping left-hander, but it's actually a lot tighter than you think looking at it with the track layout. As Mark Tulloch continues to lead here. Just over third race distance, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. So we're running to a time frame. We're running on time at the moment, which is good. Pretty much started on time for qualifying off the back of drivers briefing this morning. Lost a little bit of time just with getting confusion over entry in one of the earlier classes of qualifying, but that's sorted. We've got that time back up by getting the next groups out very, very quickly. It's been quite cool up here being next to race control, listening to all the communication between the various stewards and pit controllers, and Russell's part of that as well, obviously, the full-time track manager here at IKC, and our folks on the flag stand as well. But all of the timing's fully automatic. We've got the alley track system in here, which I'm familiar with the Tika racing down south, not quite as established as this. They've got their own portable light system supplied by alley tracks. But we've raced on some pretty cool racetracks around the country. Needless to say, at the moment, this is one that is right up there in presentation, the challenge, the size of the place, and the facilities here at Ipswich Kart Club, which you really can't say enough about. It's a really, really impressive setup here at IKC. And, you know, we're talking about a club day here where we've got nearly 250 entries over the weekend across 12 classes. Mark Tulloch continues to dominate. 2.5 second lead over the 58 of Brent Redding. Ryan Allman in third in the 25. Lachlan Cheney in fourth in the 25. Ryan Allman in the 93. Geordie Slater in the 73 fit, and Riley Lagarde in sixth in cart number 98. I think just starting to settle down a little bit. Mark Tulloch with a 2.5 second advantage now, and he continues just to extend that lap by lap. Running the Cosmic chassis, another one of the many chassis out of the Tony Kart factory in Italy. Oh, a little bit of contact on the run up into one. The 73 and the 25, Lachlan Cheney and Geordie Slater, just a little bit of a nose to tail. You've got to be careful of that. You do not want to dislodge the nose. That's bad. As Cheney launches up the inside into turn number 9 to pick up the position. So that battle group is for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th behind our first two. First three, actually. It's 4th. 4th back with Cheney in the 25. Tony Kart leading that group of 5. 73, sorry. And the 25's back in the 5th position. So that's Geordie Slater in the 73 at the head of that queue. Geordie Slater at the head of that queue in the 73, Tony. Then it's the 25. Riding the guard, Trent Newton's in there as well. I think the 91 and Jack Stimson. Jack Stimson is in that group. So that's a fairly hotly contested battle group for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. As Mark Tulloch just doing it easily out in front. Just under 3 minutes left to go in this first heat. For Tag and DD2. Let's go back to DD2. Who's leading the DD2s? Adam Wood in the 21 from Scott Cleveland. Just coming onto the front straight now. 21, 14, Scotty Cleveland in the Viral ART. Then we go back to the 8, Dan Hutchinson. 3 of Angus Mathers and the 6 of Jason Smith, the DD2. 5 DD2s out there. And we've got 12, 13 of the FO125 Rotax Tag 125 class runners. So just coming up to 2 minutes left to go. Mark Tulloch completes another lap, looking very, very relaxed. Sits a long way back in the kart, so he's Very distinctive driving style for Tulloch. Absolutely no upper body movement at all. No head movement. Very, very little wheel input, so the kart's very, very good. Red readings about to start coming under some pressure now from Ryan Allman. Allman in the 93, just down to 0.9 of a second, so Brent Redding just slipping back into the clutches, and Geordie Slater in the 73 is actually probably one of the fastest drivers on track at the moment. He's closing the gap down to the 93. Minute left to go, +1. Tulloch still your race leader in tag 125. Adam Wood leading DD2 in the number 21 from Scott Cleveland in the 14, who's pretty much right on his back bumper. So the first DD2's a nose to tail. Then you go back to the 8 of Dan Hutchison. So 30 seconds to go. Where's our leader? Another lap after this one. Last lap board should be next time around for Mark Tulloch. Redding, Allman, Slater has a look over his shoulder. See the gap back to 5th. And if anything, I reckon Slater's just lost a little bit of ground in the last lap to Allman. He looked like he was closing the gap. Likewise, Allman was closing the gap to Redding. I think Redding might have just picked up his pace just to consolidate that second place. He's got nothing for Mark Tulloch out in front of the 9. Last lap board will come up over the start-finish line this time as the race leader's down at turn number 11. Rest of the field there going through turn number 9 on the live stream coverage, past our third flag point. So Tulloch with the last lap board over the top of the racetrack. 1 to go. Gap is 3.2 seconds. He's done this pretty easily. This car's also run an electronic power valve to control the power delivery. 30 horsepower. So Tulloch down the back straight for the final time. On the brakes, deep into 11. Longer run now to turn number 12. 13 and 14. And the 9 of Mark Tulloch will take victory. Tag 125. Redding second in the 58, followed by 93 Ryan Allman. 73 Geordie Slater. 25 Lachlan Cheney. 98 Riley Lagarde. 46 Trent Newton. 96 Jack Stimson. 71 James McLaren, and the 42 Lewis Brown, Louis or Lewis, whichever one you want to say. So that is for tag 125, and in DD2 it'll be the 21 of Adam Wood from 14 Scott Cleveland and the 8 of Dan Hutchison in the DD2 class. Next up, we have our first heat for Cadet 12 with a massive field.
That sounds good.
One of the things I love about IROC is how efficient they are at getting races out. They're already lined up in the pit chutes. You've got the pit controllers getting them lined up. all the teams getting in there and getting them on the grid, especially with his big fields of close to 30. So this will be Cadet 12, heat number 1. See on the live stream just how big this field is. This is going to be frantic. Absolutely frantic. Not getting much lucky about the score, and it's dropped the point sheet. What does this link need to be on? It all just dropped out again.
Okay, you got to go to processing.
Processing. Okay, that was the last one I didn't get. Yeah, it all just dropped out again.
Oh yeah,
Sorry, mild panic up here in commentary because my scoring disappeared again, and I definitely don't know too many of these kids, and there's like 30 plus of them. So, all right, Felix Sim and Luke Robinson off the front row. Nice even start, but it is going to be busy into 2. This is usually where the first sort of logjam happens. If they can get clear, then the next run here, this breaking point right here, if someone goes around, is just calamity. They've actually got through the first part of the lap unscathed, so that's awesome from the Cadet 12 drivers. Heat number 1. Massive, massive field. 30 plus, pretty much track limit stuff. No incidents so far on this first lap as we get a little bit of separation now, nose to tail. A couple of little side-by-side moments. Nice pass there for 6th. That was the 59 of OJ Walton with a really nice pass. Look at the top 4 there, nose to tail. A little bit of contact there. Again, you've got to be so careful. You don't want to do a nose drop. That was something I certainly wasn't familiar with before I did the 2 Rotax Nationals I did here at IKC. I hadn't commentated karts for many, many years since we moved over from New Zealand to Australia. Like, I'm talking probably 10, 12 years or so. There was no such thing as a nose drop in New Zealand karting. And just out of interest, they've renamed themselves. So they've gone from Kartsport New Zealand to Karting New Zealand, along the lines of Karting Australia. Don't know if that's a common thing or not, but... So the 68 of Luke Robinson leads this race, but under all sorts of pressure from Harlan Bell, Felix Sim, and Frankie Majoric. Good racing right through the field. We got one off there at turn 7. I think that's either a chain off or something else has gone wrong. It's definitely shut down and out. Can't quite see who it is. It might come up on the scoring. We've lost the 25 by the looks of it early. But, Luke Robinson, still your race leader, but that leading group of 5 are nose to tail. Oh, a little bit of contact for 4th and 5th. 71 and the 50. Frankie and Ricardo Johnson. Just with a little nose to tail on the run down into the final sequence of corners. This is on like Donkey Kong. World War III amongst 12-year-olds. Massive class. Some of the youngest of our drivers here, apart from Cadet 9, and one of the biggest fields. Lots of passing going on in that midfield battle. Outside of the 10, you've got Oscar Ray, Jack Musico, Lucas Shepley, Shelby Smith. So there's a fair bit going on for the miners outside of that top 10 as well. As the top 5 still pretty much nose to tail. Harlan Bell is now your race leader in the 7. Running out of the Tyler Greenbury stable. Tony Carton second, Luke Robinson, who was your early race leader. Then go back to Felix Sim in the 6. Frankie in the 71, Ricardo Johnston in the 50. Top 5, nose to tail, OJ Walton by himself in 6th. Got a bit of a gap to try and make up on that leading group of 5. He's got a little gap back behind him to Lincoln Ferris and Joseph Pilots. We've still got over 5 minutes left to go in this first heat for Cadet 12. Up next it will be KA3 Junior Heavy. KA3 Junior Heavy. Little look over the head, over the shoulder for Harlan Bell. Awesome racing out front. Still over 5 minutes left to go, so we haven't even got to the halfway mark yet. This definitely is not over. The battle of the setups. Engine-wise, they should all be very, very similar. Gearing might be a little bit different with choice and things like that, but the setup with tyre pressure is crucial as we have another pass for second now. I think Felix Sims just cleared Robinson. So change for position. A little bit of pressure off Bell now. So it is the 6 up into second. Robinson back to third. Then we go back to Frankie Majoric in the 71. Ricardo Johnston in the 5. OJ Walton in the 6th position in kart 59. See if Felix Sims got something for Harlan Bell out in front, because he just cleared Robinson. He'd be one of the fastest on track right now. Just 0.5 of a second, half a second to the leader, and that's definitely closed up in the last couple of corners. Harlan Bell leading the race from Felix Sim, Luke Robinson third, and just dropping off the back of the leading 2 now. Gap down to 0.2. Sim right on the back bumper of the 7. 7 leads 6. Felix Sim with the fastest lap of the race, and I'm going to say it was probably on that last lap at a 52.02. I think Harlan had a little look over his shoulder again to see the 6 closing in. He'll be aware that the 6 is right there with him. Good drive out of turn number 10. Probably pulls a kart length off the exit there, and that's crucial. That negates any passing opportunities. If you get a bad run off of 10, opens up that run into turn number 11 off the end of the big back straight here at Ipswich. 3 minutes left to go. Lots of attitude from the leader, Harlan Bell, tucked down behind the massive panel in the steering wheel, trying to minimise. There's not a lot to him anyway, but look, if he thinks it works, that's cool. Sim's right there on him. Sim is right there on him now. Nothing between them. Sim's been the fastest driver on track over the last couple of laps. 2 minutes 30 left to go in this first heat for Cadet 12. Things have just settled back down through the rest of the field. A little bit of contact there through turn number 9, sort of that midfield group of karts. All right, Bell. So he's just consolidated that lead now. It's about a kart length and a half. Sim got a good run out of the 14th corner that time. It's about a kart length. Sim right up. Little bit of a better exit drive for the 7. Sim's a little bit quicker through here at the moment and back right up onto the back bumper. Through 6, 7 to 8. Robinson's got his hands full now with the 50 of Ricardo Johnston. Ricardo Johnston's kart's starting to come on strong late. Inside the last 2 minutes. Harlan Bell with a great run out of turn number 10. Again, gets out to probably 2 kart lengths that time on that lap. So, biggest lead he's had over the last probably few minutes because Sim was definitely hunting him down. Harlan Bell with a couple of kart length advantage. The gap's back out to 0.3. Nothing in it. It was down to 0.2. I think Sim's a little bit better on the first half of the track, whereas Harlan's making his run off of 10. It's got good drive down and good exit speed, and pulls a kart length plus in a straight line down into turn number 11. Well, watch it this time as they work their way out of 9 up to 10. Watch the drive down this time. Harlan Bell, and again, yeah, absolutely pulls a kart length. Sim can't get close enough to try and open up the opportunity with 30 seconds left to go. So they'll have one more lap after this one. Down inside 30 seconds. Great racing though. Sim coming back at him. Kart length is the distance. It was 2 down the back straight. It's back to 1. It's back to less than 1. He is right on the rear bumper. Nose to tail. One more lap after this one. As we count down to 4, 3, 2, 1. Last lap board will be out this time by. Can Sim get a run? Hasn't been as strong out of here at turn 10. Harlan Bell. Again, pulls that kart length. Probably a kart length and a half that time. Sim trying to come back at him top end under brakes. Very, very deep under brakes. Still a kart length in it, but we've got one more lap to go. Last lap board is out now. One more to go. Great racing out front. Ricardo Johnston's cleared Robinson for 3rd while we're watching that battle. So Ricardo Johnson in the 50 up into the 3rd position. Watching the race leaders though. Kart length in it. Gap was 0.3 at the line last time. Still a kart length. Harlan Bell, eyes forward. Can't afford to look over his shoulder now. Let's see how good a run he gets out of the turn number 10. And again, yeah, it pulls more than a kart length that time. It's got such good drive down out of turn number 10. Sim just cannot get close enough under brakes to try and force the issue. Just a couple of corners left to go. Harlan Bell has done an outstanding job and will take the win in heat number 1 for Cadet 12 from Sim, Johnston, Luke Robinson, Frankie Mioric, OJ Walton, Lincoln Ferris 7th, Joseph Pillar 8th, Jack Rybarewski in 9th, and Oscar Ray in 10th in kart number 11. Well, if that's anything to go by, Cadet 12 is going to be awesome to watch this weekend. That was some fantastic racing, and under all of that pressure from Felix Sim, Harlan Bell holds on to win heat number 1. Up next, we have KA3 Junior Heavy. Ipswich Kart Club on our live stream. We are back into it with heat number 1 for KA3 Junior Heavy. 10 minutes plus 1 lap again. Thank you to Talk Karting and all of our other sponsors around the venue here at IKC for the 5th round of the Track Championship, the Ipswich Race of Champions, the IROC meeting, which is ironic, IROC, because while not official, but the original IROC Championship in the US, where they got the best stars out of NASCAR and IndyCar and all that sort of stuff back in the day, with Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon and stuff like that. Ray Abraham's actually re-instigated some of the old IROC cars, and they've been racing as part of the IndyCar Championship this year. Like Jeff Bush and Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson. Rusty Wallace was even in the last one. So, yeah, if you keep an eye on the US stuff, they've dug out some of the old IROC cars, which were pretty ironic back in the day. So that was pretty cool. And they've named it IROC here this weekend with the Ipswich Race of Champions. So KA3 Junior Heavy. Good lineup again. 22 out on the track. Josh Williams, Jacob Neal, your front row. Ryan Purdy, Joel Mettinen, row 2. Chevy Thompson, Ari Perry, row 3. Ethan Baxter, Braxton Davis, row 4. Alec Barnard and Ali Sewell is the 5th row. So 100cc air-cooled Miami's. Very colourful looking lineup. Not a great start down the inside for the 26 of Jacob Neal. Just got slotted back a little bit in the order off the start. So Ryan recovered and slotted back. He's into 3rd, so the 25's jumped him. Ryan Purdy off the 2nd row. Just didn't quite get the power down on the outside on the run. Well, it was the inside effectively to turn number 1. But they've let it go. So the 4th of our races this morning, pretty much running on time. Pretty much. The live stream boys are saying don't curse it. I haven't done a commentator's curse yet. So the 9 is your race leader, Josh Williams. Already establishing a little bit of a break on the 25 of Ryan Purdy, back to the 26 of Jacob Neal. And back through the field. You can see with these pictures on the live stream where, other than the back straight and a little bit of a front straight here in front of us, you're pretty much always in a corner. Or if you're not, you don't have a lot of time before you get to the next one, which is one of the challenging things about Ipswich Kart Club. The length, the nature of it, it's very aggressive, very physical. There are some bumps around the track, which just adds character. I know I did a couple of laps around here a few years ago in my Rotax and was very, very sore by the end of it, especially coming out of that final corner down to the start-finish line. Needless to say, I went on to buy a rib protector, which for me is a very big rib protector. Put it this way, I wouldn't be in the heavy class, I'd be in the super heavy class. All right, Josh Williams doing a really good job out in front. I love that rearward shot there, looking back over towards the run out of 7 to 8. That's the short run to 9. So past our 3rd flag point. So normally they go longer down to the original turn 9, but they've shortened the track up there and made it a little bit longer on the run out of 11 to 12. So 12 becomes 12A, where it was that shorter little link in to get down into the final sequence of corners. So it's quite a different part. The last part of the lap is quite different with the corner configuration and the style of corner. The old version of 12 and 13 was very different to the current version of 12 and 13. where they go a little bit longer, and out of 13 coming down the hill on the run up to the last corner, you actually drop downhill slightly and off camber. So it's quite a challenge, and if you run wide there just where the leader's going through, you end up out on the grass, and then, there's not a lot of grass to run off into. So you go off there, that'll be end of story. Josh Williams continues to lead. Fastest on track at a 49.50. Separating out a little bit now. There's a good battle group back there at about 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, back to probably 15th. Just see how far back that should be. Ari Perry, Ethan Baxter, Oliver Carr-Keat, Ollie Tresillian, Braxton Davis, Alec Bernard in the 91 in that battle group. Off the back of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that'll be 7th back. So Ethan Baxter at the head of that queue. In fact, Oliver Carr-Keat just cleared Baxter on that last lap, so he's sort of at the head of that next group. And then there's a big group of 7 or 8 just in behind them with Darcy McGrath, Saul's in there, Baxter, Bagmat, Darcy McGrath, Braxton Davis. That's where most of the position changes are happening right now in that mid-pack battle. 22 lined up for the first heat of KA3 Junior Heavy. Williams very, very comfortable out in front. Comfortably the fastest lap of the race. It's hard to tell the chassis brands with some of these now. If you're not carrying the factory colours and you've got your own sponsors on board, you've sort of got to determine what the chassis colour is to try and figure some of them out. There are so many different manufacturers available now, especially out of Europe. Obviously in the domestic side we've got the Aero chassis, of course. A lot of these different brands that come out of the Tony Kart factory in Italy with the different chassis names, and some of the Formula 1 drivers with Charles Leclerc. There's been Fernando Alonso, the FA chassis. Daniel Ricciardo had his own chassis there for a little while. So what are we? 4 minutes left to go in this first heat for KA3 Junior Heavy. That battle group I was sort of watching is just split up a little bit now. The 77 is right in the middle of that. Ethan Baxter in 9th. Braxton Davis in behind, then Darcy McGrath, Baxter, Badanac. So they've got a little bit of separation between them now. So the race leader in front by 2.5 seconds, doing it comfortably for heat number 1 of KA3 Junior Heavy. Momentum, momentum, momentum. It's a lot of what this place is about, and kart sport in general. Not so many of the slower corners here, but drive down is still important, especially out of turn number 10. Lots of fast flowing stuff here and very, very quick direction changes. So setup is very, very important. No shocks on these karts. All the suspension's in the chassis. A lot of technology now with the steering, caster camber with the front ends, torsion bars front and rear. Type of wheel you're running, magnesium versus aluminium. Gearing, of course, you can change the gearing to suit, but like they should all be pretty similar. 2.5 minutes left to go. Williams improves to a 49.19 for fastest lap of the race. Certainly something I had not been used to with live streaming karting. Last time I did it was back in New Zealand, and we definitely didn't have graphics capabilities, so thank you to our live stream team. It makes my job a lot easier up here. 2 minutes left to go in this one, +1. Williams dominating from Ryan Purdy, Jacob Neal, Chevy Thompson, Joel Meaton and Ari Perry. There's a couple of Icelandic names in there, and Rally of Paraguay this weekend with WRC, and Hayden Padden currently second overnight in that for Hyundai. Kiwi that's raced here in Australia with the Australian Rally Championship. Multi-time New Zealand champ, so he's in action this weekend as well. Just on a minute 20 left to go in this one. Josh Williams doing it comfortably, doing it very, very easy. Still some good little mini battles through the field. I think that was the 91 of Alec Bernard and Ali Sewell in 12th and 13th there, that battling for position. Couple side by side off the exit of turn number 9, up on the run to 10 as Williams completes another lap. Leads out to 3.3 seconds, so continuing to extend and doing it comfortably. Hart looks very, very settled on that run from 4, 5, 6 to 7. And that's where you make or lose a lot of time here at Ipswich. All about the flow, getting off the corner, not hurting any exit speed, and crucially that run off the final corner, 10 onto the back straight, which is one of the longest straights probably in the country. So inside 10 seconds, does he get though? He's probably going to do 1 + 1. Goes across the line with about 4 seconds to go. So the last lap board will be next time by for Williams. 3.5 seconds clear of Purdy, who in turn's about 3 seconds clear of Jacob Neal. And we go back to the 12 of Chevy Thompson, 53 of Joel Meaton, and the 43 of Ari Perry. So Williams down out of turn number 11 through that new sequence, slightly longer run to 12 and 13 off of 14, and it will be the last lap sign this time for Josh Williams. Purdy took a 10th out of him on that last lap, but the gap's still just on 3.5 seconds. 3.48 to be exact. Purdy looking pretty comfortable. He just doesn't have the outright race-long speed that Williams has had since he got to the front. Still Neal in third in the 26. Didn't get the greatest of starts. We'll see if that works out a little bit better for heat number 2. But out of the final sequence of corners, it will be the 9 of Josh Williams. 1 to go out of turn number 14. Williams will take the win in heat number 1 for KA3 Junior Heavy from the 25 of Ryan Purdy. 26, Jacob Neal. 12, Chevy Thompson closing fast at the end. Go back to the 53 of Joel Meaton. 43, Ari Perry. 19, Oliver Carkeet. 71, Ollie Tresillian. 77, Ethan Baxter. And the 66 of Baxter Badnack. Teams head back to the pits to pick up their drivers, chuck the carts on the trolleys, get them prepped and changed for heat number 2. Up next will be heat number 1 for our cadet Ps, slightly out of order from qualifying, but they actually get 3 heats and a final today. So cadet, our P platers, 5 minutes plus 1 lap, they will be up next for heat number 1. Next out on track, we have our newest of our drivers here at Ipswich, the P-platers in the cadet class. So this will be 5 minutes plus 1 lap. And they actually have 3 heats and a final today. They have 3 heats and a final today, whereas the other classes will have 2 heats, pre-final, final. 2 heats today, pre-final, final tomorrow. And cadet P's running their entire program today. So 3 heats and a final for our cadet P's. Usually when I guess it doesn't go very right, but I was right. So 3 heats and a final for our cadet P's. So we've got the 76 of either Jaeger or Jaeger Spielmeyer. Apologies if I've mispronounced that. 52 Noah Fine. 88 Amaya Sorensen. 13 Max Simpson. The 95 of Elias Elghazi. 5 Carter Coulthard. 99 of Virat Sharma. 3 Cooper Armstrong. 86 K Sykes. And the 63 of Theo Armstrong. Let's see if we get a green here. A little bit of nose to tail stuff going on. They did let them go. There's a little bit of a concertina effect going on there. A little bit messy off the start, but again, these are the newest of our drivers here, and a few of them have still got a little bit to learn. Looking to all progress out of this and get rid of the peak plates. Get into either the cadet 9 or the cadet 12 class. Race with the much bigger classes and faster drivers. So all of these youngsters looking to gain experience, learn their racecraft, figure out how a race meeting and a race event goes. Lots of nervous parents out there on the infield with the high vis on, keeping an eye on their young chargers. I don't know how much longer the 76 is going to have the P plate on, but Spielmeyer has been very, very quick, running the Burrell ART chassis, chased by the 52 of Noah Finn. 13 of Max Simpson is the next one through. So just 5-minute races for our newbies. Super impressed with the 76 out front. Very, very quick. I'm not too sure how the lap times sort of work out with the 9s and 12s, but certainly looking very, very comfortable out in front there. So the 76 extending the lead over the 52 of Noah Fine. 13 Max Simpson in 3rd. Elias Elghazi in 4th. Carter Coulthard in 5th. Back in New Zealand, I always got taught it was Coulthard, not Coulthard. So Ricky, correct me if I'm wrong. I have been known to be wrong quite often. Just ask my wife. So next up after this one, we've got our tag restricted lights. Pretty much have us just about halfway through the first round of heats, getting towards our lunch break. Approximately 1:16. Touch wood, pretty much on time at the moment, going to plan. So the 76 is still your race leader by nearly 3 seconds over the 52 of Noah Fine. 95 Elias Elghazi in the 3rd position. You got Carter Coulthard now up into the 4th position. So Carter's cleared the 13 of Max Simpson. Awesome to see these youngsters coming through, and especially some of those youngsters of former drivers that I know, the likes of Garth Candidates and Coulthards and some of the other drivers getting the youngsters into the sport. It's fantastic to see that they're continuing on in motor racing, because it's obviously been so very, very important to their careers over many, many years. Tander's not racing currently, but he's moved into the commentary role, and Fabian's still racing. Pretty sure he's still with the Walkinshaw boys this year, coming up into the Endurance. So the 76 still leading. The Burrelay RT chassis chased by the Tony Kart of the 52 of Noah Fine. And it's the 95 and the 5. Now starting to battle for that third position. Elias and Carter. Elias in the 95. The Coulthard in the 5. Love watching these youngsters go through that flick from 4 to 5 on the run up to 6. Just full commitment. Just a little flick of the steering wheel to change direction. Really, really cool to see. Very, very cool to see. And at the moment, all of these young drivers are doing a very, very good job out there. We haven't had too many issues so far with our P-plated cadets. Dominated by the 76 out in front. I think that's the Lando Norris replica helmet, I think. So young Carter's in the Paralyn chassis, number 5. So we are inside 10 seconds. So, there's the commentator's curse. I'll take that one. We do have a spinner down the end of the back straight. Just got sort of parked up on the curbs down there as the leader comes through. So last lap board should be up this time for our leader, kart number 76, Jaeger Spielmeyer. I'll go and find them during lunchtime and get his name pronounced correctly. Sorry, guys. It's a perler, though. Right, so last lap board is out now for our cadet Ps. Noah Fine, Elias Algozi, and Elias found a little bit of speed in the last lap, right up and behind second place now. Dropped a little bit off. Has Carter Coulthard in that 4th position. We got one. Been an incident down there through the infield that's needing some attention down there. Now where is that? That must have been off the run to 9. So we've got some of the parents down there just assessing a couple of our youngsters, and that certainly looks untidy. So we'll just leave it at that. That will more than likely see a red flag, which is out on the track now. And we will come back to you on that, as that looks like that race has concluded. We've just got an incident towards the end of this one. Next out, but I think we'll have a little bit of a break, should be tag restricted light. We'll be back from Ipswich with more shortly. coming back onto the live stream. Just, a bit of an incident towards the end of that first heat, unfortunately. A couple of cars got together. I think coming out of the run from 13. Just, didn't look great. But look, I can say the two Armstrong boys in the 63 and the 3, once they got sorted and got them set up and helmets off and everything, and the medicos assessed them, they were in the medico cart heading outside of the track itself, sat up and seated, so that's cool. So they'll be a little bit shaken, obviously being assessed, but good news is that they were able to walk up and get into our recovery vehicle. Yeah, just an awkward deal there towards the end of that one, but by all accounts, things are good. So we are moving on to our next race, and it will be tag restricted light heat number 1. It's easy. So tag restricted light heat 1. We should have the 27 and the 59 off the front row. Jordan Manzano and Mark Hill. Joel Lammers, Charlie White from the second row. Jackson Duong, Cooper Field from row number 3. Will be looking good for a start this time by. Should be 22 in the field. We might be down by 1. So tag restricted light, combination of the 125 water cooleds, running in restricted form. Definitely got the Rotaxes and the IAME X30s out there. I'm not too sure if there's any of the Vortexes, but definitely Rotaxes and the IAMEs as we go green for heat number 1 for tag restricted light. Oh, we got a few off. They managed to continue. No one actually went. Oh, yeah. No, there's definitely a couple stranded just off the pit exit. Dropping back to the tail of the field. So that got a little bit messy. Whereabouts did it get messy, though? I'm just trying to figure out who's up front. I think it was probably maybe 3 or 4 rows back. 2 straggling at the tail of the field. We still got one stop. Yeah, there's still another one. There's actually a third one in the barriers. So we've got localised yellows down here into turn number 1. I don't know if that cart's going to go anywhere. But at the moment we do have yellows and they're back off. So the driver's out and over the tyre wall. The cart is parked there in the gravel though. But the yellows are off down into turn number 1. So your race leader is the 27 of Jordan Manzano, chased by the 48 of Joel Lammers. Hilly back to the 3rd position in the 59. So after a busy start with a few getting together down into turn number 1 and 2, I think it was off 2, literally as they come off the pit onto the track. Who's dropped right back to the tail of the field? The 13 and the 29. So Jackson and Cooper were definitely up inside the first 3 or 4 rows. So that's where I thought it started. And they're definitely back through the field. 77 of Conrad Grobbelaar with a big move down there into turn number 13. Further back through the field. Followed through there by the 54. Pete Dawson. There's a bit going on in this one in the early stages. Fastest lap of the race is the 13 of Jackson Duong 49.552, but he is a little bit further back through the field, having got involved with that incident and as part of that incident through turns 1 and 2 off the race start. So look for Jackson to try and work his way through the field and minimise the damage going into the second heat. And Zano just reaching across to the engine side of the cart with his left hand. So Jordan Manzano, Joel Lammers, Mark Hilly, Jack Duncan, Ryan Shaw, Paige Keys. The top 6, still with 7 minutes left to go. Heat number 1 for tag restricted light. So the top 3 just getting away now from the 4th position, Jack Duncan in the 81. Duncan's got a little gap back there to the 6 of Ryan Shaw and the 21 of Paige Keys. That's the battle we were just watching there, headed by the 6, the 21 and the 52 of Josh McLaughlin. So the 59 of Hilly's got some pace on. He's closing the gap down to Joel Lammers, and in turn I think Lammers is actually coming back to Manzano. Gap down to 0.6 of a second. We'll keep an eye on that over the next lap or so, because I thought Manzano was looking pretty comfortable out in front and driving away. He's got good drive down out of turn number 10. See what the gap is this time. If anything, Lammers just looks a little bit more settled. The kart's not moving around as much in second. Took a 10th out of him on the last lap, so Lammers a shade quicker. Manzano is picking up the left rear wheel there into turn number 6. This looks a little bit twitchy, whereas Lammers in second, the kart looks to be a lot smoother. See how the run out of 10 goes this time. And again, Manzano looks to be a little bit better out of there. Under brakes, obviously, Lammers closes up. So Lammers took a 10th out of Manzano on the last lap. Oh, just struggled to get turned in to 14 that time, did Lammers. But did actually take another 10th out of it, so I just thought it had a little bit of turn and understeer into 14, but took another 10th out of the leader. The gap's down to 0.4. Gap sort of stabilised back to Hilly in third in the 59, but Lammers is definitely charging. 4 minutes 40 left to go in this first heat for tag restricted light. Go back through the field. You've got Jack Duncan in 4th, Paige Keys in 5th, Ryan Shaw now back to 6th, Josh McLaughlin, Caelan Mullins, Cooper Horwell, Blake Romali in your 10. So let's see what the gap is this time. It was 0.41. I think he's closer. 0.397, only just. Probably half a 10th on that lap. And Hilly's actually coming back to the first 2. Gap back to Hilly, just half a second. Hilly with a little bit of exit oversteer out of 6. Just scrubbed off a little bit of exit speed on the approach to 7. Might have just cost him half a 10th to a 10th then. As Manzano just consolidates out front now. That gap, if anything, has stabilised. He's definitely better out of 10. Joel Lammers just watching the attitude of the kart again. It might just be his style, but he has a couple of goes at trying to get into 14 with 2 quite distinctive movements on the wheel to get it turned in, whereas Manzano is nice and smooth through there with just 1 motion. Gap back out to 0.5, so Manzano took a 10th back out of the chasing Lammers. If anything, Hilly, he would have lost a 10th on that lap. Just that little oversteer. He just killed the momentum through to 7 and cost him a 10th on that last lap. So the gap pretty stable across the top 3 now. Similar gaps, probably half a second, first, second and third. Jack Duncan now in 4th in the 81. Might run out of laps, still 2 minutes 40 left to go, but he is actually starting to close the gap and is probably one of the faster drivers on track right now. Manzano with the fastest lap of the race at a 48.674. Took another 10th back out of the kart in second, so the gap's back out to 0.6. Doesn't really look like it on the screen here on the live stream, but Manzano's taken a 10th back out of Lammers 2 laps in a row. It was down to 0.397. Now out to 0.63 of a second. There's nothing in this. And Jack Duncan, I think he'll run out of laps, but he's definitely closing in on that top 3. 5th is Paige Keys, 6th is Ryan Shaw, 7th Josh McLaughlin, 8th Caelan Mullins. So Manzano just stabilised then. He took about a half a tenth out of Lammers. The gap 0.65. I said probably 3 or 4 laps ago that kart just looked a little bit on the twitchy side. It's just sort of settled down now. Whether Jordan's actually just maybe adapted to it to make it smoother, it looks a little bit more comfortable out in front. He's definitely got better drive down out of 10, although on that lap, Lammers probably got out just as good. It wasn't visibly as noticeable as earlier on, where Manzano was probably able to pull a kart length every time out of there. Inside the last minute coming up now. So probably 2 more laps. Lammers took a tenth back out of Manzano on that last lap. Back to 0.55. Just a tenth of a second. Nothing in it. Like Manzano cannot afford to make a mistake, because Lammers is right there within half a second. Hilly's just dropped off a little bit. Duncan's definitely closing, but he's going to run out of laps. Manzano doing a fantastic job out in front, has not put a wheel wrong. And we'll get another lap on board after this one, because he's going to hit the line with about 8 seconds to go. Last lap board out next time. Manzano, Lammers. Manzano took 2 tenths out of Lammers on that last lap. Gaps back out to 0.75. Full 2 tenths. Manzano, Lammers, Hilly, Duncan, Keys, Mullins, your top 6. Heat number 1 for tag restricted light. Other than the second corner, the rest of the race has been pretty smooth running for everybody else. So Manzano should take the last lap board this time. Definitely the last lap. Came up a little bit late, but he'll get the checkered flag next time by. And he's extended again by another 10th. So out to 0.8. Lammers second, Hilly in third. Jack Duncan, I reckon it'd be just about up there with the leaders pace-wise. He just doesn't have track position. But has definitely closed the gap in the last half of the race there in the 4th position. Manzano down into turn number 11 for the final time. Heat number 1 for tag restricted light. One last corner to negotiate, and it will be a well-fought victory to Jordan Manzano from Joel Lammers, Mark Hilly, Jack Duncan. Go back to the 21 of Paige Keys, 9 Caelan Mullins, 6 Ryan Shaw, 52 Josh McLaughlin, 54 Jack Dossel, and the 15 of Cooper Horwell to complete our top 10 for Heat 1 for tag restricted light here at the Ipswich Kart Club. Round 5 of the track championship, the IROC meeting, the Ipswich Race of Champions. Up next we have KA3 Senior.
You play here at Ipswich Kart Club. From the big road. 21 started.
turning up here and sort of elevated and see a couple of times. Pretty good, am I? Talking for a whole lot of time. Anyway, that was a pretty cool race. KA3 Senior, heat number 1, 57.38. I'm going to take a break and we'll be back at KA3 Junior Light very, very shortly.
Attention in the pits, can I please get car restricted meeting down to the...
Black already with a little bit of a lead out on the chasing group. Lots of positional changes going further back through the midfield. Oh, they were 2 and 3 wide on the approach up into 10. About that midfield group. So who's that buried down there in the kitty litter? Can't quite see the number, but the driver's out. Kart's still buried, so that would have been localised yellows down into turn number 11. That should open back up now. As Black is just driving away from this field. Already fastest lap, 49.19 from the race leader. He said he looked comfortable and quick in qualifying. Well, he's looking comfortable and quick here in the first heat as well. Having started from the front row, got a fantastic start. It was another relatively slow start up to the lights. Not as slow as the previous KA3 one, but certainly a nice, clean, even start. And Knox definitely got the early advantage to a point that he's already over 1.5 seconds, I'm guessing now, with the race lead, 1.533. So pulled a 10th on the chasing Williams and Jensen. Aston Mills in 4th. And a fast closing 4th in the 18. AJ Leggett in the 64s not too far behind as well. So I think that's the battle group to watch. Just at the front of the picture there. First and second pretty clean, but third, fourth and fifth are all over each other in this opening heat for KA3 Junior Light. Quick look over the shoulder for Jack Jensen in the 97, looking back to a closing Aston Mills and AJ Leggett. Harper May in the 6th position in the 62. Knox Black doing it easily out in front. Josh Williams with the fastest lap of the race at a 48.80 in the 2nd position. So took a 10th back out of Black's lead. Gap back down to 1.39. Was out up over 1.5 on the previous lap. So Williams has got pace. He just doesn't have himself right on the back bumper of Black up in front. So definitely got one out, parked down there at the exit of turn number 11. Driver outside over the tyre wall. Kart sitting in the gravel trap. I think it might be the 2, Ashton Lusty. Couple not making the start by the looks of it. One thing I can remember about these air-cooled hundreds, I don't know how bad they are these days with the more modern technology, but certainly in the old Yamaha 100 days. Very, very easy to foul a plug when you fire them up. And if you do that, you are stuffed. You will usually not make the start of the race. So Knox Black back out to nearly 1.5 seconds, 1.488. Can't get too much closer than that. Very, very smooth. Next battle groups, looking at here, sort of that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th run back. 34's in the middle of it, Monty Jamison. 62 of Harper May. Knox Black goes fastest now at a 48.489. 48.489, and the gap's back out to beyond 1.5 seconds. Jack Jensen still in 3rd. He's got his hands full with AJ Leggett and Aston Mills. So I think that'll be the battle group to watch. 3rd, 4th and 5th. Although they were a little bit closer than that a couple of laps ago. So Knox Black is your race leader from Josh Williams, Jack Jensen, AJ Leggett, Aston Mills, Ethan Turnbull, Monty Jamison, Harper May, Ethan Baxter, Andrew Thompson completes your top 10. Just after the halfway mark of this first heat for KA3 Junior Lights. Just on 4 minutes left to run in this one. Knox Black looking very, very comfortable out in front. Took another 10th out of Josh Williams on that last lap, so extends his lead out to 1.65 seconds. Jack Jensen definitely falling back into the clutches now of AJ Leggett and Aston Mills. Though in saying that, Mills has probably just dropped off that. So Jensen and Leggett, the ones to watch in third and fourth. The 97 and the 64. Just watching them come off the exit of 14. That's probably the best battle to watch right now for third and fourth overall. Trying to hit their marks, their turn-in points, their braking points. Certainly a very, very physical, demanding circuit here at the Ipswich Kart Club. Over a kilometre long. Knox Black now out to 1.7 seconds, so he's just eking out the lead by a tenth a lap. That battle right there on screen with the live stream is the one to watch between Jack Jensen and AJ Leggett. Jensen with just a little bit of turn and understeer into 14. Probably not a passing opportunity there because you're on a similar line. But I reckon Jensen is under pressure big time here from the 64 of AJ Leggett. Definitely cannot afford to make a mistake. Needs to get the turn-in points right. Right here is the crucial point. Can Leggett get a better drive out of 10? Looked like he did. He's close. He's close. Can he get an inside run? Yes, and does, and clears for third. So Leggett clears Jack Jensen for that third position. Got a great run off of 10. And to be fair to Jack, he didn't close the door. Look, a minute 45 left to go, near on 2 minutes to go. Maybe he could have made it harder, but Leggett definitely had a little bit more outright pace. Just set him up out of 10. Got a similar run out, but mid-track had enough to get down the inside, under brakes, and pick up that third position. So Knox Black, he's extended now out to 2.5 seconds. Remembering that gap was back at 1.5 seconds about 4 to 5 laps ago. So Knox is definitely extended. Josh Williams, AJ Leggett, Jack Jensen, Aston Mills, Ethan Turnbull, Monty Jamison, Harper May, Ethan Baxter. Jax Fuller now up into the 10th position in the 44 with just on a minute left to go. So probably 2 more laps here. Knox Black, fastest lap of the race, down into the 48.1s, 48.19 for Knox Black. So, as impressive towards the end of this race as he was in the early stages and the middle stages, Knox Black is just dominating this first heat for KA3 Junior Light. A few of the other teams have got a little bit of work to do to get onto the pace of the flying Knox Black in the 33. Ran it in really deep into 13 that time. So one more lap after this one. It'll be the last lap board, last lap sign out at the conclusion of this lap for Knox Black. Out to 2.9 seconds. So smashed 4 tenths out of Josh Williams on that last lap. So Williams definitely struggling. AJ Leggett's probably one of the fastest drivers on track, and he is closing on Josh Williams. So I reckon Josh Williams' setup has just gone away. Probably a little bit too over-pressured on the tyres because he's losing 4 tenths to the leader, and the chasing Leggett is definitely making up ground as our leader comes out of the final sequence of corners to take the last lap sign over the top of the racetrack. 1 to go. Burrell ART chassis number 33. I think Leggett's going to run out of laps. Williams lost another 4 tenths to the leader on the last lap. Wow. Looks to be sliding around a little bit. It's definitely overpressured the tyres. Doesn't have the turn-in as nice as Knox Black. But AJ Leggett with that pass third. He's not going to get it to second, but impressive nonetheless. But the 33 of Knox Black will take heat 1 of KA3 Junior Lights. Second will be Josh Williams. Third, AJ Leggett, followed by Jack Jensen, Aston Mills, Ethan Turnbull, Monty Jamison, Harper May, Ethan Baxter, and the 44 of Jax Fuller. Knox Black dominating heat number 1 for KA3 Junior Lights. 3.5 seconds clear of the 9 of Josh Williams. And I think Josh might have a little bit of work to do just on setup to get it right for heat number 2 a little bit later on today. Up next, it will be tag restricted medium heat number 1. And we are back into it
Attention in the
with
pits, can I please get X30 down to the outside?
number 1 for tag restricted medium. Track might here, track. Hope you're enjoying our live stream coverage. Those on the track, doesn't get any better than that live. Fantastic facility. We've seen some good racing so far today. Right, tag restricted medium 1. 13 starters in this one, the 4 of Jai Buckley and the 96 of Jet Schumacher should be off the front row for this one. So tag restricted medium. What have we got after this? X30 Cadet P Heat 2, Cadet 9 Heat 1 and KA Junior Heat 1. That'll take us into a small lunch break. We'll try and catch up a little bit of time. We're not too far behind. Just had an earlier incident in the Cadet Ps. A couple of drivers involved that thankfully were pretty much A-OK. So again, you got the IAMEs and the Rotaxes in amongst this one with running the restrictors. Medium weight class. 4 out to the early jump by Buckley, dominated qualifying. Schumacher slotting into second. Definitely running the Tony kart. Very, very distinctive current model body panels on the Tonys, even if they're not running the sticker kit. What's Jai's thing out in front? Is that a Beryl ART? I'm not 100% sure. So 13 starters in this one. Heat 1 for tag restricted medium. I'm not sure what Jai's. If it's not a Beryl ART, it might be a red speed. Hard to say. As I said, different tests and manufacturers I haven't seen for a while. There you go. Definitely running the Miami. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Like all of our races today, except the Cadet Ps, which are 5 plus 1. We'll have our X30s out next for their first heat, part of the Pineapple series with the X30s. And I think it was the KA3 Seniors also running as part of that as well. Like a series within a series with the Track Championship here at Ipswich, round number 5 this weekend. Day 1 today, day 2 tomorrow with the pre-finals and finals for the bigger classes. The Cadet Ps today, we're going to do all 3 heats and the final. And I'll just race on day number 1. Hopefully we'll see everyone make out. It looked like there was too much damage on the karts, but bent steering columns and steering wheels amongst other things, so hopefully if those 2 youngsters are back up and running, they'll be back out for their second heat in a couple of races' time. So Jay Buckley just controlling things out in front. Jet Schumacher certainly hasn't let him get away, but there's about 4 kart lengths between them. '27 and 3rd, Hugo Quisales. Man, you guys have got some hard names here in Australia. I thought it was bad in New Zealand. That's why I ever became a rugby commentator over here. I can pronounce half the names. All right, so Buckley's in control out in front. We got a little, just need 3rd and 4th to close up. Hugo and Liam Turnbull in the 15. Passing behind them for 5th. And that would have been Thomas Kay and Nash Garland changing positions. So that'll put Garland back up into 5th now. Fastest lap of the race, Jet Schumacher in 2nd at a 49.94. Oh, he just ran off track. Over there between 7 and 8, just dropped a wheel off. I was about to say he was definitely closing the gap. He was back within 6/10. I reckon that's going to blow out. That little error just through 7 and 8, dropped the left rear off the edge of the track. I reckon this will be close out to a second now. He was within 6/10, and I was literally about to say he's closing, and didn't quite go to plan through 6 and 7, 7 and 8. Yeah, 1.2 seconds. That cost him half a second. Wow. Half a second to 6/10. That little bobble just dropped a wheel off between 7 and 8. And it's just taken all of that bite out of chasing down the race leader, Jai Buckley. Hugo behind in the 27, if anything, definitely closed the gap. And then you've got Liam Turnbull trying to stay with the 27 in that battle for 3rd and 4th. So Jet Schumacher had just set the fastest lap of the race. He was starting to close in on the race leader and just dropped the wheel off the exit of 7 and 8. I didn't see so much dust. It just might be a really big curb area over there. But you could definitely see the kart sort of drop down on the left rear, and he just couldn't get the thing straight and get it stopped to get it turned through 8, which is a relatively sharp turn where it actually comes back on itself, and a now shorter run to 9 with the new slightly shorter version to 9, with the track layout being slightly changed this weekend for the 5th round of the track championship. So 4.5 minutes left to go in this first heat for the tag restricted medium class. There's some good battles further back outside the top 4. Probably 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th are all now pretty much nose to tail. And that's what we're watching on screen now. So that'll be Nash Garland, Thomas Key, Scott Jordan, Aidan Tunnicliffe and James Simpson in that battle group outside of the top 4. So certainly a very different sound to what I was used to a couple of weeks ago. One of the tender announcements down Western Creek between British four strokes. It should just sound like two moving cars compared to these race engines. Proper race engines for a car anyway, two-stroke. Any four-stroke fans out there, I apologise. Alright, so Jai Buckley just dominating here. He's out to 1.6 seconds now, so after that small mistake from Jet Schumacher, he just has not been able to get the momentum back. Was definitely closing. Just on 3 minutes left to go in this one. This is the best battle group on track though. 6 and the 88 are going to try and go through the kinks side by side. James Simpson and Cameron Hope. We've got Kid Field, JJ Hamilton, Split completing this lineup for tag restricted medium. 66 of Aaron Split definitely sounds down on power. Like it's, I don't know, maybe broken a reed or something. It's an FR125 Rotax, so that's entirely possible, but definitely down on RPM and sounding very, very flat. So Buckley cruising through out to 1.9 seconds now. Continues to extend his lead over the chasing Jet Schumacher. Hugo Salas, or Sales. Still in that 3rd position in the 27. Hugo's just extended slightly over the Turnbull in 4th. In this next battle group, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, all the way back to the 88 of Cameron Hope. They're all still having their own little private battle for the minors. So that's definitely the best battle group. You can just see them going up into turn 10 now and coming off. Oh, a little mistake there from the head of that group. I think that might have been... It was either Nash Garland or Thomas Key, but one of them got a bad run out of 10. So we should see some changes here in the order for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Yeah, Scott Jordan goes up to 5th. Thomas Kay back to 6th, and Nash Garland back to 8th out of that exchange. So I think it was Nash at the head of that queue. Just, I don't know if there was contact there or not, but certainly got an awkward run out of turn number 10 and cost him 2 or 3 positions. 22 retires to the pits, JJ Hamilton. 66 continuing to circulate, but definitely down on RPM. So 50 seconds, might be one more lap after this one. They might get the last lap board, last lap sign as the battles continue further back. More positional changes for that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th battle group. I think that was the 88. In fact, it was the 18 of Aidan Tunnicliffe, I think, that was losing position there to the 88 of Cameron Hope. So inside the last 20 seconds, I think we will see the last lap sign this time for the race leader, who's down the back straight. Gaps out to 2.5 seconds now over Schumacher. 6 seconds, just coming out of the final sequence of corners and should get the last lap board. Yes, last lap for the 4 of Jai Buckley. Schumacher, gap still 2.5 seconds. 27 of Hugo Cursales. In third, Liam Turnbull 4th. Scott Jordan 5th. Thomas Keys 6th. It's the 88, the 6th, the 18. The 6th has got a little bit of damage to the left side pod after an exchange, I think, during this heat. There's been a little bit of contact for that battle group for 5th back to 10th. So the checkered flag's out here on the start-finish line. Buckley's halfway down the back straight to complete heat number 1 for tag restricted medium, which he's dominated, leading by 2.5 seconds plus. Out of the final corner, it will be Jai Buckley with the victory. Tag restricted medium from Schumacher. The 27 of Hugo Cursales. 15 Liam Turnbull right on his back bumper. And up into fighting 5th for the 41 of Scott Jordan, followed by Thomas Kay in 6th, Cameron Hope, James Simpson, Aidan Tunnicliffe, and completing the top 10 should be the 26 of Kev Field, running the Arrow chassis. So 4:96.27 for your top 3 in tag restricted medium. Heat number 1. Next up, it will be heat number 1 for the X30 class. Tell you what, there's no mucking around going on here. X30 straight out on track. Number 1 for the X30 class. Miami X30 125 vehicles.
Oh, my bad.
So the easiest way to tell the difference between an X30 and an FR125 Rotax, they're both 125cc water cooled, electric start. The IAMEs have their radiator on the left-hand side of the cart, and they have an external water pump driven off the axle, whereas the Rotaxes are internal. So the Rotax radiators are on the right-hand side as part of the engine package. The X30s have a totally separate radiator and separate water pump. So driven off the axle in the rear of the car. So 15. Brody Whitmore and Caden Thompson should be off the front row here. So heat number 1 for the X30 class, also running as part of their Pineapple series. So it's a 3-round series within a series as part of the track championship here at Ipswich. Cadet P's Heat 2 will be up next, followed by Cadet 9 and KA Junior, and then we're into a short lunch break. All right. Leading them up nice and slowly. Brodie Whitmore, Caden Thompson. Whitmore with the green and yellow number 1 Australia on board. Gets the start down in 1 and 2 off the exit and through to the lead. Oh, lots of jostling for position further back. Side by side through 3 with the 22 and the 8. I think the 22, Chad Risman definitely. Might be Ryan Hughes in the 80. My eyesight isn't getting any better, and trying to see the race numbers over the other side of the track ain't working, trust me. So Risman was definitely one of them in it, but they went side by side through 3, which is a little bit of a hold your breath moment because you don't have a lot of time to think before you get to 4 and that little flick through 4, 5 and 6. So Whitmore, Thompson, Jai Flynn, Jace Matthews, Isaac McNeil lost the position on that lap in the 17. He goes back into the 5th position. I love these things. They're fast, unrestricted. I'm not sure, 100% sure of the exact horsepower figures for these unrestricted X30s. I know the FR125s are 30 horsepower. There or thereabouts. Very, very popular platform around the world. I know I race against enough of them down the road at the dirt track. So Whitmore continuing to command the lead with the Energy chassis. The green and gold number 1 emblazoned on the NASA on the side pods of the Energy chassis, current Australian champ. Jace Matthews with the fastest lap of the race at a 47.833 in the 74, and he's back in the 4th position. And right there with 2nd and 3rd. So Matthews fastest on track. But a couple of bumpers to try and get past to even have a chance of getting to Whitmore. And there's a reason Whitmore has the 1 on board. He fast. Super fast. So I think it was the 81 that was got together with the 22 really wrong. It was the 81 just going by. I was just checking the number. 80's just ahead. It was definitely a red, I thought, 81, but it just got slotted back with them going side by side through 3 in the early couple of laps. So you've got Brodie Whitmore, Caden Thompson, Jai Flynn, Jace Matthews. Whitmore's just gone fastest. Isaac McNeil in 5th, Chad Risman 6th, Ryan Hughes 7th in the 80, 81 Kai Burke 8th, Tyson McGill in the 36 9th, and Angus Maxworthy in 10th in cart number 25. Running in the green and white. So Whitmore's not getting away too much. He's still within a second of lead. 0.8 of a second is the race lead. Whitmore's gone fastest in a 47.44. I'm pretty sure that was on the previous lap when it flashed up. I just saw it drop off, but I'm pretty sure that was on the previous lap. So Caden Thompson within 8 tenths. Certainly hasn't let him get away. Bit of a gap, but can he mount a challenge and just work his way onto the back bumper of the 1 towards the latter stages of this first heat for the X30 class? Still the 10 of Jai Flynn in the 3rd position. 74 Jace Matthews in 4th. Whitmore's just gone faster again by 3 tenths, 47.13. I might have just answered my own question because he's just taken 2 tenths out of Caden Thompson in 2nd. So I think Brodie might just be able to control out there. If he needs to go faster, he can. Doesn't need to go nuts every lap and just put hurt on the tyres, which have got to last throughout the weekend. through 2 heats, a pre-final and a final, and tomorrow's pre-final and final are longer races, definitely, with what I would acknowledge and call a CIK style format, which was introduced back in New Zealand a long, long time ago, and obviously here in Australia probably about the same time. Gone are the days of the traditional 3 or 4 heats and a final. You have some opportunities if you end up with a tough race, you can regain the grids and work your way back up to the pre-final or set the grid for the final. So your weekend's not over if you have a shocker in heat number 1, which I sort of agree with. I like the old heat mix-up where you had to start from the back from at least one of them and try and minimise the damage and make passes. I think that definitely made a difference back in the old days with having to start from the rear of the field and make passes, especially if you're fast. So, but yeah, we're a long way past that now, more so with the calibre of the drivers, the technology of the karts and the engines, and with these one-make classes where you're all running the same engine package, the only difference is the nut behind the wheel and the chassis and your settings on the car. The engines should pretty much be exactly the same. The only thing you can change there is gearing to suit, but again, with these faster guys and they're all around the same weight, the gearing's probably not an awful lot different within a tooth, 2 maybe maximum, but yeah, hard to say. So Brodie Whitmore, gap 0.95 of a second at the start of the last lap. It's about the same, like Thompson took 100th out of him in that last lap. If anything, Jai Flynn's probably closed the gap again on Thompson for second. He looks really smooth, especially on that run through 5, 6 to 7. So just keep an eye on the 10 of Jai Flynn. And he's probably, other than the leader, the quickest driver on track right now. Then you've got that next battle group headed by the 74 of Jace Matthews, Isaac McNeil in the 17, Chad Risman in the 22, and Ryan Hughes in the 80. In fact, you're probably 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, back to 9th in a very, very similar group. 36 at the tail of that Q Tyson McGill with a couple of kart lengths to try and make up, but that 4th back to 9th is a fairly close group. So Whitmore extended on that last lap, put 3 tenths on Thompson out to 1.2 seconds. Just half a second is the difference between Thompson and Flynn for second and third. Just over 2 minutes left to go in this one before the last lap. 2 minutes. Whitmore just, look, well in control out in front. Doesn't need to do anything silly. I think if he's got pressure on, he just decides to go fast. A little quick look over his shoulder to see where the 10 is. Oh, actually, Flynn just took 6 tenths out of him. The gap's down to 0.6. What's going on there? Hang on, we've lost the leader. He's just stopped down here in front of us. What happened to Brodie Whitmore? I just looked up and saw the 5 was leading and went, hang on, where did Whitmore just go? It literally, I don't know if it's locked up, but it's stopped down here in front of race control just coming into the pit complex. So, wow, that's a game changer. From looking so comfortable, it has just stopped, and I think it's stopped in a hurry. So Caden Thompson out in front now from Jai Flynn, Jace Matthews, and that was within about a minute and a half left to go in the heat, as the number 1 Energy has been pushed back into the pits. So, from looking like he was doing it so easily, Brodie Whitmore's had an issue. So I don't know if it's rolled a chain or if it's locked up or what. I certainly didn't hear a howl of tyres. Like coming past me that fast, you would hear something if it locked up. But I was sort of watching and gauging the battle behind them for second and third, and absolutely missed the fact that he'd stopped just down here to our left here in race control. So that was bizarre. 30 seconds left to go, so one more lap after this one for the last lap board. Caden Thompson, Jai Flynn, Jace Matthews, Isaac McNeil 4th, Chad Risman 5th, Ryan Hughes 6th in the number 80. It'll be interesting to know what just happened there to Brodie Whitmore. So we've also lost the 37 of Dean Kane. He had an issue about 6 laps ago and has either stopped out on track. Oh yeah, he's actually out of the kart down in the gravel off the end of the back straight. So that's where Dean Kane's parked. Last lap board is out. Caden Thompson, Jai Flynn, Jace Matthews. No Brodie Whitmore. What happened to the one? Last lap. Not a bad battle group. Again, sort of pretty much 3rd to 8th. They've been putting all sorts of pressure on each other throughout the race distance. But out in front, Caden Thompson, I think he was sort of resigned to the fact that Whitmore was going to win it because he was doing it pretty comfortably. I'd literally just said that Whitmore, if he needed to go quicker, I think he could have, and then it stopped. So Caden Thompson will take the victory from Jai Flynn. Jace Matthews, 17, Isaac McNeil, 22, Chad Risman, 80, Ryan Hughes. 7th will be the 81 of Kai Burke. 8th, 36, Tyson McGill. 9th, the 88 of Jay Keys. And in 10th will be the 70 of Angus Keys Salas. Sales. Wow. Okay. Next up, Heat 2 for Cadet P. 3 to go before the lunch break here at IKC. Absolutely stunning day, beautiful conditions. We will be back with more with heat number 2 for Cadet P. Our newbies. Conditioning button in the commentary box. I'm happy now. It's like a sauna in here. All right, Cadet P, heat number 2. Did we get the Armstrongs back out there? The 63 and the 3. Let's have a look. Is Carter Coulthard going through? No, unfortunately not for heat number 2 by the looks of it. I know after their incident in heat number 1, they were both standing and got up into our recovery vehicle to go off the track and just get assessed by the medicos. Fantastic team at IKC, but unfortunately they have not made it back out for various reasons for this second heat for Cadet P. So we've got a combination of Cadet 9s and 12s. These are the newbies that have come into karting fairly recently. And they'll constantly be getting assessed by the officials going forward to allow them to move on to the full grade in Cadet 9 and 12 here at Ipswich, and a couple of them certainly aren't too far away from being able to do that, having watched them so far this weekend. So we should have the 76 Jaeger Spielmeyer starting off the pole. Dominated the first heat, which I think we ended up finishing a lap short with a red flag due to that incident towards the end, and hopefully the two Armstrong boys are okay. So we got 10 out there by the looks of it for this one. So this is 5 minutes plus 1 lap. Up after these will be heat number 1 for our Cadet 9s, which is another big field. So they'll revert back to their qualifying lineup. So as per they qualified. So the 76 starting off the pole with this one. This will be chased by the... Who's that in second? Is that Elias in the 95? Got Carter Coulthard definitely back there in the... Now, it is the 52 of Noah Fine because I'm in the first heat results instead of looking at the live timing. So 76, 52, 88. So it is the 52 of Noah Fine that is in the second position. See if Noah can stay with the leader in this one. Third is the 13 of Max Simpson. Fourth is the 5 of Carter Coulthard. Mum must be on the duties today because Dad Fabian's on horse driving duties. I'm assuming at Mount Cotton. Fantastic driver training program, and Fabian's been a part of that for a long, long time. Well, a little bit of contact out there. It's getting willing for third and fourth. Max Simpson and Carter Coulthard, just with a little bit of nose to tail stuff going on through the infield. As the first two are getting away from our next battle group is Coulthard, looking down the inside here for third. Trying to get down the inside of Max Simpson, and does that, and through to third goes the number 5 of Carter Coulthard. Running the Paralin chassis. 95 of Elias El-Ghazi just slotting into that next position behind Carter. So third and fourth is our best battle group right now. In fact, the next one back's not too bad either with the 13, 86 and 99 for Ray Sharma and Clyde Sykes. A couple of good little battle groups going there. So Carter Coulthard, pretty sure this is the first year that young Carter's been racing. I've been following Fabian on Coulthard on Facebook. Following Fabian on Facebook, and was very excited to get his young boy into kart sport racing, as exchanging positions again there with the 95 of Elias. There's some good passes going on there. Carter with a nice pass to third, and Elias in the 95 with a nice pass back into third. And this can only help them with their racecraft, having a good, clean race, making clean passes. Because these little karts, they look small, they are still very, very quick. And you can, as we saw in the first heat, get into trouble with them, and things can go wrong. But that's part of what, racing is about, teaching these kids to drive and be better at it when they get into full-size cars later on in life. I honestly wished I had done it as a younger kid. I didn't get into karting until I was probably 16, 17. Wasn't as good as running myself as we were other people over on the other side of the ditch. And we go a long way back with the likes of the Dale Verrills and the John Targets and people like that. Dale was obviously based in New Zealand originally before he came over here, and JT came over and helped us out with the drivers that we were running over there. So it's, New Zealand and Australia have always had close camaraderie in karting. We still see the Kiwis coming over here with the Australian Championships, the Rotax Nationals, and a few of the Aussies have appeared over in New Zealand, and that's how I got to know the likes of Scott Howard and some of those guys. Jackson Evans actually came over and raced at the same time Scotty was over there when I was commentating in New Zealand with some of the series stuff we did with Rotax and the shifter carts and things like that. So that's sort of how we've got to know some of the Aussies. And for me, it's no different really to other stuff that we've done with jet sprinting, with offshore powerboating, with circuit racing, with drag racing. Everyone knows each other from both sides of the ditch, so it's pretty cool. And it certainly has been pretty cool to be a part of. 76 of Jager Spielmeyer is still your race leader. From the 52 of Noah Fine, into that great battle for third between Elias Algosi and Carter Coulthard. Elias still in that third position. How are we doing time-wise? Last lap board is out. All right, so 76, your race leader. We'll take the last lap board this time. Let's hope we get a nicer, cleaner finish to the end of this one than we did heat number 1. And I hope the two Armstrong boys are doing okay down there in the pits if they're listening to me. So one more lap for the 76 of Jager Spielmeyer. And then we go back to the 52 of Noah Fine, 95 Elias Algosi and 5 Carter Coulthard. And Elias and Carter are actually both catching the 52 of Noah. I think they might just run out of time here, but doing a great job. And again, continuing to gain confidence, going forward. I reckon maybe out of this weekend, one, maybe a couple might make the move out into the rated 9s and 12s potentially. So Jager and Noah are both in the Cadet 12 age group. Elias and Carter are in the 9 age group. As the 76 of Jager Spielmeyer will take the victory in heat number 2. Elias with a huge run on the last lap, but it's going to be the 52 of Noah Fine just on the line from the 95 of Elias Algosi. 5 Carter Coulthard in the 4th position. Then we'll go back in 5th to the 99 of Virat Sharma. 13 Max Simpson. 86 Kai Sykes. And the 88 of Amaya Sorensen. So that's our second heat completed for Cadet P. Up next it will be heat number 1 for Cadet 9 to be followed by KA2 Junior. And then our lunch break on day 1 here at the Ipswich Kart Club, Ipswich Race of Champions, day 1 here on Saturday. I hope you're enjoying the live stream, and we'll be back with more very, very shortly with Cadet 9 Heat 1. Straight back into it with Cadet 9. We're only 4 to 5 minutes late from our time guide here. Trying to run to time, but we can catch that little bit of time up with the lunch break coming up in 2 races time. This is Cadet 9 with a massive field. How many have we got into this one? 28. 28 for Cadet 9. So 7 to 9 years of age. And then from Cadet 9, they go into Cadet 12. Some of the older kids. So we've got a few more parents out there on the infield this time, all wearing high vis, of course. 28 is the field. What a fantastic sight. our Cadet 9 class. Vortex Mini Rock. Cool little air-cooled engine. So we should have Leo Milligan and Grayson McPhee off the front row for this one. 25 and 72. 18 Emerson Mills, 99 Harry Lack from the second row. 74 Cooper Heffernan. And the 2 of Matika Tremaine from the third row. See if we get the green this time. Certainly got them spread right across the track. Nah, lights do not go out. Not happy. Didn't look too bad. Starter makes the final decision. There's a little bit of over-the-shoulder gesturing with the hands, with a little bit of contact on the run up to 2 as they're all sort of getting slowed up, having not taken that start. So the red light did not go out that time. I'll go around one more time. Awesome to see such a big entry for club day here. It is the 5th round of the club championship, so lots to aim for at the end of the season for the Ipswich Kart Club. Regular races here. Nearly 250 entries this weekend. I think for the Australian Championships here they were over 400, which is just mental. Very, very cool. But wow, just such cool numbers. So definitely seeing some growth around Australia with karting across all ages. Very, very slow down the back straight. This is what you got to be a little bit careful about, being so slow that you're not fouling plugs. So I think there might be a few of the youngsters getting a little bit grumpy further back, because man, they are slow. Wow. Front row bringing them up really, really slow. There's been lots of nose to tail stuff going behind as they're all giving each other a hurry up. You do not want to run the risk of fouling a plug with these little 2 strokes. They're still getting into each other further back through the field. Man, I thought one of the earlier races was slow coming up. This one's super, super slow. Lights are out and we are going green. This is going to be busy down into turn number 2. Really probably don't want to be on the outside through the midfield. They actually all got through. Everyone got through. Cool. Fantastic effort. Oh, we got one on the grass. It was 4. William Whitaker, just with a little excursion. Coming off of 3 on the approach to 4, ended up on the outside and skated through the grass. Managed to continue on. Lots of position changes up the front. We are side by side for the lead. I think Milligan and McPhee were side by side. One of them got a great run around the outside of turn number 10 and through into the lead, just trying to pick up which one it is. Really hard to see the numbers on that kart. It is the 99. So it was actually Harry Lack from the second row. Harry went around the outside off the exit of 10 and went through to the lead. So Harry Lack is your race leader, Leo Milligan, Grayson McPhee, Emerson Mills. So they've all lost positions, and Henry Lack, I think, has picked them off from the second row to go through to the lead for heat number 1 of Cadet 9. So KA2 Junior next. That'll conclude our first round of racing today, with a little lunch break in between and then back into the second round of heats. Heat 3 and a final for Cadet P. This is good racing out in front. Leo Milligan, Harry Lack, Grayson McPhee. So Lack, Milligan, McPhee, Emerson Mills in the 18 now into the 4th position. See on that live stream shot that big change of direction, 4 to 5. Just have no time to think. You've just got to commit and send it. This is the new shorter run into the new turn 9 for this weekend. Normally they go a little bit further down the track past those tyres to the left-hander. So 2 quite different corners actually with the way that you get around them. Still positional changes. So there's another one there in the mix, I think. Who was that into third in the green? 72. No, still Grayson. Thought they'd actually made a pass there, but just battling for position. Oh, up the inside at 2. Emerson Mills with a perler. That is a great pass. A little bit of exit oversteer through 6. Just cost him a little bit of exit speed in the first 2. Just sort of jumped away from that second group of 3. But Emerson Mills with a beautiful pass into 2. Just sized him up and launched it down the inside and picked up the position. That's one of the passes of the day, I reckon. I think McPhee might have got back up the inside of him, though, to third, as Mills comes back at him and gets the spot back. But while they're battling each other and passing each other, the first 2 are getting away from everyone. So it's a parallel in 1-2. Harry Lack with the fastest lap of the race at a 53.26. Leo Milligan staying with him. But it's this next group at the moment. They're just sort of tying each other up and costing themselves time to the first 2. Mills and McPhee battling together. And I think Vinnie Misson might have just sneaked up the inside of McPhee to 4th there in the 77. So this is where some of the older drivers with experience work it out and go, right, let's work together. If you're faster than me, I'm going to latch onto the back of you. You chase the first 2 down. Let's not be battling. Let's not be changing positions. Let's all work together. Go forward. Definitely the 77 into 4th now. Vinnie Misson. Leo Milligan with the fastest lap of the race at a 53.22. And in the second position and right on the back bumper of Harry Lack, the race leader. Milligan with the fastest lap. Emerson Mills back up into 3rd, chased by Vinnie Misson and Grayson McPhee. So let's see if these 3 can work together to try and get up to the leading 2. Another pass for position. In fact, that was actually Vinnie Misson going through into the 3rd position as they continue to battle with each other. Mills trying to get back up the inside of Misson. So it's not quite going to plan, as there's another change in there as well. And I think the 74 of Cooper Heffernan now up inside the top 5. Man, there are some fantastic battles right through this field. But first and second, then 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Wojtek Krapinski's in there as well in the number 71. So the first 2 have extended their advantage over Vinnie Misson in the 3rd position. Where are we time-wise? Inside 4 minutes. 3.75 minutes. 3:45. I don't know where to watch at the moment because there are so many battle groups right through this field and the racing has been awesome. A little bit of contact there through into 6. I think that was... I think the 74 and the 72 were sort of in that mix, as they're all over each other. So we've got another battle group developing here with 3rd and 4th Misson and Mills have just got a little bit of separation ahead of Cooper Heffernan up into 5th. So I think it was the 72 and 71 behind them that might have had a little bit of contact. So where are we? Inside of 3 minutes. Still lots of racing to go on here at IKC for Heat 1. This is only Heat 1 for Cadet 9. Misson and Mills. Mills up the inside. Nice pass into 2. Just hurt the exit speed a little bit. Misson's right on the back bumper. there was nearly a little assist on the run through 4 to 5, and if he had got in the wrong spot at 4, would have fired him through probably to the outside of the track. So the pressure off the leaders, they can battle amongst themselves. Harry Lack in control. Just missed who that fastest lap was there on the scoring, but that's all right. We've got a race to watch here at the moment. So Lack, Milligan, Misson, Mills. Misson's got back ahead of Mills. So Mills made the pass at 2. Then we go back to Cooper Heffernan, Grayson McPhee, Watchtech Krapinski, Matika Tremaine, Cooper Van Twist, and Dominic Mixo. Inside 2 minutes. So Lack now's got a little bit of a gap. That buffers out to over half a second. Misson's definitely made some progress from qualifying up into the top 3 for this one. That's the 74 and the 18 in the 3rd position on screen with the live stream as they head up towards turn number 10. Looking for the best amount of drive down to get the run, maybe up the inside under brakes into 11 for Mills. Yes, gets that pass done nicely. 74 of Cooper Heffernan, just in behind those two. We have got just on a minute left to go. Maybe, I'm thinking 2 laps. 2 laps. Oh, we're 3 wide out of 2 with Misson, Mills and Heffernan. Wow. Seriously? Problems for the 8. Dan Sewell's retired into the pit area, unfortunately. If they weren't 3 wide, they were definitely 2.5 wide out of 2 in that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. So what are we at? 25 seconds. I think they'll do another one after this to get the last lap board. 18 seconds. As Lack's just coming off the final corner now. Yeah, it'll be 1 more to go after this. So last lap board out next time. That 3rd, 4th and 5th battle, that has been awesome. 6th, 7th and 8th, just about as good. With the 71, 72 and the 2 in there. Wojtek Krapinski, Grayson McPhee, Matika Tremaine. Oh, Misson had another look up the inside on Mills into 9. There's some very, very nervous parents out there, eh? They don't know what to do with their hands. Mills battling there with the 74 of now Heffernan. I think Misson might have cleared both of them with a little bit of a gap as our leader comes through with the last lap board out now. 99.25, 77. Misson still in 3rd. Heffernan 4th and Mills back to 5th. So Heffernan cleared Mills on that last lap. Grayson McPhee's in there in the 72 now, applying the pressure to the back of the 18. Now Mills was up into 3rd a few laps ago. Oh, McPhee sent it down the inside at 9. Did he get away with it? Looks like he did. There was a little bit of a rub maybe coming off. But I think McPhee has got into 5th. As we look for our race leader, 99, Harry Lack. Just coming up towards some lap traffic, but it will be the 99 of Harry Lack taking an awesome victory in Heat 1. From the 25 of Leo Milligan, 77 Vinnie Misson, 74 Cooper Heffernan, 18 Emerson Mills, 72 Grayson McPhee, 7th will be the 71 of Watchtech Krapinski, 8th to Matika Tremaine, 9th Cooper Van Twist, and 10th Dominic Mixo. What an unreal race. That was way cool. Very, very cool. So he's... Just a reminder, guys, you can't walk across a live racetrack. don't know if you're listening or not, but anyway. Okay, so last one before the lunch break. Up next will be KA2 Junior, heat number 1. All right, welcome back to our live stream. Oh, we've got a couple of karts actually going off pre-race. I can't say that I've seen that before. 2 spinners on the outlap for heat number 1 of KA2 Junior. How'd we figure that? All right, so this is our last of our first heats before our lunch break. KA2 Junior. So we should have 11 out there for this one. Yeah, so we've one going backwards from the tyre stack, one not even making a start yet, and then one went through the tyre stack and ended up down at the original turn 9. Alright, so we should have Levi Dossel and Xander Watts off the front row for this one, 24 Riley Harrison and 6 Vincent Horst. Off the second row, Archer Bailey and Oscar Hinnick from the third row. So KA2 Junior, water cooled, 125cc Vortex. I reckon that last Cadet 9 race was the race of the day so far. That was very, very cool to watch. If you're joining us for the first time today here at the track, welcome to Ipswich Kart Club. If you're joining us on the live stream, welcome to Ipswich Kart Club. And coverage of round number 5 of the Ipswich Track Championship. The Ipswich Race of Champions. No start in that one, so they'll go around one more time. Definitely one not starting, so I think they're just making a little fix there for the tyres that bundled across the track to stop the drivers going down to the original turn 9. Because we've changed the track configuration in a couple of places just to make a bit of a difference. So we've got a couple of the officials out there just making changes down there. You can see that there. Who's that? That's the 57 of Xander Watts, so he will not be starting off the front row. In fact, Xander's standing there and here behind the tyre wall underneath the flag stand, so should see a start this time. And this will lead us into lunch, and we're scheduled back into the second round of heats from about 1:45. So last one, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. KA2 Junior here at the Ipswich Kart Club. Track Championship round 5, all that was messy. I think the 60, might have been the 95 of Oscar Hennett sort of Made a fairly big lane change off the start, and there was some contact side by side with a couple of karts. It looks like they've managed to get through the first couple of few turns unscathed, but that was certainly a little bit messy at the start of that one. So 10 minutes plus 1 lap, the last of our first heats for the KA2 juniors. See who we've got as our race leader. It will be the 11, Levi Dossel. Look like 17. Riley Harrison in the second in the 24. Vincent Horst back to third in the 6. KA2 junior class. Levi Dossel with the race lead in the number 11. A beautiful chrome blue. See what a chassis-wise it is when it comes past. See if I can figure that out. Get the onboard camera out to off his left shoulder, off the radiator. Nah, can't see what that is. Definitely a Tony kart in second with the 24 of Riley Harrison. So a slightly smaller field than what we've been seeing with some of the 20-plus fields across many of the classes. 12 classes here this weekend. Day one here at Ipswich with our first round of heats. Into tomorrow, pre-final and finals. Scotty Howard should be back on commentary for that one. I'm still not 100% sure of what I'm doing tomorrow. We'll see how we go. We've got a bit going on at home and getting stuff organised for next week with work and everything, so... It was a late call-up from Scotty Cleveland, like 10 o'clock on Thursday night when he messaged me, and I'm like, yeah, just ring me tomorrow. So still it's definitely 17 on the number plates. Or is that the weirdest looking 11 ever? But the timing's saying it's Levi, so we'll go with that. Riley Harrison definitely in the second position. Up into third now goes the 77 of Seth. Vincent de Horst back to fourth. Then we go to the 95 of Oscar Hennett and the 80 of Archer Bailey to complete our top 6 with still 7 minutes left to go in this one. We're only 3 minutes in. Definitely a 17 on the side pods in the NASA. I've got 11 on the scoring, but we'll go with 17. That's what's on the card. Riley Harrison in second. So Levi with the fastest lap of the race in 47.008. The gap is 0.4 of a second. So 0.4 of a second, the difference between first and second. Then it's a further second back to the 77 of Seth Huth. Another pass for position there. I think that might have been the 95 of Oscar Hennett getting the run on the 6 of Te Horst. Yep, so up to fourth goes the 95 of Oscar Hennett. Still Levi with the fastest lap of the race at a 46.86. 10th out of the second place Riley Harrison on that last lap, so the gap's out to 0.5. They continue to extend, although I reckon Seth and the 77 might just be starting to chase them down. The gap was 1.2 seconds at the start of the last lap. Let's just keep an eye on third here, because I reckon he's got some pace on. Got through to third, made up a couple of positions at least. And might be just on track here to, if he's not fastest, he'll be close, but he's definitely closing the gap. Oscar Hennett with the fastest lap of the race, 46.7. Back in the fourth position. So Oscar's got some pace on as well, so and third and fourth and maybe the fifth place Vincent de Horst have gone a little bit backwards off the race start. Can they sort of regroup and get back to that leading duo, Levi Dossel and the 24 of Riley Harrison? Gap out to 0.6, so Levi took another 10th out of the second place Harrison on the last lap. Another 10th there. And the third place Seth Huth is 1.4 back, so he's actually losing time to the second place of Harrison. I thought he was going forward there for a moment, but it's just sort of stalled there a little bit. And if anything, I think Oscar Hennick's probably just about the fastest driver on track back there in fourth. He's definitely closed the gap to Seth in third. Riley Harrison is not trying not to let Levi get away. He looks very, very settled out of the final corner. 0.7 last lap, 0.6. So Harrison took a 10th back out of him. Seth Huth definitely falling back into the clutches of Oscar Hennick here. Seth. So Hennick goes quickly again into 46.731. Seth is not losing that much ground to the second place of Harrison though, but certainly Oscar Hennick, with the fastest lap of the race, is the fastest on track. And I reckon Harrison's just starting to come back to Levi now. Took a 10th out of him on the last lap. I reckon he's taken at least another 10th out of him here. 0.6 down to half a 10th. Okay. Half a 10th, but he was quicker. Inside 3 minutes. Hennick looking for third. Vincent de Horst, he's picked up his pace as well, and he's starting to come back to that third and fourth battle. Then we go back to Ryan Webster, Archer Bailey and AJ Leggett in 6th, 7th and 8th. So Oscar just can't quite get the drive off 10 to get close enough to get a little bit of overlap under brakes down into 11 off the end of the back straight. Just might be lacking a little bit of drive down now. Gap stable between Levi and Riley, still 0.6 of a second, so Riley's not letting him get away, but at the same time he's not drastically closing that gap. Minute 40. 3, maybe 4 laps left to go here. Levi Dossel in control out in front by 6/10. Seth Huth looks like he's got Oscar covered now. 3 kart lengths in it for third and fourth. Gap still 0.6 between first and second, so nothing between them in outright lap speed right now, and Riley Harrison just can't close that gap back up. They've both got very similar speed right around the circuit right now. It has not varied out of 0.6 of a second for the last 4 laps. And Seth and Oscar are now dropping back off the 2 leaders. So they're losing probably a 10th and a half plus a lap. 30 seconds left to go on the monitor. 1 more after this for last lap. Heaps of the teams down here on the fences watching this one. Levi Dossel, Riley Harrison. Hey, guess what the gap is? 0.6 for the 5th lap in a row. It's literally changed by a couple of hundredths each lap, but it's stayed within 0.6 of a second, within 0.7, but it's in the 0.6s for the last 5 laps. They're doing pretty much exactly the same lap times. Levi's trying to Seth Huth trying to fight off Oscar. A little bit of contact as Oscar launched it up the inside. Seth holds onto the position, but there was definitely contact down through under brakes into turn 11. Oscar with a quick look over his shoulder to see where the 6 of De Horst was. Last lap board is out. Whoop, for the first time in 5 laps, the gap's down to 0.54. So Riley took a 10th out of Levi on that last lap, but Levi looks pretty comfortable in front. He's got 3 to 4 kart lengths. Definitely cannot afford to make a mistake because Riley will be right there. Got it right out of 10. Quick look over the shoulder to see where the chasing Riley Harrison is. Seth continues to hold off Oscar after that last exchange. Checkered flag is out and it will be Levi Dossel taking the victory in heat number 1 for KA2 Junior from Riley Harrison. Oscar Hennick on the last lap. So where Seth Huth was back and forth, so Oscar got by him on that last run. That must have been in the last 2 or 3 corners because I missed it. Vincent De Horst 5th, Ryan Webster 6th, Archer Bailey 7th, AJ Leggett 9th, followed by Johnny Wright in the 30 and Xavier Knight in 10th position. So what happened to Seth Huth on that last lap? I thought he was under control, under brakes down into 11. Just that last few corners, and there was definitely a positional change that saw the 95 of Oscar Hennick getting up into the 3rd position. All right, that's our first round of heats completed, folks. We've got a lunch break happening here at the track. We'll be back with the live stream at about 1:45. So don't go away this afternoon if you are watching the live stream. We've got our second round of heats, plus heats 3 and the final for Cadet P. We'll be back with more shortly with the Ipswich Race of Champions here at the Ipswich Kart Club. Day 1 Saturday. We'll be back soon.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount. We, the drivers, team members, parents.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Why do you love racing here at Ippy?
For the competition.
Because of the great food.
It's a good track.
Random grid or qualifying?
Qualifying.
Depends on which class.
Your class.
I have 2 classes.
KA2.
Qualifying.
Random grid.
Have you actually done any schoolwork this week?
No.
No.
A little bit.
Do you actually go to school?
No.
Why do you love racing here at Ippy?
Well, I just like the competition, great track, great facilities, and everyone who works in the background to get it all done.
Good answer, mate. Random grid or qualifying?
Maybe slightly controversial, but I like random grid.
I do too. And have you actually done any schoolwork this week?
A little bit.
Just flew back into the country?
Yeah.
How'd you go in New Zealand?
Not the best, had some mechanical problems, but what do you do?
Racing. Yep. Good job, mate. Thank you.
Thanks.
So here with the CXR team here at Ippy.
Competition.
Get to see all my mates.
It's close by. Good racing.
Nice. Random grid or qualifying?
Qualifying.
Definitely qualifying.
Qualifying.
Oh, stitch up. And have we actually done any schoolwork this week?
Only 3 classes.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, I have. Sadly.
Is it going to help?
No.
Would you rather be at the track?
Yeah.
Why do you love racing here at Ippy?
Oh, I love it just because all of the people, all of the friends, the club meet is so well put together.
Good job, mate. Tyler, been a while. Why do you like racing here at Ippy?
Mate, front row seat. We have a good little spot here, thanks to you guys. And to be honest, I haven't raced here for a while, but this is just a great circuit. It's got a bit of everything, and yeah, it's always a good event.
Nice. Stitch myself up here. Random grid or qualifying?
I think definitely qualifying because it's based off skill.
Nice.
Random grid, for sure.
Nice. Bit of old school there. This one's probably not going to work for Tyler, but have you actually been to school this week?
Yes, I have 2 times.
2 times. Have you been to school this week?
I haven't, mate. No kids, no school. It's all good, except for this one.
Well done. Thanks, guys. Why do you love racing here at Ippy? I'll come back to you. Why do you love racing here at Ippy?
Because it's way more better through the corners and faster than Coffs Harbour.
Controversial. Why do you love racing at Ippy?
Because it's really fun.
And its events are run really, really well, hey?
Yeah.
Got plenty of friends here?
Yeah.
Random grid or qualifying? Which one do you prefer?
Qualifying.
Why?
Because then all the slow people up the front. Because I had the bad place position and I always get spin out.
No good.
And have you actually been to school this week?
Yes.
How many days?
I don't know.
Monday was a public holiday and today's Friday and you're at the track. How many days?
Oh, not 4.
Really? Good job, guys. Well done. Good job. Why do you love racing here at Ippy?
To tell Pete what to do.
Why do you love bringing your kid to race at Ippy?
Because I can tell him to tell Pete what to do.
What do you actually do here?
I walk around and look busy, and that's about it.
Jackson, why do you like racing at Ippy?
Oh, good drivers.
No, we're coming back. No, you've nailed it. Random grid or qualifying?
Random grid.
Yes, my man.
Random grid all the way.
Random grid for some classes, not all.
We are qualifying this weekend for the cadets and KA3, so that makes sense. Jackson, random grid, qualifying.
I reckon we do reverse grid all year.
I'm with you. I love it. And am I going to be giving you a trophy tomorrow?
I don't know. We'll see.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
You're not racing. You're no good. Am I going to be giving you a trophy tomorrow?
I'm not racing either.
Why do you love racing here at Ippy?
Everything's just great here. I love racing. I love all the people. It's just great fun to go away from school and have some fun at the racetrack.
Just like the good facilities, good racing, good track, friends with everyone.
I mean, I just like all the officials and the racing and all the competition. It's really tough, and yeah, it's just a good environment to race in.
Yeah, awesome. Random grid or qualifying, which one do you prefer?
Look, I think for the field that we have here at Ipswich, it's strong field, lots of people, so I'd say qualifying.
Random grid.
Yeah, probably random grid because you can just work your way up and you can just practice your skills and all that.
Yeah, learn to pass. And hopefully you don't crash, and if not, Mum and Dad will pay for it. All good. Have you actually been to school this week?
Yes, sort of.
How many days?
Well, I'm homeschooled, so I go to a homeschool group, so 2 days.
That's not bad. Good job.
Yeah, 2 days, but haven't done any work.
Like 3 days. But, I mean, just get to know your stuff and all that. So.
It's the first week, isn't it? Yeah, got to ease your way into rather be at the track? Yeah. Of course. Am I going to give you a trophy tomorrow?
I hope so. It's just whether I make it there or not.
You'll be fine.
Hopefully.
Excellent.
Yeah, hopefully.
I might need to get more trophies. Good job, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, why do you love racing here at Ipswich?
Because I like to be with my friends and my family, and I like the officials because they're really kind.
Nice job, sucking up to the officials early. What about you, mate?
Because it's fun.
Excellent. Random grid or qualifying, which one do you prefer?
Qualifying because then you get to cruise a start if you race, like a good lap time. Qualifier.
Don't like random grid? No? Learn to pass?
No.
Have you actually been to school this week?
Yeah, I think. I don't know.
You don't know if you've been to school?
I don't remember.
Have you been to school?
Yeah.
How many days?
4.
That's not bad. Good on you. Well done.
Terrible.
Well, that's not bad. Okay. Am I going to give anyone a trophy tomorrow night?
Mate. Hopefully.
You?
Yeah.
Sure?
Yeah.
Do you want a big trophy?
Yeah.
Okay. See what I can do.
How big are they?
They're not that big this week, but there are feature trophies, so they're pretty good.
Like, what do they look like?
You'll see them. They're down there. You'll see them. Really? Yeah. All right. Have fun, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for the chat.
Yeah. Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah.
See you guys. Okay, we're here with Chris Walton, legend of the sport, who's had a bit of a change lately and started his own thing, Chris Walton Motorsport. Do you want to give us a quick rundown on your offering, where and when, and how people get in contact with you?
Yeah, we just decided to start out and do sort of more the beginner side of the sport. We're just starting out and you don't know actually anything about the sport, so we're just trying to train that side of things up out here on Wednesday nights and some training days out here on weekends, and just keeping it local, Warwick, Toowoomba, Kalula. Yeah, just sort of starting out with the basics, to be honest with you. I think that's where the hole is at the moment, and trying to do it at affordable rates for everyone, so it's not costing them a fortune to go racing. And then also still do their own things on the race meetings with their family, so they get that family time instead of being inside race teams and getting tied up with all the mess.
So they can basically engage you right from the get-go, or they could just take you on a bit of a roving mechanic or advice point of view on a race day that I could engage you, for example, and you might just come around and give me a bit of data help or mechanical help on the setup on my kart?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just want to stick to the basics. I don't want to get tied up in what I had before. It was just been there, done that. So we're just going to stick to the basics and try and help everyone enjoy their racing.
Yeah, and obviously very, very important. It's something we do well here at Ipswich Kart Club with our come and try days, and then we put on other days that sort of help them learn and so on. But obviously with the race meetings the way they are, it's hard to keep them under our wing as such. So obviously that's something that is great for you to be able to jump in and help them out.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll utilise the during the week to for the less track time and stuff where the race meetings are massive. So, but also still got all that P-plater stuff that you guys do here as well. So which is awesome for them, and it speeds the learning curve up.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, all the best. And how do people get in contact with you?
Just on Instagram or things like that, and just send us a message, or I'm always at the track. So
yeah, he's always at the track, and we're sharing his stuff on our Facebook page as well. So you want to get in contact with Chris, have a chat to him about what you need from start to finish. He's your man. Cheers, pal. Okay, I'm here with young Maddie, Cadet 9 racer, having a crack tomorrow at Ipswich. Do you prefer the wet or the dry weather? Because it could be either tomorrow.
I think dry.
Don't like racing in the wet at all?
Oh, I like racing in the wet. I just like dry more.
Fair enough. If you could line up on the grid tomorrow, any driver in the world, can be from any sport or any motorsport, who would be your pick to race against?
I would definitely lose, but probably Lando Norris.
I think we would all lose to Lando, but good pick. So you're a McLaren girl?
Or Oscar Piastri.
Are you going to be watching the race on Sunday?
Yeah.
Perfect. What's the trickiest part of racing here at Ipswich?
I think maybe getting every corner right and perfecting everything.
Everyone we've interviewed has said exactly that same thing. You got to stitch the whole lap together, don't you?
Yeah.
And how do you reckon you're going to go tomorrow? Am I going to give you a trophy come tomorrow night?
Oh, maybe.
I hope I do. All the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Love your hands.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
Afternoon, welcome back. We're into our second round of heats here at the Ipswich Kart Club, the Ipswich Race of Champions, round 5 of the track championship. Back on our live stream. Thank you to the team doing an awesome job. My name's Jamie McCarthy, bringing you the commentary today. And we are into the second round of heats for tag restricted masters. So in the first race, it was Aaron Rab-Jones from the 22 of Regan Payne and the 35 of Gav Whitmore. So they should line up as per qualifying heat number 1. Finishing positions, points-wise, will set the grid for the pre-final here tomorrow. And the finishing order in that one will set the grid for the final tomorrow afternoon. So 10 minutes plus 1 lap. So we are starting here with tag restricted masters. They'll be followed by tag 125 DD2, cadet 12. Cadet racing's been superb so far this weekend. Absolutely superb. KA3 junior heavy. Our third heat, effectively the pre-final for cadet P. Tag restricted light, KA3 senior, KA3 junior light, tag restricted medium, X30. Final for cadet P. And then cadet 9 and KA junior to round out the first day of 2. Are we going to go green here? Wait for the lights to go out, and yes we do. Back into the racing action here at Ipswich with race heat number 2 for the tag restricted masters class. So Aaron Rab-Jones has had a perfect day so far with pole and the first heat win. So in heat number 1, it was Rab-Jones from the 22 of Regan Payne with the 35 of Gavin Whitmore from the second row finishing in the 3rd position. Rab-Jones absolutely dominated the first one from memory a little bit earlier on this morning. So we're into the early afternoon here in Ipswich for those watching over in New Zealand or down south, which we're pretty much on the same time frame. But over in New Zealand, 2 hours further forward, aren't you? I can't remember. 3 hours, 2 hours. I've lived over here that long now, I can't even remember myself. So we do have some Kiwis over there in New Zealand watching the live stream coverage, notably Carter Coulthard's granddad, Popper, grandfather, Ricky Coulthard. Fabian's not here today, but he will be here hopefully a little bit later on this afternoon. Be good to catch up with Fabes, considering I literally commentated him as a kid back over in New Zealand. Just caught up with Roddy Balboan. He's got his son RJ racing here in one of the cadet classes, and his dad Rod was also here. Dad, Rod toured New Zealand and raced at Western Springs when I was over there. We were racing, commentated after Rod toured, but commentated over there. Rod was a very, very good midget and sprint car racer on both sides of the Tasman. So it's good to catch up with Rod. Last time I saw him, we had dinner at the Penrith Bowling Club a long, long time ago when I was invited over to commentate at Parramatta Speedway with Stu McCarthy. And Stu, if you're listening in, mate, I hope everything's going well for you and Sade. Had a bit of a battle going on there, guys, and look, we're thinking about you. Aaron Rab-Jones with a bit more pressure on him this time. Regan Payne has tuned up the Tony kart, and he's right on the back bumper of Rab-Jones. Rab-Jones just reaching down to the right-hand side of the kart. What combination is he running? He looks to be running a Rotax, so he might have just been adjusting. You can run a little blind on the radiator just to affect the amount of air going into the front of the radiator. As it gets warmer, you can open that up, get it up to temperature early. These things tend to like to run, once they get to 50 degrees water temperature, anything less than that in the opening laps, they don't tend to be as nice. So getting them up to temperature should be the only thing you'll see with a driver reaching down to adjust anything on a Rotax especially. Because all the jets are fixed and the needles are fixed and everything, so there's no on-the-go tuning. So I think he's just playing with the little vent there just to get a little bit more air into the radiator. So he's still got Regan Payne right on his back bumper. Beautiful sunny conditions here this afternoon. We're probably in the 24-25 degree range. Praga Chassis leads Tony. 28. In the 3rd position. Where's all my scoring just gone? Must have accidentally hit the wrong button. So the 28 of Gavin Soward in the 3rd position this time. 35 Gav Whitmore, who was 3rd in heat number 1. is back in the 4th position ahead of 23 Chris Lusty and the 2 of Rudy Farkas, with Rudy finishing in that 6th position in heat number 1 and his number 2, Tony Kart. So Regan Payne trying to force Aaron Rab-Jones into a mistake. Aaron just got a little bit of a better run off the 11th turn that time and got out to a couple of kart lengths advantage, out to 0.3 of a second now. Coming up towards the halfway mark of this second heat for tag restricted Masters. Again, we've got the combination of the FR125 road taxes and the X30 IAMEs. A couple of P-platers running towards the back of the field in this class, so you've still got the P-plate on, relatively new to the sport. As here comes Regan Payne up the inside and gets a nice pass. He's all over it trying to get it stopped. It was hiking the right rear under brakes on turn in. So new race leader, Regan Payne, leads for the first time today from Rab-Jones. We talked about Payne tuning it up between heats, and he's definitely done that. And if anything, Gavin Selwood is stronger as well, and he's just about with Rab-Jones for a 3-way battle for the lead. So can Payne get away here? Regan Payne, your new race leader. The gap was 0.3 at the start of the previous lap, but the pass down the end of the back straight negated that, and Payne threw into the lead in the number 22 Tony Kart. Let's see if Gavin Soward can close the gap now to Rab-Jones. Here is first, second and third on the live stream coverage. For those here at the track, if you want to get the screen up, it's on the Ipswich Kart Club YouTube channel. John Devine team doing an awesome job with the live stream coverage. Trust me, I have seen far worse in my time commentating. Even live television coverage worse. So no, the guys doing a really, really good job. It's been a pleasure working with them so far today. So thank you guys. Some cool shots, and it's like it's a big place. It's not an easy place to film. More so when you've got so many karts out there, and we've got 22 out there on track for the second heat for tag restricted Masters. So Payne in control now out in front. His gap now back out to 0.3. Soward's just dropped off the back of Rab-Jones, so that gap has stabilised between second and third. Can Rab-Jones come back to Payne with 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes left to go in this second heat, plus 1 lap? Gav Whitmore 4th, Chris Lusty 5th, still Rudy there in the number 2 and 6th, Steve Johns 7th, Jeff Thompson, Mick Robinson and Scott Campbell completes your top 10 for Heat 2 for tag restricted Masters. So next up we'll have the second heat for tag 125 and DD2. Just the 5 DD2s here today, a little bit thin on numbers, but not a bad lineup with the tag 125 road taxes. There's some pretty good racing in that first round of heats. So Payne still in control. He got it out to 0.5, half a second on the previous lap, and maintains that. Was a couple of hundredths faster than Rab-Jones in second, so the gap's now 0.53. Gavin Soward still in that third position, but he's just starting to lose touch now with the leaders. Then we go back to Whitmore and Lusty in 4th and 5th. 2 minutes left. So this will be the last time we see the tag restricted Masters today. They'll be back tomorrow with a pre-final and a final. Someone's dropped a wheel off over the back of the circuit. There's a big cloud of dust in the middle. No, in fact, someone's gone off on the run down to turn 9. Just rejoined near the tail of the field. So a minute and a half left to go here. Regan Payne controlling things out front. Got a nice pass on Rab-Jones for the lead. Down the inside under brakes into turn 11 off the back straight. Wasn't the easiest of passes. He had to try and get it stopped and turned after he got the pass done, but managed to do it. That gap stabilised at half a second. Quick look over the shoulder there for Payne. He's in control. Doesn't sound like half a second is a big lead, but it is in this type of kart. So Payne running the X30, so that's got the radiator on the left-hand side of the kart. Rab Jones with the Rotax, with the radiator on the right-hand side as part of the engine setup on the kart. The power head for the X30 is still on the right-hand side, but it's got a separate radiator and water pump, which runs off the rear axle, whereas the Rotaxes is all part of the engine. But certainly very, very close in outright lap times, as we will see the last lap board next time by. The leaders with a little bit of traffic just up ahead of them. Rab Jones trying to come back. Still half a second at the start of this last lap. Regan Payne, last lap board. Over the track, he takes it now, 1 to go. Still half a second, but Rab Jones took just a smidgen out of the race lead. Now dropped off Soward, who's still in third, but a couple of seconds now back off the leading two. They've got some lap traffic to contend with. Blue lights out there for the number 7 further back in the field. That's Linus Brown. He does a pretty good job to not impede the first and second drivers. All he needs to do is hold his line and let the faster guys go around him rather than jump off line and get in their way. If anything, that's probably hurt Rab Jones just a little bit on the last lap. But Payne under control out in front, and he's going to turn the tables for the victory here. 22, Regan Payne will take the win in heat number 2 for Tag Restricted Masters from Aaron Rab Jones, Gavin Soward, Gav Whitmore. 23, Chris Lusty now. 2 of Rudy Farkas, 5 Steve Johns, 8th will be the 73 of Jeff Thompson, 9th 55 Scott Campbell, and 10th will be the 14 of Justin Voigt. 22, 39, 28 for heat number 2 for the Tag Restricted Masters. Up next, we'll be back with more with heat number 2 for Tag 125 and DD2. Pretty sure Dan Hutchison was third in DD2 in heat number 1. So they revert back to our original grid positions from qualifying this morning that lined up heat number 1. $10 minutes plus 1 lap. Tag 125. So all the Tag 125s are the Rotax FR 125s. The 5 DD2s are the Rotax DD2. So similar but different, but with the 2-speed shifter transmissions in them. We go lights out and we go to green. Big leap off the curbs from the outside of the second row, whoever that slots into 4th. As the DD2s get up and running. Adam Wood and Cleveland going at it for the lead. Wood will take over the front running down and through turn number 2 on the run through 3. He's got the rear bumper dragging off it though. Oh, that's going to hurt. The 21's definitely got the right rear of the bumper hanging down on the racetrack, so that's going to be what we call the meatball flag, I would assume, coming out for that. So keep an eye on that as we go to tag 125, Mark Tulloch, who dominated the first heat. Back out in front here in the Cosmic chassis from the 73 of Geordie Slater and the 58 of Brent Redding. So I think it was Redding that climbed up off the curbs through 1 on the approach to 2. He's sort of on the outside and just got squeezed up, and there was definitely a little bit of altitude going on there with the 58. As we watch the DD2s, and the 21's definitely got the right rear corner of the bumper hanging down on the racetrack. So it's either popped the mount, I don't know if there was contact with him, sort of Cleveland, and he sort of went through almost side by side as Cleveland sneaks down the inside at turn number 10 to take over the lead in DD2. So I think Wood knows he's in a spot of bother there. As the tag 125 Rotaxes continue out in front with Mark Tulloch, Geordie Slater and Brent Redding. Yeah, Wood's going to pull the pin. He'll be disappointed. So they've got like an insert that goes into the chassis rail to locate it and then bolts up and spreads it. So whether that's actually come undone or it's broken or there was a little bit of contact going into 1 and 2, not really too sure, but obviously you can't continue to race like that. And off into the pits goes our first heat winner for DD2. Out in front, El Presidente, Scotty Cleveland. He's done a few laps around this place in the Beryl ART number 14 over many, many years. So Mark Tulloch continues to lead, tag from Geordie Slater and Brent Redding. Ryan Ullman in 4th. Ullman trying to get back up into that podium spot, but he's a long way back and forth at the moment, with Tulloch with a little bit of breathing space over the Tony Kart chassis number 73 of Geordie Slater and the 58 of Brent Redding. So Redding was second in the first heat. Ullman was third. So Slater's definitely made a gain here in the second round of heats. As Scott Cleveland now starts driving away from the rest of the DD2s. Dan Hutchison second, Angus Mathers in third in the 3. And then the 6 of Jason Wood. So just the 4 DD2s left out there on track. FR125 still with 6 minutes left to go in the second heat. Final heat for today for them. Up next we will have the Cadet 12s. Fastest lap of the race from the race leader, 47.76 for Mark Tulloch. Just looks so relaxed. Like, kart was on rails in the first one. It's not looking too much different here at the moment into the Cosmic chassis out in front. Fastest lap of the race at a 47.762. Chased by the 73 Tony Card of Geordie Slater and the 58 of Brent Redding. Not 100% sure what the chassis is with Brent, but it's one of the blue ones. There you go. Apart from the body panels and chrome, blue chrome. So with that blue, yeah, not sure. Could be an Alonso. So hard to tell now with so many different chassis manufacturers available on the market, and if they've got like sponsored logos up on the sticker kits, it doesn't actually tell you what chassis it is, or it's so distinctive like a Tony or a Cosmic or a Parolin or a Beryl ART in factory colours. It's a little bit hard to tell some of them what they are underneath all the body panels and that on them now. Certainly a lot more panels on them when we first started back in karting, where you just had Nerf bars and bumpers and number plates front and rear and on the sides. I'm going a long, long time back. Coming up to 4 minutes left to go in this one. Things are pretty static out there as Tulloch continues to extend his lead and goes faster by a tenth, 47.641. 1.4 seconds ahead of Geordie Slater now, with Brent Redding back in third. Ryan Ullman fourth, Trent Newton fifth, Josh Dagg in the 39 in the sixth position. And then we go back to Riley Lagarde, Lachlan Chinney, Jack Stimson and Lewis Brown in the 42. So Tulloch really in control here. Reaches up and gives the visor a little bit of a wipe. Might be a little bit bored out in front there at the moment. Well, the cart's a little bit further back. Sounds like I might have a pipe sort of half off it. Scott Cleveland continuing to lead DD2 from Dan Hutchison and Angus Mathers. And we're coming up to 3 minutes, so probably about 4 or so laps left to go here. As I said, it's all pretty static out there at the moment. There's not too many battle groups to try and define, because Mark Tulloch's not really making a race of it out in front. You can hear the karts here on the front straight when they get into the ripple strip on the outside of the circuit before you make the approach to one, and it's like a rippled strip, and you can just hear the brrr through the tyre, and even here in the tower. It's quite cool. It sounds like the engines are on the limiter, but it's not. It's just the vibration from the ripples off the edge of the circuit. So Cleveland still leading DD2. Dan Hutchison, Angus Mathers, so that's pretty much how they've been, other than Wood leading early, but then the rear bumper dislodged on the opening lap. So whether it's broken the bolt or it's just come undone or might have got a little bit of assistance with a touch, not 100% sure now as we're inside the last 2 minutes. Mark Tulloch with a 1.8 second advantage over Geordie Slater. Geordie now's got about 8 tenths on Brent Redding, 9 tenths, so he's not too far back, but yeah, Tulloch's just dominating this one, the second heat. That should put him off the pole for the pre-final pretty easily, and the fastest lap of the race. Just on a minute, so probably 3 laps. This one plus one, and the last one. Tulloch's just cruising around, looks so comfortable. That thing is on rails, man, and he just looks so relaxed. No head movement whatsoever. Totally in control. I think it'll be another one plus this one. He's got about 30 seconds left to go, and he's got 2 corners to get there. So another lap on top of this one to take the last lap board. So 23 seconds as he hits the stripe this time. Battle groups further back. This will be 46. Trent Newton, Josh Dagg, Riley Lagarde and Lachlan Chinney. Five seconds left to go, so definitely last lap board this time for Tulloch. I think he's just backed off a touch. There's a quick look over his shoulder, gives the visor another wipe. Dominating performance in heat number 2. Like heat number 1 for Mark Tulloch, he'll take the last lap sign over the top of the track on the gantry now. I said he was cruising, but yeah, not too much. I think Slater might have taken half a tenth out of him on that last lap, but not much. If anything, Redding's sort of come back towards... He's taken 2 tenths out of Slater in the last 2 laps. So Redding's probably a little bit too good too late, which might bode well for the pre-final, where again, they'll make some setup changes with tyre pressures for the karts to come on a little bit later and not be too good too early, because the pre-final laps and the finals are longer races than the heats. But Mark Tulloch dominating here in tag 125, takes the victory. 73, Geordie Slater. 58, Brent Redding. 93, Ryan Ullman. 46, Trent Newton. 39, Josh Dagg. 98, Riley Lagarde. 25, Lachlan Cheney. 91, Jack Stimson. And 10th, the 42 of Lewis Brown. Tag 125, and in DD2, it will be the 14 of Scott Cleveland, 6 Jason Smith, and the 8 of Dan Hutchinson. What happened to Angus Mathers? Angus must have had a wee off, because he's just coming across the line now. Up next, we move on to Cadet 12, heat number 2. From the seniors, we move back into the youngest of our karts. Well, these are the second youngest. This is Cadet 12, so 10 to 12 years of age. 32 karts out on the track for their second heat. Heat number 1 was the 7 of Harlan Bell, 6 Felix Sim, and the 50 of Ricardo Johnston, who came from grid 7 in that first one. So 3 to watch out for in this one. Huge field of 32. I think the cadet racing, both 9s and 12s, have been some of the best racing all weekend. They were absolutely superb in the first round of heats. So this is the second heat. Again, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Cadet 12. Vortex mini rock engines. Little air cooled. So they'll have Felix Sim and Luke Robinson off the front row, 6 in the 68. Harlan Bell, OJ Walton from the second row. Frankie Majoric and Jack Musico from row number 3. See if we get the start this time. Red lights are on the gantry. Those lights to go out to signal the race start. Nice and gentle. 32 in the field. Very, very busy. And the lights are out and we go racing. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for Cadet 12. See if they can get through turns 2. There's a little bit going on further back. Someone, bright orange helmet, just got checked up and rolled back through, and a couple of karts that are having to take avoiding action to stop running in to that kart. But they've all got through the first half a lap. Quite a bit of position changing going on up inside the first 3 or 4 already. There's a pass for the lead up at the top corner. Turn number 12 here at Ipswich. Who will come out in front? They're too far away from me to be able to figure out who it is at the moment. So we'll wait for them to come down in front of us. Is it the 6 of Felix Sim? It is the 6 of Felix Sim from the 68 of Luke Robinson. So a much better start here for Robinson in the second heat. Didn't figure in the top 3 in heat number 1. Another change for position. Up into third goes, I think, the 71 of Frankie Majoric. First heat winner, Harlan Bell, back in the 5th position. Some fantastic racing in the first heat. With a very, very big lineup, a full grid of 32 karts. Felix Sim is your race leader, chased by the 68 of Luke Richardson with the 50 of Ricardo Johnston from grid 7, already up into 3rd. One of the big movers in the first heat. Harlan Bell still in that 5th position in the 7. Back up into 3rd now. So he's picked up a couple of spots of the Ricardo Johnston going back a couple. So Harlan back up into 3rd, first heat winner. In heat number 1, it was Harlan from the 6 of Felix Sim and the 50 of Ricardo Johnston. Johnston back to 50, was 3rd there for a minute. Got one off on the grass. That's on the approach to 6. Don't think it's going any further unless it's stuck. So there'll be localised yellows out there at that part of the track. In fact, it was stuck. He was trying to get the thing up and running. Wow, okay. One of the dads ran over there. Not allowed to touch the cart, of course, but whoever that was right back at the tail of the field was just sitting there trying to get the cart actually out of where it was. So it might have been a little bit beached. So still Felix Sim from Luke Robinson, Harlan Bell in 3rd, and Bell with a big launch down the inside, I think got to 2nd. Did indeed. So the first heat winner on the move. Clears Luke Robinson for that 2nd position. Robinson coming back at him though. Very, very good run out of 10, but couldn't make the move. So that 58 having some issues. That's the car that was stranded. It got back up and running, but he's not going to be too far in front of the leaders as we are just on 6.5 minutes left to go in this one, plus 1. So Bell on a charge. He's right on the back bumper of the 6 of Felix Sim. So at the moment, reversal of the positions on how they finished in heat number 1. Ricardo Johnston's back in 5th. He finished 3rd, and 3rd at the moment is Luke Robinson. And he hasn't given up. He's still right there with the leaders. Bell can't convert the run out of 10 to 11 to get a pass up the inside as Sim ran it in really, really deep through 13 on the run to 14. Top 3, nose to tail. Little look over his shoulder for Bell as Bell launches up the inside. And Robinson went with him. Bell opened up the door and Sim now back to 3rd. What a pass from Bell at turn number 2. We saw something similar last weekend next door at QR with a few drivers picking a run into 2 at QR, which is not easy to do. And it's gone firing up the inside. We've got another one stopped off the exit of turn 11. Drivers out of the cart and on the tyre stack. So not too sure if that's got localised yellows out there or not. It shouldn't do. So new race leader, Harlan Bell. Beautiful pass. And took Luke Robinson through with him, who was right on the back bumper. And Felix Sim back into the 3rd position. Then we go back to the 71 of Frankie Majoric, Ricardo Johnston, Lincoln Ferris, OJ Walton, Kenichi Morita, Jack Ribereski, Joseph Pilot, and Shelby Smith up into 11th now in the 43. 4 minutes still left to go in this one. And again, lots of nervous parents out there on the infield and high vis. Little bit of lap traffic to come up for Harlan Bell with the 58 after that early off. Not too far away from going down a lap. So the rest of the field spread right around IKC. And still for me, like the first round of heats for 9s and 12s, some of the best racing of the day, absolutely by far. And without putting the commentator's curse on it, not too many, if very, very few incidents. So they've been very, very good for the youngest of our kart classes here this weekend with the 9s and the 12s compared to some of the seniors. All right, Harlan Bell definitely got some lap traffic coming up as the 58 ran a little bit wide. With the system here, they'll get the blue lights around the track, which is not the easiest things to see if you're used to seeing flags. Let's see how Bell negotiates the about-to-be lap number 58. Oh, there was contact, and Bell drops back to 3rd. Oh, just an awkward spot, and he's not happy. Not happy, but that's a really awkward spot to pick up a back marker, and I thought there for a moment he was off and done, but dropped back to 3rd. And while he was trying to get back up to speed and remonstrating, he's actually dropped back to the 5th position now. So that should put Luke Robinson out into the race lead. So lap traffic definitely proving to be decisive here in heat number 1 for Cadet 12. Bell just needs to gather himself back up, head down, don't dwell on it. We know he's got the kart speed, so he's got Ricardo Johnston just up ahead in the 50. And there's still just inside 2 minutes left to go here, plus 1 lap. So definitely a possibility of getting back into the podium. He picks off the inside of Johnston down into turn number 9, gets the 4th position back. So from the race lead, getting tangled up with a back marker. And as I said, I just picked him up at a really awkward spot. Like through that sequence of corners, there's really not anywhere you can sort of move over and hide because you'll just end up spinning into the outfield going off sideways through there. So just over a minute left to go in this one. RJ Balboan with a nice pass further back. That'll be for the 12th position, battling there with Jack Musico. So 30 seconds to go. Might just be another lap on top of this one. I'd say it will be. But Luke Robinson looking for his first win from Felix Sim. Frankie Majoric with Bell right in behind now. And it'll be 2 more laps. This one plus the last one. Luke Robinson out in front. Harlan Bell with the fastest lap of the race, and that'll be an angry 52.28. But in fairness to our lap car, I just really got picked up at the wrong place. You got nowhere to hide over there, and just unfortunately it's ended in tears. But Harlan's trying to come back at Frankie in the 71 to get that 3rd position. So it'll be last lap board on the gantry now for Luke Robinson. Tony Cart number 68. Look for Bell with an inside run up into 2. No, not quite close enough. Frankie with enough speed in to not allow Bell to get up the inside. So Bell on the recovery trail. This will mix up things for the pre-final tomorrow, make things a little bit tighter. And again, the racing's been absolutely superb. Here's Bell up the inside of Johnston and will get back onto the podium with 3rd. Johnston ran a little bit wide off the exit. So Bell back up to 3rd. Robinson, Sim, Bell, 1, 2 and 3 on the last lap. Checkered flag about to come out for Cadet 12. And they'll be followed by KA3 Junior Heavy. But put your hands together for Luke Robinson. He'll take out the 2nd heat for Cadet 12 from Felix Sim, Harlan Bell. I know he'll be disappointed, but that was a good fight back. The 71 of Frankie Majoric, 50 Ricardo Johnston, 59 OJ Walton, 91 Lincoln Ferris, 22 Jack Ribarewski, 75 RJ Balboa. Now RJ was back in 13th, so that's a good turnaround. And 10th, the number 8, Kenichi Morita. Great racing. So with Heat 2 complete for Cadet 12, up next and on track will be Heat 2 for KA3 Junior Heavy.
Shut up and sit down. and sit down.
Back into the action with KA3 Junior Heavy Heat 2. 22 starters scheduled for this one. They're called 100 IAMES. So in the first heat, we had the 9 of Josh Williams taking the win from 25 Ryan Purdy and the 26 of Jacob Neal. So Purdy came from grid 5 to second in the first one. Williams from memory just dominated. So KA3 Junior Heavy, and they will be followed by Cadet P Heat 3 pre-final. Heat 3 or pre-final, however you want to word it. A little bit of nose to tail stuff going on a little bit further back. Seen some pretty slow starts today. Certainly leading them up very, very slowly here. The pole sitter sets the pace. Oh, there was a bump. The 43 going off on the grass. I think the 26 a little bit further back, and we've got a bit more than that going on with at least 4 parked up there through 2. So that started sort of pretty much off the race start there. There was a few up the front getting together, and that sort of had a concertina effect. And some of those further back sort of got involved as they all sort of jumped on each other. But we got localised yellows down there at 2. At least 2 probably not going any further. So that was definitely messy. Definitely very, very messy. There'll be 3 actually. Another one of the drivers is giving some assistance there to get one of the carts off the track. So still yellows out down there through 1 to 2. Who's out in front? Josh Williams. So I thought I saw the 43 of Ari Perry sort of getting up into the air on the what becomes the inside on the run down to 1 and 2. So there was some contact sort of in the first couple of rows. And then as that's come down, he's on the grass. There was another one further back on the grass off. And then as they got to 2, maybe someone's fired through the grass and into the side of a few others. And there were 3 or 4 or 5 involved down there, and at least 3 are out down there at turn number 2. Try and figure who those are out at the end of this lap, because they won't be on the scoring. So Williams leads from the 53 of Joel Mettinen, 25 Ryan Purdy. Williams already establishing a big gap back to that next group of carts As you can see here on screen, that's second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. And there's some changes for position in the middle of that as well. And in the meantime, Williams just continues to drive off in the distance out in front. So those having dramas, 91 Alec Bernard, 19 Oliver Carr-Keat, 99 of Alan Wu, and the 11 of Senna Bolton. So Carr-Keat was one of those that featured in the first heat, so he was a little bit further up the grid. From here, it was just a little bit hard to see exactly what triggered off because we've got this couple of the shade sort of areas down there right in front of me, and I can't quite see the second corner clearly to figure out exactly what went on, but those are certainly the four that haven't gone any further. So that leaves us with 18 on track, 7 minutes left to go, and Josh Williams just running away and hiding 3 seconds now up the road from Ryan Purdy and Joel Meetonen. Josh Williams making this look easy, just has a leisurely look over his shoulder to see where the chasers are. Well, they're now 3.5 seconds behind you, Josh. So took another 2 or 3 tenths out of the chasing group. Josh Williams with the fastest lap at a 49.61. Ryan Purdy at the head of that group. Kart just stepped out a little bit sideways coming off the exit of 8 that time, costing him a little bit of time. And if anything, I thought Joel might have just checked up a little bit there, wondering where he might end up. And has lost a lot of ground with that. I think he's reacted as Purdy got sideways. I think he's just gone, well, where's this going to end up? 77 of Ethan Baxter now up into 4th. And that gold-coloured cart, gold and black, number 77. And Josh Williams takes another 4 tenths out of them. 49.50 with an exclamation mark, and he's now 3.9 seconds up the road. Can you spell dominant? Because he's doing that at the moment with just over 5 minutes left to go. Approaching the halfway point. Like he could just throw the parachute out now and just cruise home. He's that far ahead even at this race distance. So, look, we have seen it with the one earlier on. One of the senior races leading and having a mechanical issue that stopped the kart. Seeing him go pit side. So Josh Williams, oh man, he's just put another 4 tenths on them. So he's got 4 tenths in outright lap pace over Ryan Purdy each lap right now. And he's gone faster again with a 49.355. Wow. 4.3 seconds. The last lap it was 3.9, like 4 tenths. And Purdy's actually getting away from the chasing group. So he's got that much pace. Wow. Impressive stuff with 4.5 minutes left to go for KA3 Junior Heavy. Another one that's dominating today, and the kart is just on rails. Put another 4 tenths on them, 4.8 seconds now. Man, that thing is express fast. He's nearly 5 seconds up the road after 7 laps. I know he probably got a little bit of advantage off the start with all the kerfuffle behind him, but like he is constantly driving away by 4 tenths. Doing it super, super easily. Josh Williams is just in another postcode. What's the next postcode to Ipswich? 4305. I know we're not quite there because we're out at Willowbank. I have no idea what Willowbank is, but Williams just dominating this one. And another half second. 5.3. That wasn't 4 tenths. That was half a second. Problems for the 63. Jake Jenkins is parked up on the infield, walking away from the kart. So I think Jake was sort of up and around that 12th, 13th position. So he'll drop down the order with a DNF. What an impressive performance here from Josh Williams. Still 2.5 minutes left to go. Doesn't have to look over his shoulder now. He can look back to the previous 2 corners to see where the next ones are. So it went from... So he only took 0.3 out of them that time. So it's gone from 5.5 out to 5.8. Nearly 6 seconds up the road from Ryan Purdy in second, who's driven away from Joel Meaton in third, Ethan Baxter and Chevy Thompson in the 12. Two minutes still left to go. Josh Williams could win this by about 8 seconds at this rate. He can definitely afford to conserve. And the kart just looks so settled. Crosses the line now. What's the gap back? So it was 5.8. Now 6.1. So he's put another 0.3 on them. Out beyond 6 seconds. With 1:30 left to go. 49.2 for Josh Williams. So he hasn't backed off. He definitely hasn't backed off. This one's with a huge exclamation mark. Booyah! Wow. So 6.1 seconds on the last lap. Coming up to 1 minute to go, so I think at least a couple more laps. He ain't missing his marks, I can tell you that. Crosses the line now. What's the gap back to Purdy this time? It was 6.1. 6.4, another 0.3. Technically, you could probably say he's cruising now because they're only losing 0.3 to him per lap. But man, he'll definitely get the last lap board this time, or maybe not. It'll be tight. He's just come out of 10. 22 seconds left to go. It'll be close. It'll be close whether he has to do another one or not. 10 seconds. I think he's going to just miss it. He needs to almost stop here. He's going to have to do another lap. This one plus one. He missed it by 2 seconds. If he had thrown the anchors out and just about stopped, he could have got away with it and just had the last lap to go. 6.8 seconds. He took another 0.3 out of them. Okay, now he's just playing. 7 seconds nearly over 12 laps. Wow. And like Purdy's not going slow because he's driven away from 3rd, 4th and 5th. So the last lap board will come out this time on the gantry over the top of the racetrack here at IKC. Last lap now for Josh Williams. So what did we say the gap was? 6.8? 7.2. Another 0.4. Wow, that thing is on a different planet, man. The most dominant performance of the weekend by far. And there's still pre-finals and finals to come up. So the checkered flag at the ready as the leaders off of turn number 10. Up next, we've got Cadet P pre-final. And Josh Williams doing this incredibly easy. If you want to see how comfortable and calm someone is driving a go-kart, just watch this kid, man. He's impressive. Josh Williams destroys the field in Heat 2 for KA3 Junior Heavy. Was out over 7 seconds. Didn't lose too much time in that last lap, Purdy, but Ryan Purdy gets second from Joel Meaton and Ethan Baxter 4th, Chevy Thompson 5th, Ellie Sewell in 6th in the 56, followed by the 43 of Ari Perry in 7th, 26 Jacob Neal 8th, 97 Darcy McGrath in 9th, and the 14th of Callum Perry in the 10th position for KA3 Junior Heavy Heat 2. dominated by the number 9 of Josh Williams. Wow. So this will be the third heat for our Cadet P. So these are our newcomers to karting here at IKC. So this is their third heat. So all of their racing is going to be done and completed today with a final later on. So the grid line up here will be based on the results from heats 1 and 2. And I think I saw at least one of the Armstrongs back out there. Yeah, the 3 of Cooper Armstrongs back out there. That's cool. The 2 Armstrongs had a rather nasty incident in heat number 1, and they've got the 3 back out on track, but I don't think Theo has taken the start here. So Cadet P. So you've got Jager Spielmeyer off the front row alongside, I think, the 13 of Max Simpson. Noah Fine from 3, Amaya Sorensen from 4, Elias Algozi and Carter Coulthard from the 3rd row. So after these youngsters, so this will be 5 minutes plus 1 lap again. Tag Restricted Light will be next on track for their second heat for the weekend. Let's see if we get a lights out here. So we got one of the Armstrongs back. That's really cool. Here we go. Lights are out and we are racing. Going side by side through 2. I think Carter Coulthard to the outside. Just maybe dropped a wheel off. Who's that? The 86 of Kai Sykes they're running. They were running side by side through turn number 2. So with the P plates on, these kids get an opportunity after getting their licences graded and getting faster and getting better to move up into Cadet 9 and Cadet 12 with the licensed drivers effectively. We've already got 2 very, very big fields for those classes, so good to see some more of these youngsters coming through into the sport. All right, so we got the 76 status quo back to the front as we've seen all day so far. Jaeger Spielmeyer. Then we go back to the 13 of Max Simpson, 52 Noah Fine, 95 Elias Elgozi, 88 Amaya Sorensen, 86 Kai Sykes, 5 of Carter Coulthard. Of course, Carter's dad, Fabian Coulthard, still racing with V8 Supercars. He's alongside Chaz Mostert in the Enduro rounds coming up with the GR Supras. We've got Virat Sharma out there in the 99. Cooper Armstrong joining us back in heat number 3 after that incident with Theo in heat number 1 earlier on today. So good to see Cooper back out there, getting some confidence back. He's got lots of attitude back there with the head down in the steering wheel, trying to minimise the air going past him. There's not a lot to him in the first place, so I don't know how much difference that's really going to make because it's just this little helmet popping up behind the NASA panel. Good battles for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th with Carter Coulthard in there off the back of that group of 4 as the 76 continues to just drive away from this field. And I don't think young Mr. Spielmeyer is going to be with the P plates on for too much longer because he's got some really, really good pace and looks very, very comfortable. Pretty sure that's the Lando Norris replica helmet. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, you've got the 95 of Elias Gozzi now up into 2nd. So Max Simpson might have had a wee off because Elias is now up into 2nd and Max has dropped back to 3rd and into the clutches of that next battle group with Noah Fine, Amaya Sorensen and Carter Coulthard. So they're having a really good little battle, that group now. In fact, that's 7. There's only probably about a second and a half between those 7 karts out there on the track right now. With a minute 40 to go for the 3rd heat. So this will set the grid for the final a little bit later on. And they get a slightly longer run at 7 minutes plus 1 lap for their final. Here's Jaeger Spielmeyer completing another lap. Quite comfortably, he'll definitely be doing fastest laps of the race. Gap back to 2nd is now 5.6 seconds. Elias Elgozzi's having a really strong run here in 2nd. And we go back to Max Simpson, Noah Fine and Carter Coulthard in that 5th position. Go back to the 88 of Amaya Sorensen. Virat Sharma, Cooper Armstrong and Kai Sykes. So Kai's just dropped to the tail of the field there in the 86. Kai was battling there in that group with Carter Coulthard a little bit earlier on. So 40 odd seconds to go. So I think just a couple of laps here. This one, one more and one more after that. So couple of laps I'm thinking. Carter Coulthard now up into the 4th position. Managed to get around the 52 of Noah Fine on that last lap. And they've got a really cool little battle group going on there. So 3rd, 4th and 5th, you could throw a blanket over them. And all 3 are racing really, really well together. A little bit of a moment there for Noah Fine in the 52. Just grabbed a handful of wheel as it sort of lost the front end on turn in and pitched the rear around, so he had a bit of a correction to do as Carter Coulthard looked to the outside of Max Simpson for third and does the crossover. Did that better than Dad. Carter Coulthard looking for third under brakes into 11. Thought Max might have been able to do the reverse crossover on the way back out, but Carter Coulthard up into the third position. Last lap board out for our race leader, 76. Jager Spielmeyer. So Carter Coulthard's made up at least 3 positions from the initial grid. 76 chased by 95 with the 5 of Carter Coulthard, now up into the third position. I've got to think back in the memory banks to remember if I've commentated a dad and a son in 2 different countries a lot of years apart. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right, 76, Jager Spielmeyer, like our previous race winner, dominating this one for Cadet P. Takes the checkered flag, win number 3. He's got the number 1 signal going. Awesome drive from Elias Algozi in the 95 for second, best run of the day. And likewise, Carter Coulthard with a third place finish here. Finishing in third from the 13 of Max Simpson, 52 Noah Fine, 99 of Virat Sharma. Then it's the 88 of Amaya Sorensen, 3 Cooper Armstrong, and the 86 of Kai Sykes. Up next, we will have tag restricted light, heat number 2. All right, we're back into it, and I've got a guest joining me, Sam Greenall. Sam, welcome, mate. Welcome to the commentary box. Scotty Cleveland's just thrown you in here with me.
Yep. Yep. Ready for tomorrow because, yeah, Scotty can't make it tomorrow, so Scott Howard can't make it tomorrow, so yeah, here I am.
Scott Howard, I'm going to find you, and I'm going to hurt you. Watch this space, because I wasn't doing tomorrow, but we'll see how we go, mate. But hey, thanks for coming up and giving us a hand. All right, so we move into heat number 2 of tag restricted light. Now, heat number, yeah, we'll just get that one back up and running.
Yep.
Heat 2. Yeah, I'm learning how to drive this thing, trust me. Okay, tag restricted light. Heat 1 was the 27 of Jordan Manzano. 48 second Joel Lammers, and the 59 was third Mark Hilly. So we'll see how they go with this one. So what's your background in here, Sam?
I've been up here a couple of times before at the back end of last year, taking over from the late Matt Payne. I've also done Warwick, Toowoomba, bit of Dalby, bit of Gatton Speedway.
Oh, cool. I've done some laps down at Toowoomba. I quite like that circuit. I haven't been out to Warwick, but I've been out to the pub that's next door to the kart track in Warwick, if that's anything, as we're going to go green here. Lights are out. We're going to go racing.
Mark Hilly off the pole. Joel Lammers alongside him. Joel Lammers alongside him on the front row. And Mark Hilly takes the lead from Lammers.
Yeah, the hard thing for me here, there's one going around in that midfield group. That could have been ugly, because that is a fast part of the racetrack. Who was that? The 81 of Jack Duncan, I think it was. He was going in the wrong direction at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, Jack Duncan and Liam Mutzi in the 66 there going around towards the back of the field.
So you know more of these drivers than I do, because I've literally, all I've done here at IKC.
Oh, one's gone around, I think that might have been Cooper Field down at H-Sport Hairpin.
I don't think he's going to get out of there because that will be buried, because that's gravel down there, isn't it?
Yep, I can speak from first-hand experience. 4SS Light, May 2021, dam final, to lap 1 into the gravel trap.
So as soon as you get out of the kart, you're done.
Yep, that is correct.
All right, so he's out and parked. So there'll be localised yellows down there at the moment until he gets over the tyre wall. All right, there's been a little bit going on here and more as they're 3 wide out of 7 on the run to 8.
And
it was all on.
Healy's lost a lot more places now. There's incident in Video Pro Hairpin. The shortened run between RHQ, Video Pro and Autobahn on this configuration.
Oh, we've seen more contact, shortening up big time down the end of the back straight, and more contact. Now, have we put the stock car racing signs out here, or is this karting? The tag restricted lights have gone nuts. There's been more contact in this race so far than the whole day to date.
Yeah, no, even KA3 Junior Heavy just before had a little bit less, from what I could see down at turn 2.
There may be a fairly hefty conga line heading towards the stewards after this one, I'm thinking, because
off went Josh McLaughlin in the mid. Off went Josh McLaughlin in the mid pack at Chainbreak Corner.
we've had more often more hits than Elvis in this one. So yeah, this is who's leading by the way. Oh, Joel Lammers is leading by the way.
Yeah, Joel Lammers leading from John Manzano, and I think that's Charlie White going up to third from Jack Dossel and Callum Mullins rounding out your top 5. Then it's Ryan Shaw. Then I believe that is Cooper Horwell, Jackson Dwong, Paige Keys, and Mark Hilly. All the way down in 10th as Hilly goes up the inside of Keys into the Castle Irons King, and he takes 9th place. Fastest lap of the race goes to Joel Lammers with a 49.792.
All right, so let's just get things to settle down here because we've still got 7 minutes left. That was in the first 3 minutes of the second heat. And as I said, I think there may be a fairly steady line of drivers heading towards the stewards after this one because there was a lot of nose-to-tail stuff down the straight where a couple of drivers were sort of remonstrating with those around them that they weren't overly happy with things that's gone on, but probably not the place to do it, I'm thinking.
Another one's gone off. That's Orwell, and I think that might be race over for him as well, unless he can get it off the grass. Can he get it back going? Yes, he does. But he'll be well down the back of the field behind Taylor Olovsey and Liam Mutzi.
Every time I'm listening to people yelling downstairs every time something happens, so I'm going in that direction and that direction. Don't really know which way to look at the moment, but it's Joel Lammers from Jordan Manzano and Charlie White. Manzano was pretty dominant in that first heat, but he's not having it all his own way here. And he's been part of a little bit of that contact going on around battling for the position. So it'll be interesting to see after this one if it has any effect on setting the grid for the pre-final here tomorrow, which I may be now having to hang around for, but we'll see how we go. So, pass for the lead there. I think Manzano into the lead.
Yep, and into P3 goes Jack Dossel, and with him goes Callum Mullins, 2 of the graduates from the 4SS category, which has their state trophy in Gladstone later this year.
Yeah, I was saying I've been doing a bit of 4-stroke twin-engine enduro karting down south, but they just don't quite have the sound of the 2-strokes, do they?
Nah, they can get quite quick though.
Well, they are quick, trust me, and the twins are heavy too, I know that for a fact. So Manzano into the lead now. We're only just at the halfway point here, which is hard to believe because so much has gone on so far in this heat. What do we got up next? KA3 Senior is coming up next. So looking forward to that one with probably a little bit less contact that we've seen in this tag-restricted light second heat. And they've still got a pre-final and a final to negotiate. And there may not be a few drivers shaking each other's hands at the end of this one.
No, and Jackson Dwong currently has the fastest lap of the race as well with a 49.056.
He was fast in the previous heat, and he'd got involved in something and was a little bit further down the field, but he is up into the 6th position, so obviously very, very quick. Just hasn't had a lot of the luck running his way in the weekend so far.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. And one driver that's really impressed so far this year is Mark Hilly. He's improved so much from that first round to right now, running right up the front.
Very, very good, and he has definitely been up there.
And there he goes, up the inside of Ryan Shaw. And there might have been a slight bit of contact, but he manages to hang on to the position.
So Mark Hilly, I think, up into the 7th position. Yeah, he did. He was managed to get around Ryan Shaw there. So, all right, inside 4 minutes. Manzano starting to get a little bit of a gap now back to
Joel
Lammers and Dossel. Jack Dossel in the 50. How many Dossels are here this weekend? I keep saying the word Dossel.
Yeah, I think there's 2 of them racing. Obviously, Jack racing in Tag Restricted Light and Levi Dossel racing in the KA2 category.
Yeah, so there's a couple of them around. There's some interesting names here. I've still got to try and get my head around, trust me. But anyway, I'll get it sorted out before the end of the weekend. All right, Manzano.
And I think that might have been Jackson Dwong going through on Callum Mullins up into P5.
Yeah, you heard the yell down in front of me as well.
Yep, and now Mullins has taken the place back as well. Here comes Mark Hilly in the other fireball. See, there's the Rotax, the X30s, and now fireballs are starting to come in as well.
Oh, okay, so there are some fireballs out there. It's easy to tell the difference between a Rotax and an X30. But yeah, the fireballs, they've got the radiator on the left-hand side as well, don't they, like an X30?
Yeah, and they've also got a different airbox to that of the X30.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll keep an eye out for that. I know there's a couple racing down the road on the dirts where I normally try and race if I've got time. All right, what are we? 2:45. This race is never going to end at this rate because there's been so much going on in this one. So we're still got a few more races left to go here this afternoon for day number 1 here at IKC for the Ipswich Race of Champions. Some very, very excited parents down here alongside of us. I'm guessing that's Jackson's dad down here to our left.
Oh, yep. And, Dwong. So Mullins. Off. Little bit of contact between Mullins and Dwong. They both keep it straight. And here comes Mark Hilly onto the back. Off goes Jackson Dwong. And I think that is race over for Dwong.
So did it seize or has it done a chain? Because they were side by side off of 3 on a run to 4. And that is a fast part of the circuit.
I think with the contact that might have thrown a chain because I saw down at turn 2 on lap 1 of KO3 Heavy Heat 2, Ollie Carkeet snapped a chain off us due to the contact at turn 2.
Yeah, okay, well spotted. All right, minute and a half. Lots of thumbs up going on down here to my left.
And I think we've got another battle pack forming. This time Paige Keys and Ryan Shaw for the 7th position. It's for P7 and 8 between Paige Keys and Ryan Shaw. Let's see where this goes.
At least another, I reckon, probably 3 laps. So Manzano now out to beyond 1 second back to Lammers. Dossel in 3rd in the 54. So remembering in the first heat, it was the 27 of Manzano, the 48 of Lammers, and the 59 was in 3rd. And that was Mark Hilly, and Mark's back in the 6th position this time. So inside of a minute, probably the last lap forward to come out this time for Manzano. But Lammers has got big time pressure on him now from Dossel in that 2nd and 3rd position.
Yeah, I think Manzano's got 2 laps after this one because he crossed the line at 9 minutes 6, and that time was just under 54 seconds to go, and of course times are under the 49, so he'll have a few seconds to spare when he crosses the line.
Yeah, to be close, one of the earlier races, whoever was leading probably needed to stop here on the front straight to avoid doing the next to last lap, but this is going to be close again for Manzano. I think he might have to do an extra one here. He's going to have to. He's going to hit the line with 4 seconds left to go.
Yep, and this is now the penultimate lap. Lap number 13 of 14. Manzano leads the way from Joel Lammers, who's breaking away a little bit from Jack Dossel in 3rd, followed by Charlie White, then Callum Mullins, then Mark Hilly, Paige Keys, now pulling away from Ryan Shaw, then Blake Miley, and Josh McLaughlin rounding out your top 10 at the moment.
So Manzano out by nearly 1.5 seconds. Last lap board will be out very, very shortly. On the gantry over the start-finish line. 20 just goes through. That will be Taylor Olovsy there. Thank you for pronouncing that, because I was going to completely and utterly mess that up. Manzano with the last lap board on the gantry now. 1 to go. And looking for 2 from 2.
And Duncan's gone through on Josh McLaughlin for 10th position. Down the back stretch into H-Sport. Now they're out of the final corner. He'll start his last lap as well.
Cool stuff. All right. Lammers still under all sorts of pressure here from Dossel. He's got the track position at the moment, but cannot afford to make a mistake. Manzano's backed off quite substantially on this last lap or so, because Lammers and Dossel are closed a lot closer up and behind, so he's got a quick look over his shoulder just to see where he's at. Doesn't need to burn the tyres off with a lap to go, so Manzano looking for 2 wins from 2 starts out of the final 2 corners, and it will be Jordan Manzano in the number 27 to take victory here for heat number 2 of tag restricted light from Lammers, Dossel,
then White, Mullins, Hilly, then Keys, Shaw, Ramayeli, and Jack Duncan rounding out your top 10 from McLaughlin. Cade Russell, Robillard, Nathan Coburn finishes 14th from Cameron Russell, I think, between himself and Aaron Powell. Yep, it was Cameron Russell from Aaron Powell. And I think it'll be Rod Van Zandy, Liam Mutzi, and Taylor Olovsy.
And pick a ticket for the stewards room, because I think it might be a little bit going on after that one. Manzano with 2 wins from 2 starts. Up next we have KA3 Senior, heat number 2. They'll be followed by KA3 Junior Light, tag restricted medium, X30, the final for Cadet P, Cadet 9 and KA Junior to complete day 1 of 2 here at Ipswich Kart Club for the Ipswich Race of Champions in round 5 of the Track Championship. No mucking around, we're straight back into it here with KA3 Senior. Now, round number 1.
Race 1, we had the number 57 of Brody Whitmore taking the win from the 38 of Jet Saragi and the number 10 of Jai Flynn. And for heat number 2, it will be Cooper Fish who will start off the pole in the 91. Alongside him, Jai Flynn in the number 10. Row 2, Brody Whitmore in the 57 and Jet Saragi in the 38. Row 3, Toby Spinks in the 96 and Max Walton in the 68. Row 4, Max Chatton in the 63 and Harry Burke in the 93. Rounding out your top 10, Luke Downs in the 22 and Dylan Kamaloka in the 41. Row 6, it'll be Dimmer in the 27 and Annabelle Kennedy in the 16. Row 7, Shay Mays in the 73 and Dean Kane in the 37. Row 8, Talia Kettle in the 35 and Ollie Probert in the 8. Row 4, Luke Newman in the 33 and Xavier Alonso in the 14. Rounding out the field, Christian Zonta in the 39, Sam Cullen in the 58 and Dominic Penman in the 71, but I don't think Zonta or Cullen are here. as they head down the back stretch in towards H Sport. On this formation lap, it is another 10 minutes plus the additional lap for KA3 Senior.
So the 38 of Jet, so that is pronounced Saragi rather than Saraji?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you for correcting me on that one.
He's another one of the 4SS graduates.
Ah, cool.
And we are set for a start. We are green light. We are lights out. We're underway. And to the lead, I think it's gone Cooper Fish, sorry. Any bit of contact into turn 2?
Yeah, there was definitely contact in the middle, but they managed to all get away with it. Someone's getting shuffled back on the outside on the run off 3.
Yeah, that was Max Chatton, and slicing his way through the field has gone Dominic Penman. He's made up, I think, 4 places already. I think could be make that 5 as he goes through on Dimmer, as he gets muscled out wide as well through the RHQ speed bowl. Now through Video Pro, up through the Autobahn turn. And I think that might be, I think that's Harry Burke, I think, upper place. Or no, that might be Toby Spinks. Down the back stretch into H Sport. Then up through the 2 left-handers in towards the final corner. And Jet Saragi all over the back of Jai Flynn to the recent graduates into the senior category, along with Max Walton and Cooper Fish.
Yeah, I think the last time I commentated here, and it was with Matt Payne, Max was running in the juniors and the junior Rotax Nationals. So I haven't seen him running in the senior ranks. It's probably been close to a year since I've been back here commentating. So, yeah, cool to see Max taking the progression. And, geez, the Waltons have won some titles over the years.
Here comes another Max, and this time it's Chatton going through, I think, on Shay Mays, and with him, actually going past, making up 2 places, there was Dominic Penman. So in total, in the first 2 laps, Penman, I think, has moved up 7 spots. Round, I think, has gone Dimmer. And he's shuffled all the way down to the back, along with Luke Newman. On to lap number 3 they go. Fastest lap of the race goes to Cooper Fish with a 49.734.
I think Toby Spinks just dropped a wheel off through that last sequence of corners. There's a big cloud of dust as that. I'm pretty sure that was Toby. So again, this is well and truly on for this result. So going back to the
here comes Brody Whitmore up the inside of Jet Saragi, the national champion in the X30, the reigning champion, to take 2nd place in the KA3 Seniors.
Any idea what happened to Brody in that race of his with the 1? Because it just stopped literally here in front of us.
No, I'm not sure. I didn't see that one.
There's a few doing double duty this weekend across a couple of different classes. Okay, yeah, so I don't know if it locked up or a chain or whatever, but he was leading comfortably and it just stopped. Next thing I'm watching him walk the thing back into the pits.
Yeah, his fellow energy driver, Dean Kane's also doing double duties in KA3 Senior and X30 as well. Fastest lap of the race goes to Toby Spinks now with a 49.450 on that last lap. As ahead through RHQ, Spinks is catching our top 4. Here comes Flynn. I think that's Whitmore. Yep, it is Whitmore from Saragi, who's dropping back a bit. Then it's Cooper Fish, the Victorian KA3 Senior Medium State Champion. Won it down at the Albury Wodonga Kart Club earlier this year. And it's Toby Spinks, Max Walton, who won the Queensland State title, I think, in the KA3 Senior class up at the Bundaberg Kart Club.
Why am I here? Sam, you're doing an awesome job. You just keep going, mate, because honestly, I don't know half of this stuff. Where the hell's Albury Wodonga? I know where it is.
Right on the border of New South Wales and Victoria.
Where Brad Jones Racing's based.
Yes. Here comes Whitmore closing up to Jai Flynn. Fastest lap of the race again goes to Cooper Fish with a 49.194. They head through the Video Pro hairpin up into the Autobahn turn. And here comes Brody Whitmore, closing right up to Jai Flynn.
So Cooper's the first of the Tony carts there in that 4th position.
And going through
Big
up
pass.
the inside. Yeah, that was a mega pass from Brody Whitmore to take the lead of the race. And he's out there proving why he is a national champion. That
was clear from 2 kart lengths back.
And now it's brought Jet Saragi back into the equation. And now Max Walton as well, as he sets the fastest lap of the race. Down in 6th place with a 49.189. And through the Revolution race gear flip-flop, through chain break, and up through Brisbane Karts. Whitmore now pulling a gap back to Flynn. Now he's got Saragi on the back of him. Two of these CXR drivers, 2nd and 3rd. Then it is the Tony Kart of Cooper Fish. Then the J&D Paralyn of Toby Spinks. Then the other Tony Kart of Max Walton. Then the Empire Kart Sports Paralyn, I think, of Harry Burke. Empire making a comeback to karting after a bit of time off.
So we're just coming up to the 5-minute mark now. So we're only halfway through this race. There's still lots of laps left to go here. This is definitely not over.
And Toby Spinks has just gone fastest now as well with a 49.061. So the fastest lap is getting lowered each lap. And now Cooper Fish is all over the back of Jet Saragi for that third position. Saragi put it on the podium at the first round of the Australian Kart Championship up at Coffs Harbour, which was won by Kip Foster. As up the inside goes Cooper Fish, up into third place already.
That was a nice pass at that slightly different corner to what we're used to here at Ipswich, where you go the shorter run off that, what we sort of call the infield from 6, 7 and 8.
But Saragi's not giving up. He's gone through on the inside. Here comes Toby Spinks up to third. So Saragi has not made up a place. He's actually kept that same place. But Cooper Fish has dropped 2 places. Here comes Max Walton. Now the top 2 are pulling away. Fastest lap of the race goes to Brodie Whitmore. The first one to dip his toes into the 48s with a 48.992 with just over 4 minutes to go.
Wow.
Through Revolution race gear they go. It is Spinks, Saragi, Fish, then it is Walton.
Whitmore got the NASA panel dislodged on that thing? I reckon it has.
I think it might be slightly dislodged. I'll get a better look at it when he comes past on the next lap. Down to the back there, Xavier Alonso. Dimmer not having the best race. He's gone past Luke Newman as well.
So have they still got the rule? They've still got the rule enacted with the nose down thing. Like if you come in the pits and it's broken the mounts.
I don't think it applies to club days.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay, so just national stuff?
Yeah.
That confused the hell out of me when that came up. Whitmore, 48.941.
He's getting quicker and quicker. As I said, the fastest lap is just dropping each lap.
Well, the NASA panel's not hurting the aero because it's definitely off to one side in the right-handers.
If anything, it might be giving him an advantage. Might give him a slight advantage because he's still pulling away and he's still pulling up fastest laps over these last couple of laps down the backstretch into H-Sport.
Yeah, the gap's down to so it's 6 tenths. So Whitmore, he's trying very, very hard. Jai Flynn in second. Toby Spinks up to third. Now Toby was fifth a couple of laps ago,
and now he's up into third. Oh, the gap is now 0.8.
Yeah, so he took 2 tenths out of Flynn on that last lap. So
yeah, I think that slightly dislodged NASA panel is not hurting him. In fact, I think it's actually helping him go quicker, as he's done another fastest lap of a 48.896. I don't know, I think he might be the only one in the 48s.
Other than maybe being a slight distraction, but yeah, it's certainly not hurting it for outright pace. And as you said, Sam, he's not the national champion in X30 for nothing. He can obviously hustle and get up on the wheel.
Yeah. He can obviously drive, and he's got help from the likes of Marcus Flack, who was up here last weekend in the Porsche Carrera Cup Series alongside the Supercars Championship for the as a support category for the Ipswich Super 440. As now Toby Spinks takes the fastest lap of the race with a 48.789. The gap between him and Jai Flynn sits at 0.6 of a second. So I think the battle for the lead is all but finished. Now it's the battle for second place.
Yeah, Whitmore out by another 2 tenths to a 1 second advantage, and we're inside a minute and a half to go. So probably 3 laps, maybe?
Yeah, I'd say 3 laps to go. Maybe even 3 laps.
That's a great shot on screen on the live. That's Fish.
Cooper Fish, yep, going through on Jet Saragi for 4th place.
Tony Kart, what chassis is Saragi in?
The Kart Republic.
Ah, okay.
For Jet Saragi. As I see, yep, 3 laps to go for Brodie Whitmore.
When I last commentated in New Zealand, there was literally 3 chassis available. Now, how many are available across Australasia? Probably 40 or 50, at least.
I probably wouldn't be able to count.
Most of them come out of the Tony Kart factory.
Yeah. Some of them come out of Tony Kart, some come out of CRG, Kart Republic. Energy course, IPK.
All right, maybe one more lap. So Whitmore's down into 11. We've got 16 seconds here. I think he's going to trip it off. So it'll be this one plus one for Whitmore. And he's extended by another 2/10 on the last lap. Quick look over his shoulder to see where the gap is back, and it's out to 1.388, near enough to 1.4. This lap plus one.
Yep, and Jai Flynn's pulled away from Toby Spinks, and now the battle is for third between himself and the fast approaching Cooper Fish, the Victorian KA3 medium champion, as they both go through RHQ Speedbolt into the Video Pro hairpin. The shortened approach to the two hairpins from RHQ and Video Pro. Down the backstretch they go, and it will be one lap to go this time round. Xavier Alonso crosses the line, and the last lap board has come out for Brodie Whitmore.
So this will be
one lap to go.
So he won the first heat, so he's looking for 2 from 2.
Yep. And Cooper Fish has taken the fastest lap of the race of a 48.772
wow.
in that last one. So yeah, that battle's really on for third, and he's actually gone through the third. He's actually gone through the third now from Spinks, then Saragi, and then Max Walton in P6. Then you got Burke. Then I think it's Luke Downs. Yeah, well, here comes Dominic Penman trying to go for one up the inside, but could not make it stick.
A few laps ago, Fish was right in front of Walton back in, 5th position. So he's definitely been the mover late in this race.
But as they head out of the final corners, your winner in Heat 2 for the KA3 Seniors, it is 2 from 2. It's Brodie Whitmore from Jai Flynn. Then it's Cooper Fish from Toby Spinks, Jet Saragi, Max Walton, Harry Burke, Luke Downs, Dominic Penman, and Max Chatton round out your top 10. From Dylan Kamaloka, Annabelle Kennedy, Dean Kane, followed by Shay Mays, Kalia Kittle, then Dimmer, then Ollie Probert, followed by Luke Newman and Xavier Alonso. Alright, that was your KA3 Seniors here at the Ipswich Race of Champions. And we should be ready for our next heat race of the day very soon. It is the KA3 Junior Lights. Alright, welcome back, and on track we have for heat number 2 our KA3 Junior Lights here at the Ipswich Race of Champions. And on track we'll have off the pole Knox Black in the 33, alongside him Josh Williams in the 9, row 2 Jack Jensen in the 97, and Aston Mills in the 18. Row 3 Harper May in the 62, and Ethan Turnbull in the 72, moving from the EKS to the Energy Kart this weekend. Row 4 is Jax Fuller in the 44 and Jeremy Broadbent in the 32, rounding out your top 10. Monty Jamison in the 34 and AJ Leggett in the 64. Row 6, it's Paige Flack in the 14 from Ryder Zhong in the 80. Row 7, Ethan Baxter in the 70 and Geordie Butler in the 22. Row 8, Andrew Thompson in the 96 and Lennox Carson in the 83. Row 9, Dustin Pendry in the 28 and Ashton Lusty in the 2, rounding out your top 20. Braxton Pittman in the 12 and Lennox Hunter in the 36. Row 11, Nick Kinder in the 54 and Campbell Dawson in the 73. Row 12, Louis Priest in the 5 and Spencer Jackson in the 70. Row 13, Charles Newman in the 17 and Cruz Petroni in the 15. Hang on. Please. Spencer Jackson, Charles Newman. Road 14, Cruz Petroni in the 15, and Christian Spielmeyer in the 27. Rounding out the field, Creed Petroni in the 52. We are away and racing! Oh, no, we're not. We're going to go one more. And we are missing the Petronis. So we will go one more. Obviously, starters not happy with that one. And we got the green with yellow chevron, which means restart and reform on track. Oh, All right, we are formed up again. It is Knox Black off the pole, alongside him Josh Williams, Jack Jensen, Aston Mills, Harper May, Ethan Turnbull, Jax Fuller, Jeremy Broadbent, Monty Jamison, AJ Leggett running at your top 10. Paige Flack, one of the debutants into the juniors this year. In at number 14, she's off the inside row 6. We are set for a start this time. Yes, we are. 10 minutes plus a lap for the Carrier-Free Juniors heat. Number 2 in this one, going up and over. Now there's Spencer Jackson in the 77. Collecting Campbell Dawson in the 73. They both get straightened up, and there's more contact further back. I think that is Lennox Carson, and I think that is Ethan Baxter coming together.
It's not very often you see a 3-point turn off a race start.
No.
That was messy, because again, that is I know it was off a race start, but these things accelerate so fast. You are like, not at terminal speed, but it's bloody quick on the approach down to 1 and 2, even off these race starts. So just the second round of heats has got a little bit messy on occasion. I think our best performed drivers have actually been our cadets so far today, and I hopefully just didn't put the commentator's curse on the cadet 9 second heat later.
As through goes, I think, Ashton Lusty and the number 23 of, let's find him. It might be Geordie Butler. So Knox Black leads the way, and by quite a decent margin from Josh Williams, and another margin back to Aston Mills in third from Jack Jensen. Then it is Ethan Turnbull in the new Energy Kart this weekend. Then I think it's Harper May up into 6th. Yes, it is. Then it's Monty Jamison up to 7th. So I think Paige Flack moved down a couple of places. Then it's Andrew Thompson up to 9 from Jax Fuller. Here comes Fuller, all giving a little bit of a nudge to Andrew Thompson. It's for the last couple of corners. On to lap number 3. Fastest lap currently Knox Black with a 49.386.
And he did that with a whole heap of curb on the apex of 12 and 13. And he probably got a little bit more than he wanted, because it sort of fired him out to the outside of the track. But he still went fastest. He was so impressive in the first round of heats. Really, really impressed with young Knox Black in the 33. He has just been super, super fast.
Yeah, and he's also a race winner in X30 Junior in the IARMI Asia Series. During the season as well.
You cannot buy that experience. That's cool.
So he's moved up to juniors in Australia mid-year. So he was running within the top 5 of points in the Australian Kart Championship in Cadet 12, and now he's moved up into juniors, and he's already up the front. Fastest lap of the race. Oh, now has gone to Josh Williams with a 49.105.
So how long has Knox been in the junior class out of cadets? You're only talking months.
Yeah, only
Seriously?
a couple of months. Yeah, I think 1 or 2
wow,
months.
That's impressive. Because you're talking about 2 very, very different karts.
Yeah.
Like just night and day. I know they've got more power, but the size of the kart, the tyre and everything is just totally different. But yeah, really, really impressed with young Knox. He's been super impressive so far today.
Yeah, I agree. But the battle for the front 2 have disappeared now. Now the battle is for third. Here comes Ethan Turnbull up the inside. I think that is Aston Mills, who's gone through on up in the 4th. And it has now become a 6-kart train for third. Well, headed by Jack Jensen and tailed by Paige Flack. Not far behind is Fuller, Thompson, Broadbent, followed by Leggett, then Dustin Pendry in the Techno, then the Empire Kart Sport of Geordie Butler, followed by Ashton Lusty, Nick Kinder, then Lennox Hunter, then Pittman, then Archie Reynolds, then Louis Priest.
It is Louis rather than Lewis.
Oh, sorry, Louis
That's
Priest.
That's Well, is it? I don't know. Which one is it?
Yeah, it's Louis, yeah. Sorry.
I did both, so I hedged my bets. We lost the screen there for a minute. I saw that the black screen came on with the live stream, and I went,
that was a bit of a move there from Jeremy Broadbent on Andrew Thompson, and he does keep the place, and through with him has gone AJ Leggett. Bit further back, and there goes Nick Kinder on Ashton Lusty in the on the number 2 Sweet Chin Engines Kart Republic, the number 54 Birla. Meanwhile, further back, that is Ryder Zhong and Ethan Baxter going through on Louis Priest. Fastest lap of the race goes to Knox Black with a 48.701.
I forget how far through the field you've got to try and watch with so much going on with a bigger field. Like, we're talking 28 karts. I think 27 made the start in this one. And that's a very, very good field and a very good quality field as well. So you can't sort of just watch up front and watch what the leaders do. And you sort of got to go back through the field because there are battles literally everywhere.
Even in small fields, like if there's a battle, I will definitely have a look. I'll definitely watch that battle. As again, Knox Black goes fastest with a 48.643. But here comes Nick Kinder onto the back of Geordie Butler. Showing as a 23 on track, but on timing is showing as a 22.
Can I make a yearly prediction?
Yeah.
Knox Black will win an Australian title.
Ooh, that's a pretty bold prediction.
I'm just going out there, so if it happens in the next couple of years, let me know.
Well, I reckon he definitely has that potential to win a national title.
Just what I'm seeing at the moment, like, okay, and Josh Williams, we know Josh has been fast, and he hasn't certainly let Knox get away, but Josh is super, super fast as well. They're in the second position in the 9. But yeah, Knox Black has really impressed me so far today.
Yeah, same. And Josh Williams has gone fastest on track with a 48.582. Literally 7 thousandths quicker than Knox Black. They head through Brisbane Karts on towards RHQ. Meanwhile, Jack Jensen third still from Ethan Turnbull. Nick Kinder's moved up. Lennox Hunter's moved up a spot on Jeremy Broadbent up in the 16th. Ryder Zhong and Ethan Baxter have both gone through on the P-plater of Louis Priest. Here comes Broadbent up the inside of Geordie Butler.
Just coming up to 3.5 minutes left to go in the second heat for the day for the KA3 Junior Lights.
By the looks of things, we're just over halfway in terms of lap distance because these last few heats, they have been 14 lappers, especially for the KA3s and the tag restricteds.
So Sam, with these KA3s, so they're 100cc air-cooled, but they're electric start?
Yep.
And clutches?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
But before it became KA3 Junior Light and Heavy, there was actually KA3 Junior with an unrestricted KA100. So this one has the 22mm restrictor.
Yep.
Oh, as around goes Archie Reynolds.
Oh, there's 3 going off.
Yep, that's Baxter and Ryder Zhong. Almost collecting them again was Campbell Dawson. And Louis Priest moves up a place.
Might be a couple of chaps about getting back on the circuit safely with a couple of drivers today, just quietly. Safe rejoins.
Yeah, and this was in KA3 junior class back in the day was a class where you had to have a B grade standard license. So the same license you'd have for TAG 125 to run this class in juniors, but it was open to anyone in seniors. And the beginner 2-stroke junior class was actually KA4 junior with I think a 19mm restrictor, if I remember correctly.
Now, that's what I was asking about myself about earlier on today, because I haven't had much to do with the restricted classes. Are the restrictors on the inlet or the exhaust side?
I can't remember these KA100s. And I think that is Paige Flack up a place on Harbour May. And down the inside, I think that's Turnbull, gets a bit of a nudge wide there from, I think, Jamison. So Knox Black, Josh Williams. Black goes quickest again with a 48.497.
Scott Cleveland, if you're listening, text me and tell me if the restrictors are on the inlet or the exhaust side. He probably doesn't know.
Turnbull went through on Jamison, but went out wide.
1.5 minutes.
Yep, and that is probably going to be about 3 minutes to go.
48.497 for Black. Wow.
Yeah.
And Josh hasn't given up, but like he's just losing a tenth a lap, a tenth a lap, a tenth a lap. And Knox is doing it pretty easily out in front.
So Knox will cross the line at about 8 minutes 56 or 8 minutes 57. And then again, I think at 9 minutes 45.
Probably 3.
Yeah, about 3 laps to go. We just ticked over a minute to go. And Knox Black again, fastest lap of 48.407. There is the lap records on the notice board over near where the grid sheets are. If you're wondering what the lap record is, I've forgotten if it's under or
It's not too hot here today, so like condition-wise, it'd actually be pretty good, I reckon.
Yeah.
I think the forecast, as I said earlier on, was sort of 23, 24. It does tend to get a degree or so hotter out here at Willowbank, so it's probably 24, 25. Definitely coming into spring.
Yep, and it's definitely getting warmer.
Welcome to Queensland.
Yep.
Wonder why I moved from New Zealand.
And
Winter? Schminter.
Yep, 2 laps to go. And the gap is now 2.2 between Black and Williams. But the main battle's between 3rd, 4th, and then 5th, all the way down to, I think, 9th place.
Yeah, that's all fairly tight. Jack Jensen and Aston Mills are having a good battle there for that 3rd position.
And I think we may be catching a back marker, maybe not, of Christian Spielmeyer down at the back. Lennox Carson's out of the race, so is Charles Newman. Cruz and Creed Petroni didn't start. I'm not even sure if they're here. And it will be 1 lap to go for our race leader, Knox Black in the 33. Crosses the line. Josh Williams, it was 2.2, is now 2.6. So Knox Black has pulled out a 0.4 gap between himself and Josh Williams. Then it is Jensen, then Mills, even
literally
Turnbull.
Hasn't put a wheel wrong. Other than, as I said, he got probably a little bit too much curb up at 13 in the early laps, and it just sort of pushed him offline a touch. Other than that, it's been flawless.
Probably unsettled the cart a little bit. Meanwhile, there's a freeway battle now between Ethan Turnbull, Paige Flack, and AJ Lager.
Is it just me or has Josh Williams disappeared? No, hang on.
No.
I was looking at the other barrel up a little bit further up ahead the track, the 27, trying to get a gauge on the line. But here's Knox coming out of the final corner now.
He'll win KA3 Junior Light, heat number 2. Josh Williams takes 2nd place. 3rd will be Jack Jensen from Aston Mills. Who's going to round out the top 5? It is going to be Monty Jamison from AJ Leggett, Paige Flack, Harper May, Ethan Turnbull finishing down in 9th from Jax Fuller, rounding out your top 10 from Andrew Thompson, Jeremy Broadbent, Dustin Pendry, Nick Kinder, Geordie Butler, Lennox Hunter, Braxton Pittman, Ashton Lusty, Ryder Jung, and Archie Reynolds rounding out your top 20 from Ethan Baxter, Campbell Dawson, Louis Priest, Spencer Jackson, and Christian Spielmeyer. Now we'll have to get recovery for Lennox Carson. And in the meantime, we'll be ready for our next heat race of the day, the tag restricted medium.
5 to go.
Yep. So the restricted medium, then X30, then the Cadet Ps, which is our first final of the weekend, then Cadet 9s, and then KA2.
I'm looking forward to that Cadet 9 second heat, because that first one was a barn burner.
All right, we got our grid up already for heat 2. All right, next up, tag restricted mediums. Alright, welcome back. It is heat number 2 for tag restricted mediums, and it says here on the screen that JJ Hamilton will not take the start. So, it'll be off the pole, Jai Buckley in the 4, alongside him, Hugo Kusales in the 27, row number 2, Jet Schumacher in the 96, and Liam Turnbull in the 15. Row 3, Aidan Tunnicliffe in the 18 and Tommy Kay in the 46. Row 4, Scotty Jordan in the 41 and Nash Garland in the 42. Rounding out your 10 is James Simpson in the 6 and Cameron Hope in the 88. Rounding out the field is Kev Field in the 26 and Aaron Splitt in the 66.
So for heat number 1, it was Jai Buckley with the win from the 96 of Jet Schumacher, and in third was the 27. Now, how do you say it? So it's Hugo Q Sales?
Yeah.
I think I went too exotic when I was trying to pronounce it. I was going Queensland. So we go Q Sales. Cool.
Yeah.
Sorted. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. I'm so bad with some pronunciations. You keep telling everyone, coming from New Zealand, I could have been a rugby commentator, but I could never have pronounced half the names over in New Zealand, let alone anything else. So good luck with that.
Oh, I could barely say Mark Nawakanittawaze for like.
Oh no, I haven't even had a go at that one. I haven't even had a go at that one. Up the wires, by the way.
Yeah. Anyway, set for a start. We are away and racing for 10 minutes plus a lap, and into the lead has gone Jai Buckley. Into second has gone Jet Schumacher, and into third has gone Hugo Kusale. So your same top 3 from race number 1. As I think that is Tommy Kay trying to go through on Aidan Tunnicliffe to go up into the 5th position. Liam Turnbull slots in the 4th, so it's the exact same top 4 from race 1. Buckley from Schumacher, then Kusales, and then Liam Turnbull.
So this will be a combination again of the FR125 road taxes, the X30 IAMEs, maybe a PRD Fireball out there, but majority will be road taxes in the X30s.
Yeah, I think it's actually majority X30s.
Yep.
With 1 or 2 road taxes.
Yep.
In the entire field, as through goes Tommy Kay up the inside of Aidan Tunnicliffe. This on the move is successful into the 5th position. Onto lap 2, it is Buckley from Schumacher, then Kusales, then Turnbull, then it is Tommy Kay.
Turnbull's definitely in a road tax in that 4th position.
And so is Aaron Splitt off the back.
Yeah, 2 very different engines, but obviously with the restrictors, I don't know if they run different size restrictors, Rotax versus the X30, but they both have sort of different characteristics. I think the X30s do tend to have a little bit more bottom end than the FR125, a little bit more freedoms in the carburetor than a Rotax, but you know, a well-run Rotax will more than hold its own up against a very, very quick 130, X30, unless it's a 175 big block.
The 175 Super X30s.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're super fast. Super fast.
Don't get me started on the twin Super X30.
Oh, God.
That thing would be a monster.
What mental case has got that?
I know.
Twin Rotaxes were fast enough.
Yeah, Peter Bosson's with the twin Rotax a few years ago up at Warwick.
Yeah, I've seen one of those over in New Zealand, and it was frighteningly fast. Like, it's near on 60 horsepower.
Yeah, I think Carl Gibson, a former F1 mechanic, had or I think still has a twin X30.
Back in New Zealand, I got the opportunity to drive a B-Land 250 4-stroke. Well, technically it wasn't a 4-stroke because it was actually a rotary.
Oh.
Yes, it was very, very different. Very, very different sounding engine. But anyway, back to the racing.
Yeah, Aidan Tunnicliffe trying to hang on to 6th position from Nash Garland. And it's attracting Scott Jordan, and just a little bit off the back of it is James Simpson and Emerald's Cameron Hope. Here comes Hope around the outside and into, I think that is the 9th position for the 88 Sodi machine. I mean, one of the only Sodis in the entire paddock this weekend is that number 88.
Used to be a few more of them here a couple of years ago, I can remember. There were quite a few guys running Sodis.
Yeah, Bailey Sagadak used to run the Sodi in the KZ2 category. Carter Grover did some running up here in Cadet 12s with a Sodi.
A lot of the rental carts are Sodis now.
Yeah, Lachlan Tomlinson took a round win here earlier this season in the KZ2 category, driving a Sodi machine.
That's what I'm missing, not seeing here is KZ2 shifter carts. So physical, and awesomely quick. Fastest lap, Jai Buckley at a 49.858. I'm going to quickly leave you here too, because I'm going to shoot down to the pits because I want to find out what went on with that X30 and the number 1. Find out what actually went wrong.
Yep.
I'll be back.
All right, as I head through Brisbane Karts and onto the RHQ Speed Bowl, down into Video Pro. Not really much happening at the moment between Tony Cliff, Garland and Jordan. Now Cameron Hope, I think, is starting to close up to him as well. Boss, I think Cameron Hope's slightly starting to close up to him. Down the back stretch they'll go. Meanwhile, up through the final couple of corners goes Buckley, Schumacher, the gap point. Just under 3/4 of a second on the last lap between the number 4 and the number 96. And no improvement on the fastest lap from Jai Buckley. And the gap has grown another 10th back to Jack Schumacher. Meanwhile, the gap from Scott Jordan to Cameron Hope sitting at 0.7 of a second. Let me just pull up the times from the last lap. As Hope's pulling away from James Simpson. Not sure what the issue is with that number 6 AEST kart. Not performing right. As Hope is gapping him. Down the back stretch, there you go. Sure, it is towards the back of the restricted medium field, but this is a decent quality field. Buckley, Schumacher. Oh, not much growing between those two. Now I think Turnbull might be closing up on Hugo Cusales for third. And I think Hope has closed the gap back to Scotty Jordan by about half a second. And in fact, Cameron Hope has caught Scott Jordan by half a second. In fact, he's catching the lot in front of him. Is that number 88? So he's got that. He's got it working better than he definitely had in qualifying, where the axle moved, causing the chain to come off and him having basically no brakes after he set a few laps. Anyway, we're going just over 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So I think we're about halfway through now. Buckley, Schumacher, Cusales, Turnbull, Kay, Tony Cliff, Garland, Scotty Jordan, Cameron Hope, Van, James Simpson, Kev Field, and Aaron Split. So everyone from 5th down to 8th is running at a similar pace, and now Cameron's pulling half a second on Simpson. And Hope trying to have a look at Scotty Jordan, trying to move up into the 8th position. Down the back stretch. Where will he make the move? Will he make it into the H-board hairpin? Oh, not quite. Can't make it stick. Still 3 minutes plus a lap to go. There goes Buckley. Fastest lap of the race of 49.786 on the last lap. Up the Capri straight into Castle Irons. And now Jordan is actually holding up Cameron Hope, allowing the three in front of them to pull away. Bit of a slide there from Tommy Kay at the exit of RHQ Speed Bowl. I think that's allowed Tony Cliff to slightly close the gap. There's not that big of a gap between 1st to 8th. The gap is about 8.8 between those 9 karts. With 2.5 minutes to go. About 4 or 5 laps as Buckley again goes fastest with a 49.733. The gap is now 1.1 between himself and Jet Schumacher in 2nd position. Then it's Hugo Cusales and Liam Turnbull. Your same top 4 from the first race. Then it is Tommy Kay, Aiden Tunnicliffe, then Garland. Then Scott Jordan. I think he's actually pulled a gap back to Cameron Hope by about a 10th on that last lap. As they head through Autobahn. Now, they'll see about a minute and a half to go, plus a lap. So, yeah, 3 laps to go. 4 laps. As they all head past me on the Capri Straight. And now here comes Cameron Hope on the back of Scotty Jordan. Where will he make the move? On that number 41. Does he make it into turn 2? No, not quite. He goes through the IKC corner, or through Global Hub and through Revolution and through All Tracks Chain Break and then up through Brisbane Karts. And now, welcome back to the commentary box. What was your name?
Jamie.
Jamie. Welcome back, Jamie, to the commentary box.
I've got all the goss on Brody, though. Ooh. Yeah. There's a couple of stories, actually, but we'll come back to that.
We'll come back to that just before Heat 2 for the X30s.
Yeah.
Because right now, the main focus should be on the battle between Aidan Tunnicliffe and Nash Garland and Scotty Jordan and Cameron Hope. Is now, I think, 2, maybe 3 laps ago, depending on when Buckley crosses the line, and into the pits goes James Simpson. He will go no further. Through goes Kevin Field. He'll be in 10th. As a result of this. Meanwhile, down the back stretch.
So Dry's under control.
Yep.
1.6 seconds out in front.
Yep.
Should get the last lap board. It'll be close. It'll be close. Nah, he should be right. He'll get the last lap board this time.
Yeah.
He's timed it very, very well, actually.
Yeah, he will get the last lap board this time round.
He's probably just gone, yeah, I don't know if I could be stuffed doing another one.
Tunnicliffe trying to hang on to Garland. And if they're not careful, this could invite Scotty Jordan and Cameron Hope into the fray for the battle for 5th position.
Very wide defensive line to shut the door, but it is the last lap, so you can make that one move. That's not a problem. One thing that we got taught coming and racing over here, don't block. You block, you get sent. No questions asked. I don't know if it's changed, but it certainly used to be like that back in the day. Totally different to racing in New Zealand.
Yeah. As Aaron Split crosses the line. And out of the final corners, your winner in Heat 2 for the tag restricted mediums will be Jai Buckley. Taking 2 from 2, I believe, from Jet Schumacher. Then it's Hugo Cusales. Rounding at top 3. Then it is Liam Turnbull from Tommy Kay. And now into 6 has gone Tunnicliffe. Then it's Garland. Then Cameron Hope from Scotty Jordan. Kev Field and Aaron Split running at the finishes from James Simpson, who unfortunately did not finish that one. JJ Hamilton did not start. And yeah, we'll go to a quick break and we'll be back with X30 for heat number 2. Wait for Aaron to cross the line before we cut to the break. Be over the line in the next couple of seconds. There he is. Alright, let's go for a quick break. We'll be back very soon.
Right, coming back to that. Welcome back with our live stream coverage here at Ipswich. This is the second heat for X30. So I shot down to the pits in between with that last race to find out what happened to Brodie Whitmore. in the number 1 machine. He was leading comfortably, and then it just stopped down here to our left. Officially, it spun a sprocket off. Now, I didn't actually ask if it was the engine sprocket or the axle sprocket. I'm guessing it's probably more likely an engine sprocket. However, one of the boys said I had to say that it buzzed to 19,000 RPM and kicked a rod out of it, because then they're going to clip it and send it to one of their mates. So, from what I understand, it just shed a sprocket, but I'm guessing it spun an engine one rather than the axle one, because if the axle one came off, someone forgot to do it up. I think that's how that works.
Brody Whitmore and Chad Risman on the front row. So we are set for start. We are away for 10 minutes plus a lap.
Brody was remarkably calm about it. He it happens, you know. So they get through the first couple of turns unscathed. I'll hand the track mic back over to you, Sam.
All right, thank you. All nice and sort of clean. A little bit of curb action there from Cohen Day in the number 18 Techno machine. Jay Keys off the back of the field. Not sure what happened to him in qualifying, as I think that's Ryan Hughes trying to go through on the number 18.
Pass of second. I think Flynn might have just picked off Brody up at turn 10, and we've got a freight train going down the back straight. A little bit of
Brody's leading away now. Caden Thompson's up to second. Then I think that is Jace Matthews up in the third.
Saw a little bit of bump drafting going on there too in that exchange. Oh, Whitmore's out in front.
Yep.
Wow.
And cruising to a 1 second advantage over the rest of the field from Thompson, Matthews, Flynn.
I didn't think he got that good a start.
Bennett. Then it's Isaac McNeil in the number 17 Praga machine from Chad Risman. Then it is Hyson McGill, Kai Burke, Ryan Hughes, and Angus Cusales running at the top 10.
So this is the full spec X30 class, so unrestricted.
Yep. The X30 senior class is what they run over in Europe, and they also run a junior category for X30, which we don't over here. We do have a Rotax junior category, as well as a category for just the Rotaxes as well for the seniors. And there goes Cusales up the inside of Chad Risman. And now he's bringing Penman, Keys, and into the pits goes Dean Kane. His day's done in the X30 category. Fastest lap of the race goes to Brody Whitmore, a 48.110. And he's over 1.5 seconds out in front of Jace Matthews.
Well, he was in a similar position in the previous race when it stopped at probably about 2/3 race distance. I actually missed that he dropped out of the lead because I was sort of concentrating on the better battle for second and third, and next thing he's disappeared off the radar. And I think it was Jace, well, actually I think it was Caden that went on to win that previous one, X30. Yeah, it was the 5 that won the previous one. 10 was second, Jai Flynn, and the 74 was third in heat number 1, Jace Matthews. So totally missed Brody going off, but it was just something as simple as it lost a sprocket. And I'm guessing an engine sprocket rather than an axle sprocket.
Meanwhile, towards the back, there's the battle between Angus Maxworthy and Cohen Day. Yeah, a little bit of nudging, but nothing too serious.
Rubbins racing.
Yeah. Well, these are open wheelies. You don't want to do that too much.
No, definitely not side by side.
No.
But that's the other big difference from way back in the day. Sam, and you'll be too young for this, when we just had Nerf bars and bumpers and the wheels were super exposed. We didn't have the full width European rear bumpers on them and the big nose cones, again, basically covering the front wheels. So what these karts are now are very, very different to what they were 20 plus years ago.
Yeah. Well, I started with the metal rear bar.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, back in...
Oh, I like you already.
Yeah, in the early mid-2010s. It's starting to phase out in 2015, but yeah, I started with them back in late 2013 in the cadets with the Coma engine and the SL1A tyre.
Well, I was talking about Fabian Coulthard before, and his young fellow Carter's about to come out for the Cadet P final. I commentated Fabian back in New Zealand. What was that? Oh,
that was Cohen Day and Angus Maxworthy.
Yeah, they getting together off the exit of 9.
Of Video Pro, yeah.
What happened there? The girls next door all jumped up. So I commentated Fabian Coulthard back in New Zealand in a class called Midgets, and they were powered by an Iron Horse lawnmower engine. That's how far we go back.
Oh, mechanical flag for the number 25 of Angus Maxworthy, and that's why he's lost the side pod.
Side pod's off it. I think it's ripped it clean off the bar.
Yeah.
The bar was still there. The actual Nerf bar is still there, but it's just pulled the plastic off.
Yeah, it's gone a quarter way to retro. It's gone a quarter retro. I think he's noticed that now. Yeah.
Or he's looking around to try and go and pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. Wait till after the race.
Actually, I think he is.
Oh, I think he's found it. Yep, he's found it. He's found it.
Self-cleaning.
Yep. Said it. The officials don't have to do it. As Brody Whitmore, fastest lap of the race again, of 47.207. As we ticked over half time of the race, plus 1 lap. So our retirements so far are Dean Kane, Cohen Day, and now Angus Maxworthy. Which means rounding out the back of the field at the moment is Chad Risman on the back of Jay Keys and Dominic Penman. Of course, the Gold Coaster from the Englishman, Jay Keys, down the back stretch into H-Sport. Now he's on the back of Dominic Penman as he goes through up into 10th position.
Still just over 4 minutes left to go in this one, plus 1. And then we've got the Cadet P final, Cadet 9 Heat 2 and KA Junior to round out the day here at the Ipswich Kart Club for round 5 of the Track Championship and the Ipswich Race of Champions. Couldn't ask for better weather if we tried. And we've seen some pretty decent racing throughout the day so far as well. Looking forward to the pre-finals and finals tomorrow. So, Sam, you're definitely going to be here. I'm still undecided what I'm doing. I'll have to talk to El Presidente and see what we're doing. But you'll be fine tomorrow, mate. You know more than I do, trust me.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Yeah.
Don't take that the wrong way. I just realised what I said then.
Fastest lap again from Brody Whitmore, 47.193.
He's going to crack into the 46s shortly.
Oh, I reckon he could. He might do that.
Well, I'm guessing it spun an engine sprocket because, as I said, if it did the axle sprocket, that's bad because it's either shed or the cap screw's off, or someone's forgotten to do it up. And I won't put that on the boys, so we'll just call it was the engine sprocket because it did shut down very quick. So he's obviously just lost drive and he's jumped on the brakes and stopped.
As he heads down in H-Sport, the gap 2.2 seconds back to Jace Matthews in second and Caden Thompson in third. Not much happening at the moment, but here comes Isaac McNeil, the dual Australian junior champion in the Praga machine. Of course, he won both junior categories a couple of years ago.
Pretty sure I commentated Isaac. I would have commentated Isaac in the Rotax Nationals.
Maybe.
I think. Name rings a bell. I can't remember what I did yesterday, let alone a year ago.
McNeil is one of those drivers who's been around karting for a while. Same with Jace Matthews and Caden Thompson.
So Whitmore, 47.124, not quite into the 46s, but he's not far away. But he doesn't need to stress too much because he's got a 2.5 second advantage over the chasing Matthews and Thompson.
Yeah, Matthews, another name that's been around for quite a while now. Of course, Craig Matthews with CXR. There's Jai Flynn.
Very, very well presented race team. As there are so many pit side. Wow. The level of presentation's just gone through the roof.
Yeah.
Like the quality of the sticker kits and the printing capabilities and that of the sign shops and that now. Glenn Powers, of course, designs them and does some beautiful, beautiful sticker kits for these karts. And the helmet paint jobs, man, there's some stunners out there.
5 lights as well for some of the sticker kits and kart wraps as well. Quite a few of them around. Of course, if you could choose between the modern sticker kits of today and the classic actual stick-on liveries of quite about 20 years back.
Yeah, I'm going back before that when you hand painted stuff, mate.
Yeah.
The digital printing's pretty cool, but yeah, I like a little bit of care and skill doing it old school style.
Yeah.
What do we got left here? 50 seconds. And Brody's up at turn number 10. So definitely do another lap on top of this one for the last lap. Leads out to, it's pretty static now at 2.5 seconds. So he's in cruise mode.
2 laps to go.
Still super quick for being in cruise mode.
Yep. I think he's just changing the tune on the engine there, on the carby.
Used to see that to choke them with the airboxes on them, with the old air cools.
Yeah, with the Formula A's and Super A's.
Yeah, the 100cc air cooled reeds that were like 21,000 RPM. They were nuts.
Yeah, I think that's what the K100 was based off of, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they just absolutely screamed back in the day, but they were very, very temperamental. And you had some of the later model trick carbs and that for them that had 3 jets on them. I couldn't adjust 2, let alone 3 on a Yamaha.
Yeah,
I always got lost.
I only had like 9 months in the Yamaha J before I got put in the Mini Rock.
Oh, give me my Rotax any day.
Last lap board for Brody Whitmore as he does another fast lap, and he's
46.
Yep, he's in the 46s.
I think he might have been listening to us just as a challenge.
Yeah.
He's done an SVG.
Yeah.
That's what Shane used to do in the touring car. Hey, watch this. 46.898. So, again, with a little bit of an exclamation mark, just showing how quick he was out front. But he might start a little bit further back in the pre-final, which really isn't going to hurt him because of the DNF in heat number 1. But that's something you can look forward to tomorrow.
As he heads down through H Sport and up through the last couple of corners, he will take a very commanding flag, lights the flag victory in Heat 2. It is going to be Brody Whitmore who wins Heat number 2 in X30.
By over 3 seconds.
Yep, coming home in second is Jace Matthews. Caden Thompson comes home third from Isaac McNeil, Dennis Jai Flynn, Tyson McGill, Kai Burke, Ryan Hughes, Angus Casales, Jake Hayes, and Dominic Penman and Chad Risman rounding out your finishers. Unfortunate retirements for Angus Maxworthy, Cohen Day, and Dean Kane. Now, we're going to get to our first final of the day. It is going to be our cadet beginners, our cadet 12Ps and our cadet 9Ps, coming up very, very soon.
And sit down.
And we are back. 3 to go. Cadet P's. So our newbies. These youngsters have not long been in the sport and karting, looking to progress into Cadet 9 and Cadet 12 when they get off their P's.
Yeah, I reckon drivers like Jaeger Spielmeyer and Carter Coulthard could be there sooner rather than later.
Yeah, definitely with what we've sort of seen today. But look, I know they're inexperienced, but some of the midfield runners in behind Jaeger, we'll go with Jaeger, they've been really racing closely and nice and cleanly. And the how many cadets you've got out of this club is staggering. That shows you how much growth the sport has across the country, I reckon. Because we've got 30 plus kart fields in Cadet 9 and Cadet 12.
Yeah.
What is the track limit here? Is there one?
I think 40.
Oh wow, that'd be a sight.
Yeah. Well, should have seen some of the finals at the Australian Kart Championship early this year.
Yes, I can imagine.
And next weekend down at Puckapunyal.
Oh, they're at Puckapunyal, are they?
Yeah, next weekend, and we are away for 7 minutes plus a lap for the cadet beginners, and into the lead goes Jaeger Spielmeyer.
My niece lives in Puckapunyal. Do you know what's in Puckapunyal?
The Eastern Lions Kart Club.
And the Army base. That's about it. I know they've got a kart club. I do know that much.
Yeah.
That's about it. Yeah, my niece lives down there, actually.
And Jaeger Spielmeyer going straight to the lead of the cadet beginners as he heads into Video Pro for the first time.
How was that for a start? Wow.
Real good start.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to have a P on it for too much longer.
No. Couple more races, I reckon. Yeah, I reckon he might be in the main game by the next race meeting, even as a P player.
If that.
Yeah, and into second, I believe that's gone Noah Fine. Down to focus on Max Simpson, and into fourth has gone Elias Elgozzi, I think that's how you pronounce it.
I've been going Elgozzi,
Yeah.
Yep, Elias Elgozzi.
Yeah.
Carter Coulthard, not Coulthard.
Coulthard.
Always got taught by Fabian and his dad Ricky back in New Zealand. They are Coulthards, even though Fabian is a distant relation to David Coulthard in the UK. But yeah, no, Coulthard is the New Zealand way.
Oh, okay.
I've heard commentators say father and son in the same family, Pedersen and Peterson, so I've got nothing to say.
Yeah. And I think that
in the same commentary.
Carter Coulthard going into second of the Cadet 9Ps, or is it Virat Sharma? I reckon he might be another one. Oh, I think, yeah, it is Virat Sharma. It is Virat Sharma into second of the Cadet 9Ps. Jaeger Spielmeyer, fastest lap of the race at 52.962. I think he's less than a second off the main game Cadet 12s already.
Yeah, I can't remember what sort of lap times they were doing, but I knew it wasn't too far away, but like more than able to hold his own. But what I'm impressed with some of the other runners in the category that haven't done a lot of racing is the close quarters racing together.
I think the Cadet 12s are in the low 52s, so yeah, he's already within a second of the main guys.
And if you've got someone faster in front of you, that's only going to make you faster as well.
Yep.
So Carter Coulthard, he's back there in about the 6th position. He looked to come on strong across each of the 3 races where he was a lot better towards the end of the race. Got up to 3rd in the previous one, the 3rd heat. A little bit of contact there between the 13 and the 95. Max Simpson and Elias Elgozzi out of the final corner. Wasn't too much in that. It was just a little bit of a check-up.
Yeah, the fastest lap in Heat 2 for the Cadet 12s was a 52.279.
And he's done a 52.9, so he's only 7/10 off that, off the fastest.
Yeah, he's within like 15th to the 16th quickest on track already.
Wow. Okay. And as I said, if he's sort of mid-pack and chasing someone down, I reckon those laps will only get faster.
Yeah, he would definitely be within like 14th to 15th, 16th.
Yeah, more than able to hold his own.
Yeah.
All right, so what have we got? 3.5 minutes left to go. So slightly longer run, 7 minutes plus 1 for the final of Cadet P. We've got Cadet 9. I'm looking forward to that one next. We've got some battles for position. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Cooper Van Twist further back than where he would have liked to have been. The driver out of Warwick at number 16, Rose City Fruits Kart. Let's see how he does in this one. And meanwhile, Jaeger Spielmeier leads by 5.7 seconds after 4 laps.
Mate, he'd be faster than me.
Carter Coulthard on the back.
Don't laugh, Sam. He would be.
Yeah. He'd be faster than me as well. Or if I was in the twin, obviously, as well. But, yeah.
I think Fabian might have just joined us finally. So he's been doing some Porsche driver training today with Porsche. So Fabian, if you're here, young boy's out there on track.
And now I think he's up to second now in the Cadet 9P class from Cooper Armstrong in third, from Virat Sharma, then Kai Sykes. Amaya Armstrong running fourth in the Cadet 12Ps. Up in the third overall has gone Elias Ogotzi as another fastest lap from Jaeger Spielmeier, a 52.826. He is flying that number 76 Bureau lap machine.
That's impressive. That is impressive.
Carter Coulthard chasing down Max Simpson, heading into Video Pro. Of course, one of his first races was up at Warwick as well for Carter. I think some of these drivers do go to Warwick and Toowoomba as well. So,
well, I like Toowoomba. It's a good driver's track. Warwick, I haven't actually seen the track, but what's that like as a bit of a challenge?
It can be a challenge to master, but it's good to learn. It's the friendly place to race.
Yeah, Warwick's a cool place. We're out there next weekend with our production car, racing out there with the Queensland Production Championship. So I'm on the radio. Which idiot put a commentator on the radio for the race car? I constantly. Anyway, so we're out there next weekend. So on the big circuit, because the kart track's actually not as part of that complex with the circuit and the drag strip, which I thought it would be.
No.
But, I must get... And look, the other way to teach your kids how to race is to go and visit different racetracks.
Yeah.
And get them used to different facilities instead of one place. Definitely a positive in that.
Yeah.
I love Toowoomba. I really enjoyed Toowoomba.
Yeah. And so do I, but I haven't raced there in like 6 years since I was a junior, because the time I've been there in that time was for commentary and whatnot.
Yeah, I haven't raced there. I've just gone around and round in circles and tried to keep out of other people's way.
And through goes Virat Sharma on Cooper Armstrong. Here comes Elias Elgotzi on Noah Fine to take second place. And look at the gap Jaeger Spielmeier has got already with 2 laps to go. 10.4 on, now Elgotzi from Fine and Simpson, Coulthard, then Sharma.
I'm going to put my hand up and vote for Jaeger to move up to...
Cadet 12?
Go up to Cadet 12. I think it's warranted.
Yeah.
I think it's warranted. If it's a second meeting, I'm sorry. But yeah, no, he's doing an outstanding job and just looks so comfortable in the kart too. Just looks so comfortable. Last lap board is out.
Wonder what the gap's going to be this time around between Spielmeier and Elgotzi. It is 11.4, so he pulled another second on them on that last lap. Carter Coulthard trying to find a overtaking opportunity on Max Simpson. He's ahead through Revolution race gear. I reckon Elias Elgotzi and Carter Coulthard could probably move up into the main game. He's off onto the grass there on the exit of chain break, and through Brisbane Karts was Virat Sharma. Manages to safely rejoin, but your winner in the final for the cadet beginners, our first final of the weekend, it is going to be the number 76 of Jaeger Spielmeier.
Shows a bit of emotion after the flag. That's cool.
Yep. And second over the line and winning the Cadet 9Ps is Elias Elgotzi. Coming home in third overall is Noah Fine. From Max Simpson, Carter Coulthard, Virat Sharma, Cooper Armstrong, Kai Sykes and Amaya Sorensen rounding out the field.
Good to see Cooper back out there after that incident in heat number 1. We didn't see Theo back, unfortunately, but it was good to see young Cooper get back out there. We've got a couple to go, Cadet 9 and KA2 Junior.
Yep, KA2 our fastest group of the weekend. If memory serves me right, they are quicker than next 30, I think.
They probably are with the weight advantage.
Yeah, and also the motor. Even though they are on a slightly harder tyre than the X30s, they're actually on the same tyre as Tag, which is the red branded LOH LeConte tyre. So yeah, we'll take a short break. We'll be back soon with the Cadet 9s. On track we have our Cadet 9s.
All 30...
28.
28, is it?
Yeah.
Still a great lineup.
And it's going to be Harry Lack off the pole in the 99. Alongside him, Matika Tremaine in the 2. Row number 2, Emerson Mills in the 18. And Leo Milligan in the 25. Row 3, Vinnie Misson in the 77. And Cooper Heffernan in the 74. Row number 4 will be Grayson McPhee in the 72. And Voy Krapinski in the 71. Rounding out your top 10, Cooper Van Twest in the 16. And Jackson Martin in the 82. Row 6, Dominic Mixco in the 14 and Dan Sewell in the 8. Row 7, Nate Van Twest in the 15 and Rave Boland in the 95. Row 8, Joe McCarthy in the 22 and George Easton in the 12. Row 9, Jacob Ding in the 55 and William Whitaker in the 4. Rounding out your top 20 is Lucas Heffernan in the 60 and Matty Tresillian in the number 7. Row 11, Teddy Litfin in the 84 and Tyler Lees in the 81. Row 12, Josh Robinson in the 97 and Lincoln Cosgrove in the 58. Row 13, Hudson Lawson in the 76 and Riley Smith in the 24. Rounding out the field, Charlotte Walker in the 47 and Chase Klein in the 96. Are we racing this time?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Wasn't the greatest of starts.
No, not from Harry Lack. Through to the lead goes Matika Tremaine.
Unfortunately, we've got one out before the start. We've got one of the Tonys by the looks of it parked up there. Can't quite see the number, but there's a very disappointed young man down here in front of us.
Yeah.
And you know they're little when the crash helmet's bigger than they are.
Yeah, the Chuppa Chups. As through to the lead goes Harry Lack. That didn't take very long for him to get back into the lead.
So with a little bit of cloud cover over us now. It's just dropped the sun out of the equation.
Yep. Matika Tremaine back down to second. Then it is the current Queensland State Champion, Emerson Mills in third from Leo Milligan, then Vinnie Misson.
For me, the Cadet 9s and the 12s have been some of the best racing so far today. Bar none. I mean, the big fields certainly help, but these youngsters, none of them are over the age of 12, have done such a good job this weekend. I'm really impressed with the collective talent of Cadets 9s and 12s here at Ipswich Kart Club.
Yeah. And over Southeast Queensland as well. Like some of these kids, they travel out to Warwick, to Woomba, Kalula, what have you, and they put on some fantastic racing. Like you should have been at Warwick a couple of weeks ago, even during the 20-lap final. There was a battle between Sebastian Woodrow and Joseph Pilot. In those last few laps, they just went back and forth, nice and cleanly. It was amazing to watch.
Yeah, that's cool. That's how it should be too.
Yeah.
And you know, it's, take nothing away. They are doing a really good job, and I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it. I've done it a couple of times today.
Oh, black flag. Look.
Ooh. What's that for? 2.
Yeah,
maybe a jump start? Because we did say the start was untidy.
Nate Van Twest having to go at his brother Cooper. Fastest lap of the race goes to Harry Lack at 53.459.
It's got to be the hardest thing, black flagging these youngsters, because half of them wouldn't quite get it, I reckon. Just trying to process, that's the hard thing. That's the downside to youngsters in motorsport or any sort of type of sport, telling them they've done something wrong, unfortunately, and that might be the case with the number 2. So watch this space on that one. It's Matika Tremaine that looks to be for, but we'll go back to the action. Out in front is Harry Lack in the 99, doing it nice and easy out in front, chased by Emerson Mills.
Then it is Vinnie Misson up in the third from Matika Tremaine. Then it is Leo Milligan from Grayson McPhee. Then it is Cooper Heffernan. Thankfully, I don't have to get Cooper and Ryland confused, because Ryland's now up into 12s.
Which side of the track does pole start here?
Inside, left-hand side.
Left-hand side?
Yeah, left-hand side is pole.
Okay.
Cooper Van Twist still hanging on to the back of Voy Krapinski.
Harry Lack with the fastest lap of the race at a 53.02.
And here comes Jacob Ding up the inside of, I think that is Dan Sewell, or Josh Robinson, I'll get a better look when they come past. Yeah, it was Josh Robinson. Dan Sewell's up in 13th spot. There goes Lack, Mills, Misson, Tremaine, and then Milligan. And then Heffernan, that's Cooper Heffernan. Cooper Van Twest has gone through and Voy Krapinski. Oh, Nate Van Twest having a little bit of a ride up, but manages to keep it on the track and in the same position of the 12th position in front of Dan Sewell. Rafe Boland in the 95 Kart Republic. I almost didn't recognise the kart for a moment. I had to look at the timing to see who it was.
I've been doing that all day, mate.
Yeah.
I don't know who anyone is. So going back to, Lack won the first heat. Who was second? 25, Leo Milligan, and third was the 77 of Vinnie Misson. So they're all featuring up inside the top 4 or 5 at the moment. Yeah. Lack continuing to lead here with about 5.5 minutes left to go in the second heat for Cadet 9.
Into the pits goes Dan Sewell. That is a retirement for the number 8. Of course, another familiar name in karting is Sewell.
Sewell's is Ryan with the Porsches?
Yeah, Ryan Sewell with the Porsches. El Sewell in KA3 Junior Heavy, and of course Dan Sewell in the Cadet 9s.
There's some great battles through this field. I tell you what, Mills just had a little look over his shoulder to see where the 77 of Misson was. Well, he's just gone up the inside of him, so he's now in front of him.
And now Misson is back in front of Mills.
Yep, so second and third's just changed position. Milligan's still back there in third. Lack continues to lead.
Some of these kids are Warwick visitors, and a couple of them are Warwick locals, like the Van Twests.
From here, it's what, hour and
a quarter,
hour and a quarter to hour 20. Oh, maybe I go faster than you. The brother-in-law's driving; he does. But yeah, no, it's not too far away. Quite a cool little small country town, very industrial.
Yeah.
Got a good motor racing circuit. I really enjoy Morgan Park. And the drag strip, they've spent a lot of money there. It's a very, very high quality drag strip out there as well as part of the motorsport complex.
Yep. And I think Harry Lack may be about to catch a back marker soon. The number 47 of Charlotte Walker.
Charlotte must have had a little drama earlier on to be that far back.
Yeah. Not been the best race for her.
3.5 minutes. Emerson Mills, fastest lap of the race at a 52.93. and has got back into the second position ahead of the 77 of Vinnie Misson.
Yep.
So they've changed positions a couple of times now in that battle for second and third.
The driver from Mackay.
That's a long way to travel.
Yeah.
That's a long way. That's a good 10, 12 hours plus.
About that.
I think Townsville's 17, 18.
Yeah, it's about 1,000 kilometres up to Townsville.
Yeah, that's a good old drive up the Bruce Highway, that one. That's commitment. Just coming up to 2.5 minutes in the second heat for Cadet 9.
There goes Jacob Ding trying to have a look at George Eiston, who's recently come off his P plates in the number 12 machine in the Kart Republic. Right behind Matty Tresillian and Chase Klein, who's come from the back of the field.
I think Mills and Misson have changed positions again, or they just had an exchange up at turn number 10, and Mills has come out ahead, but they both look like they've just sort of been compromised out, because you've got Milligan and Tremaine right there with them as well.
And now we got a back market to deal with as well as Charlotte Walker. And now Leo Milligan goes up the inside. Oh, no, not quite. Vinnie Misson. Does he get him on the exit? No. Misson shuts it off. Through the flip-flop, through chain break they go. The reason why that corner is called chain break, it was notorious for just breaking chains back in the day.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yep.
I've got a feeling the two might have, I think Matika might have figured out that she's got the black flag. If not, she's got a problem, because she is falling back through the field. Was it Matika or was it someone? Oh, actually no, sorry, that was the back marker that they were lapping. Sorry, that's my bad.
Yeah, Charlotte Walker.
Watch the race, Jamie.
So 3 laps to go.
So that's Charlotte doing a good job to try and not get in everybody else's race. So apologies for that. That wasn't the two. Two's still well and truly in the fight, but unfortunately with a black flag hanging over the head. So 40 seconds to go.
So they will have 2 laps to go at the end of this lap, as Jackson Martin tried to have a go at Dominic Mixco to try and move up into 7th position. Not having it. Still having Cooper Heffernan right there for company. So head up to the Video Pro hairpin. Look how much the whole field's separated by. It's not very much.
No, not with a big field. It's actually not too bad at all.
Oh.
All I could hear was yelling downstairs, and I'm trying to figure out where that might be.
Yeah, as there's 2 laps to go. As Harry Lack crossed the line with 12 seconds to go.
So you're right, this lap plus 1.
Yep, so it'll be another 13 lapper. For the Cadet 9 says through goes. Who is it? That is Josh Robinson on Tyler Lees. But Lees trying to get back at him. Here comes Cosgrove as well, and Teddy Lifton.
Oh, we got a couple off, and one on its side.
Oh, that is Hudson Lawson, and oh goodness, who else is it?
Yeah, can't quite see just up ahead.
Is that Jackson Martin? Is that Martin? With 1 to go.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 involved down here at turn number 2.
Yeah. One's not. Oh God! Goodness me, that is smoke. The full course yellow. It's gonna end on the full course yellow. Harry Lack's gonna win. It's gonna end right here.
Yeah, that cart was actually on fire.
Oh goodness! Yeah, it's gone red flag. It's gone red flag.
That was fire extinguisher.
Oh my goodness!
So we got an incident here at the end of Cadet 9, heat number 2, within sight of the checkered flag, but there's been an issue down there off the exit of turn number 2 involving about 4 drivers. The immediate concern was certainly one of the carts actually had a flash of flame underneath it, but the driver was away from the cart, so that's the good thing about that one. So we'll leave it at that. We still have the KA2 Junior Heat 2 to come. Red flag out on track. I'm going to say that would probably
Yeah, that
be
would be it.
declared.
Yeah, that would be declared because there was 1 lap to go.
So we'll come back shortly and find out what's going on there. One more race left to go this afternoon, and that will be the second heat for KA2 Junior. We'll confirm results when we get an idea that they are confirmed.
Yep.
up and sit down.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount. We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
There's a sense of calm that soothes our restless souls. A place where we can simply be and find peace in the stillness. For it is here, amidst the simpler things, that I find joy in its purest form. Free to roam, free to be.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Alright, welcome to the Ipswich Kart Club. Ipswich Race of Champions for 2026, the IROC. And with incident in Heat 2 for the Cadet 9s, I do hope Maddie, Nate and Charlotte are okay. And now on track for the last heat race of the day, we have our KA2s. And off the pole will be Levi Dossel in the 11. Alongside him, Riley Harrison in the 24. Row number 2, Xander Watts in the 57 and Vincent Terhorst in the 6. Row number 3, Oscar Hennock switching karts from the Alonso chassis with Kart Republic in the 95 to the Energy Kart. And alongside him, Seth Hu in the 77. Row 4, Archer Bailey in the 80 and AJ Leggett in the 64. Rounding out your 11 kart field, Ryan Webster in the 78, Johnny Wright in the 30, and Xavier Knight in the 28. As I head through the last few corners, 10 minutes plus the additional lap for our KA2 drivers, the fastest group on track today. Do we get set for a start this time around? The lights are out. We are underway for 10 minutes plus a lap. To the lead goes Levi Dossel. Who's going to go in a second? It is going to be Riley Harrison, the number 24 Tony Kart. The only one in the field. There's a little bit of contact further back. I think that was Johnny Wright. And I think Ryan Webster. But they all come through relatively unscathed as they head through RHQ Speedbolt and into the Video Pro hairpin for the first time. Up through the Autobahn turn, down the back stretch they'll go. And down into the H Sport corner. Lap number 2. And Levi Dossel leads the way. The gap is 0.2 of a second between himself and Riley Harrison. And then it is a little bit of a gap back to the Vincent Terhorst in 3rd from Seth Oath. Oscar Hennock hangs on to 5th. But dropping down the order was Xander Watts. Then it is Leggett, Bailey, Webster, Wright and Knight. Down into H-Sport. These are direct drive 125cc motors for our KA2s. The DVSJ engine. As the fastest lap of the race goes to Levi Dossel of 48.097 to start lap number 3. Eight minutes plus a lap still, so probably about 11 laps to go. There's confirmation there. Levi Dossel has the fastest lap. Head through Video Pro up through Autobahn. And down the back stretch they'll go. On to lap number 4. Fastest lap of race again goes to Levi Dossel at 47.569. Xavier Knight trails on at the back at the moment. There's a bit of a gap between himself and Riley Harrison. The gap is 0.6 of a second at the moment. When they went over the line on that last lap, Dossel's away with it. Field's starting to spread itself out a bit. These are direct drive, very similar to the Junior Clubman engine from back in the day. Also very similar to the OK Junior engines over in Europe. another fastest lap from Levi Dossel of 47.363. All right, through the middle hairpin, which is autobahn through the autobahn turn, down the back stretch, they'll go. Bit of a battle starting to develop further back. That is Johnny Wright on the back of Ryan Webster. Where will he go for the move? Not into the bottom hairpin, which is H Sport. 6 laps done, and a new fastest lap from Levi Dossel of 47.172. Alright, down the back stretch they'll go. Still. Johnny Wright's gone through on Ryan Webster for P9 now. As Riley Harrison now takes the fastest lap of the race of 47.027. So he's out here showing the Queenslanders how to set the fastest lap of the race. Harrison still trying to close up to Levi Dossel. And now Oscar Henoch takes the fastest lap. He's the first one in this race to go underneath the 47s with a 46.831. Down the back stretch they'll go. Down to Howard's concreting. We're looking at Riley Harrison, who has Oscar Henoch closing up to the back. The gap was half a second. It's going to be a lot less than that now when he crosses the line. Over the line goes Levi Dossel, Riley Harrison and Henoch. The gap is now 0.2 between the pair of them. And he sets it up fastest lap of 46.807. So he is closing down. In fact, he's right there. He's closed right up to the back of the number 24. The number 24. The number 24 of Riley Harrison. Three minutes to go plus an additional lap. Where is Oscar Henoch? Gonna make his move. Not through pit corner. Not through the flip-flop, and definitely not more chain brake. Still looking at Riley Harrison and Oscar Henoch here. Where is Henoch gonna go for it? His time's running out. He's got 2 minutes plus a lap to do this, to make this move on that. And is that Henoch through? No, it's not. Harrison hangs on to second. Dossel not slowing up anytime soon. He just pulled a 0.3 on Riley Harrison on that last lap. They'll head through. Past me goes Xavier Knight. Alright. Dossel, sorry. And Harrison. And Levi Dossel, that's your top three. Now with a minute and 15 to go. Alright, just under a minute to go. Not much is actually happening on this lap. This is similar to very similar to like junior clubman. Before I come to this computer. Alright. The drivers will see one lap to go. When they come past at the end of this lap. Starting them is Riley Harrison. Sorry, Levi Dossel. From Riley Harrison. Then Oscar Hannock in tow. Alright. Time is now up for the KA2s. They will now see one to go, led by the leader, Levi Dossel, from Riley Harrison and Oscar Hannock, Vincent Terhorse, Steph Hoof, Xander Watts, AJ Leggett, Archer Bailey, Payne, Ambition Anyway, they head through the final few corners for the last time, heading out of Autobahn down towards H Sport for the last time today. It is going to be a win in Heat 2. He's going to lead a not very eventful race from Lights the Flag. Give it up for number 11 of Riley Dossel from Riley Harrison and Oscar Hannock from Vincent Terhorse, Xander Watts, Stephen, AJ Leggett, Archer Bailey, Johnny Wright third from Ryan Webster and Xavier Knight. Alright, that is all the racing done for today. Thank you for having me this afternoon, Ipswich. Thank you, Jamie, for having me in the commentary box with him for some of this afternoon's action. And I'm Samuel Greenhalgh, and I will see you all in the morning.